And we're live. We are live. We are alive. Alive. Something to that effect. Find out for sure. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Alright day. Nothing super crazy on Dan's front. Nothing really, like, I guess, to bring nothing noteworthy to bring up is how I should phrase that. And nothing noteworthy to bring up. No, just hope everyone's doing all right. Got some we got some KCD1 planned for today. That's the extent of the crazy plans. Nothing really beyond that. Let's see. There's something I was gonna think about. Oh, yeah. You gotta love the YouTube algorithm. I'll phrase it that way. The algorithm works in mysterious ways. I am convinced that most people that go around going, I know how the algorithm works. I know things. I know stuff. My thought has always been, no, you don't. At best, you're really good at guessing. More than likely, you're able to see patterns in pretty good numbers, but that's about it. Most part, you've got a handle on it. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm, I swear. It's funny. Because on the YouTube side, I'm working on getting like video highlights and some compilations of some other stuff to put together. But on the YouTube side, you know, as people know, I've been releasing tons of shorts and short form content, stuff like that, for basically just about a month now. Actually, we've been doing it. For the first week or so, it was just a one a day, but then been going 2 a day, and some of them, you know, some videos take off quite a bit and do pretty well. Other videos, you know, they do all right, and some tank. That's to be expected, right? I feel like, you know, for what how small how small my channel is, with everything, all things considered, I think getting, you know, my average at the moment, my average is like 500 to just under 800 views per short. I think that's a fair average to be at, especially with having as little of a reach as I do currently. Thing is, the reason I bring this up is that I'll release some shorts that don't do so hot, right? Ever so often, you get a couple shorts that absolutely tank, right? Absolutely just tank. Get nothing. But then YouTube will do the thing where they'll tank for a couple days longer than normal even. And then I'll wake up and I'll just look at the video, look at my content feed, and, you know, check out my channel and everything, and just see overnight it went from like 50 views to 600. It's like, oh, okay. So what I've learned from doing this in my small limited fashion is that you can't really predict this shit. You really can't. You really can't. It's really feels like it's out of your hands more often than not. Yeah. So it's one of those fun things where it's just like, yeah, you know, sometimes things take a minute to take off like you would like. And then there's plenty of stuff you release, you know, I release that, you know, you think, okay, this one's going to do well because all the other ones like that did well, and then they don't. And then you go ahead, like for me, you go ahead and release a 20-second clip of you parroting another content creator with basically going, yeah, 3 bosses in a Souls game are going to kick your ass. Get over it. Deal with it. And that is like your second most viewed video on your entire channel at just under 4,000 views. And you're like, what the fuck just happened? What? Literally, what's the Obama meme of just, right? And so what I've learned is do a variety of content, do what you want to do. Some things will take off, some things won't. You can influence it a little bit, but a lot of it's out of your hands. Yeah. So anyways, we're gonna do some KCD1, Kingdom Deliverance 1. That is the plan today. We're gonna do that today. Hey, Crotchley King, thank you for stopping by. I fell asleep waiting for you to come back during your BRB. Now I know why you have like 10-hour streams. It's unfortunate. Usually there's like an unfortunate pattern, especially as of late, that like you have 5 days a week of streaming with you know, a couple of random streams thrown in the middle of that. There's gonna be one stream where I'm gone extra long. I'm gonna be gone longer than normal. My ideal for my stream is to go play for 2 or 3 hours, take a 5 to 15 minute break, go for another 2 or 3 hours, take anywhere from a 30-minute to an hour-long intermission, then go for another 2 or 3 hours, take another 5 to 15-minute break, then come back for the rest of the stream. That's the ideal. That's kind of like my schedule I try to have of some kind. That kind of gets thrown out the window when I play with friends because I'm kind of reliant on their schedules as well, and I don't necessarily want to just constantly stop things and stop the flow. Especially if people are on a very limited time schedule. Like for example, Michael, that I usually play with, Zero Creativity on Twitch, shoutouts. He's about 3 hours ahead of me, and his work schedule, he wakes up at like 1 or 2 a.m. for him. And you know, I wake up at 6 a.m. He'll be waking up at the equivalent of like midnight or 1 a.m. for me. Or even 2 a.m. for when he starts his day. And unfortunately, that also means that he would have to like leave like before my stream is even halfway over. So it's why I usually like wait for my break stuff to happen when it's a good time, like when everyone else is willing to take a break. And sometimes, you know, if like, let's say if I go order something, you know, the unfortunate problem being in Alaska is that I oftentimes have to drive a good distance to go get something. And, you know, like think about it. It's like, okay, a 20 to 30-minute drive to go pick up something. That is also a 20 to 30-minute drive coming back. So that's anywhere from 20 minutes. So that's anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour being gone to pick something up. And then I want to have at least 10 minutes to eat wherever the fuck I grabbed. So the unfortunate reality, like there's like some piece of places I have to go to. They unfortunately are like 20 minutes away from me. And I'm not really in a position, like I am just past the point of them being able to deliver to me, which eliminates that convenience factor. And I'm not going to go and ask certain family members to be like, hey, can you go get this for me, right? And unfortunately, they don't open until after I normally start streaming. At that point, why not just end for that day? So, it's a combination of factors. One, there's a part of it that is I still want to go for, you know, the evening stuff, because not just you, but you know, I do have some viewers that tune in. Like there's a consistent viewer I got that usually shows up at the beginning of my stream and the end of it. So there is an aspect of like people that show up. I literally have like analytics to show like when people are showing up throughout my streams, and that's just, you know, my small scale ass over here. But there's also the fact that like that's not my norm. I usually try to keep it like to an hour or less when I'm gone. But there's also like, look, this streaming is not my main job right now. This is a hobby. it's a lengthy hobby. I have the benefit and ability to do a lot of time focus on this. It's not my main job. My main job is being a caregiver for my father, which sometimes, not always, but sometimes I gotta step away for extra period of time to go and take a look at him. So, or make sure he's doing all right. No, there is a part of it where, like, if I'm going to be gone for more than an hour, there is a fair statement of, like, why don't you just end for the day, especially when you've already streamed for like 8 hours. And the honest answer is, like, in yesterday's case, I had people that were going to be like, hey, let's continue playing for like the last couple hours of the day. So I knew that when I came back, I would still have like 2 to 3 hours worth of stream time left with playing with some people. Now, if I was, say, streaming on my own, and like it was like today, not saying this is gonna happen, but like if I was gonna be doing something like today, and I realized, oh yeah, I'm gonna be gone for like an hour and a half or longer, yeah, I might just be inclined to end the stream early. But when I'm kind of like on other people's schedules, I want to try my best to respect their schedules as well. And when they are taking time out of their day to play with me, it's kind of like, all right, well, let's make what we can make happen, right? But yeah, that's also why I have the analytics to show my viewership. Most of my viewers do not stick around the entire stream. Completely understandable. Like, it's an endurance test. Hell, there's some friends that have it. You'll notice most of my friends don't stick around for the entire stream either. When a couple days ago when I did the Star Wars movies rankings with my friend Nick, when we got to like the 10 and a half hour mark, he was getting tired. Granted, he's like 4 hours ahead of me, but he was getting tired. I don't think he fully realized how much of a commitment doing a 11-hour stream can be. Hello, for me, I find myself growing bored during the long BRB scenes. I slept, not even closed the window. Hey, understandable. Like I said, I try not to go be away that long. I know part of it is just I have that one song. The only reason I have one song playing, not multiple songs, is because when I tried to set up multiple songs, what ended up happening is rather than playing 5 songs in succession, it played all 5 songs at once, which was not ideal for anyone. So I gotta sit down tomorrow and try again to get so they could play in succession of each other. And there's a couple ways I could do it, but it's just I gotta sit down and actually attempt it again. But yeah, me being gone for like an hour and a half is not the normal. It's the exception. Typically, I'm gone for like 40 minutes to an hour. So still a good length of time. And it's also partly why I completely understand why some content creators, they literally will be gone for like 5 minutes and they come back and eat on stream. Like there's some creators I watch where they will come back and eat on stream and then they'll like go through chat and like thank donations and stuff like that. I totally see why they do that. And fast forward down the line, if and when I get to that point, I'll be totally down to do stuff like that. I've thought about doing stuff like that. The only reason is I try my best to keep this area sanitary. Like yesterday when I was playing with friends, yeah, I had a couple sandwiches and I was rocking it that way, but I don't like Cheeto fingers on my controllers. I don't like Cheeto dust or food particles in my stuff. So I try to keep stuff sanitary. It's also a mindset thing. I low-key like the moments where streamers take intermissions, eat, and like watch YouTube videos. Again, I thought about it, and down the line I might consider sitting down and doing that. It's also just like, I don't know, it's that vibe thing to kind of like take a break from this for a few minutes in the day and go do something else, even if it's like making food. Like there's that what's that thing? It's that thing where sometimes if you're on low energy, I'm not saying I was or that's the case, but it's that thing where if you're on low energy in the day, simply not looking at a phone, not looking at any devices, laying down for 5 minutes and closing your eyes does a lot more for you than trying to attempt to actually get some legitimate sleep. Sometimes just simply just resting your eyes and just muting the information overload you normally get can help out a lot. So yeah, no, I'm still figuring things out, and I might be inclined down the line to like even in that upcoming weeks to attempt to do the whole thing of like eat on stream or like take a break and then we're just gonna watch YouTube videos or do some other stuff at the moment. And it's also one of those things where like larger creators that have like enough people in chat to chat. Not saying that one person's not enough, to be clear. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is like I totally get why some creators, they will take a break and while they're eating they'll just chat away or like react to donos or like you said react to videos. That stuff I will be inclined to do moving forward. One memento. Some people depend on information overload. Silence can be an enemy. Indeed. I'm going to go ahead and transition us over to Kingdom Come, and I will be back in just a moment. All right. Enough jibber jabbering, pither pattering, going on and on about weird stuff and nonsense. We're going to go ahead and jump on in to KCD1. Let's get back into it. We gotta do an assault. The sole reason why I reload the save was because the other day, yesterday at the beginning, when I was talking to this guy, I immediately was paying attention to a conversation because I was responding to two separate text threads. One was more important than the other one, but I realized when I looked up, I'm not sure if you saw, but I look up and see that the conversation was on a timer, and I had to be like, oh shit, and respond. And I didn't choose the one I wanted because again, not on me, I wasn't paying attention. So we are going to roll into this again.
Yeah, I know. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Ah, my eyes. Yeah, it's... I believe this save is based on... What the fuck?
Where is everyone? Quick!
Oh, that guy just ran away. Well... should be a little easier now. Let's take one of these for good measure. Did Henry drink a cat potion? Yeah, it's a potion called Night Vision that literally functions like a cat potion.
You should have fucked up while you had the chance.
Alright, now you're dead.
Geralt the Scout's Witcher with tenure. All right, it's funny you say that. I'm not sure. Alchemy. I got the Witcher tag. Potions will fill you up 30% less, which means you can drink more of them and more often. So it's funny you call him Geralt the Scout's because literally is Geralt the Scout's. Anyone else? All right, we'll loot our way. since he's prone to wanting to run forward.
Where are you putting that? Put it down there.
All those games love each other. All right.
Jesus Christ. Who are you and what are you doing here?
I'm here at the command of the royal hetman, Sir Radzig Kabila.
And who's he?
You suddenly just lost
That's no
all your
concern of
balls.
yours. I'm sure we could come to some sort of agreement. I have
You are
plenty
going to
of time.
clean
We can
my
come to
jacket.
an agreement that you'll keep your mouth shut.
Mustachio, wait.
Please don't take this personally.
Wait!
What? Do you want to do it? Be my guest. It gives me no pleasure.
You can't kill him. I have orders to take him to Ratai.
That is unfortunate. I have orders to kill everyone involved in this business.
You can't do that.
I have no choice, as you are aware.
Why do you want to kill him? He may have valuable information.
For that exact reason. My master does not wish this man to fall into the wrong hands, especially those of Radzig Kabila.
You can tell your lord the man is dead. He'll never find out.
But he will. Or do you think you can lock this man away from sight until Judgment Day?
Why not?
No. We'll interrogate him,
Do
get
not
all the
be
information
naive,
out of him,
boy.
then you can kill him.
Look around you. This land swarms with rats and snakes, especially now. There is no secret that is not for sale. If I let you have him, my own head will be on a spike before the month is out.
You don't have to go back to the Rosenbergs.
How do you know about the Rosenbergs?
Master Fayfire recognized the writing on your letter of passage.
Just as I said, there is nothing safe from prying eyes in this land. And where would you suggest I go?
Into Sir Radzig's service. He needs people like you.
Yeah,
I
man.
serve Kabila. Out of the question. If he learned of all that I did for the Rosenbergs, he would hang me from the nearest tree. But you are right, I do not have to return to the Rosenbergs. In fact, I cannot.
Why not?
I am a knight without a crest, without allegiance. No one was meant to know whom I serve. If the Rosenbergs hear that I have been found out, they will see to it I vanish. They cannot afford to be associated with me.
Where will you go?
Where the road takes me, as I have many times before. Farewell, Henry.
Auf Wiedersehen.
That works out. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa.
Please, please. I'm sure we can come to some sort of agreement.
You can talk all you like, but not here and not to me. Let's go. Let's go. Master Fayfire is very keen to meet you.
How dirty Henry is. Oh, that was a low
Good work,
texture.
Henry. Thank you, Master Fayfire. It wasn't easy, I can tell you.
I'll take some men and have a good look around there.
And what should I do?
You should get some rest and go to Rattay. In the meantime, Sir Radzig will have this wretch questioned. Maybe he'll get something useful out of him.
All right. I'll see you in Rattay then.
Ah! Oh, sweet Jesus. I want to pull that small patch of hair in the middle. Oh, you know he does too. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, we're going to head to a trough. And wash ourselves the best we can. Our head's out of a building for a moment. Oh God. Okay, let's just wait an hour. Let's let everything soak out of our system. That should be plenty of time. My own room lit up. Damn, I need to clean. God damn it, it's still bright. How long does that potion last? Oh, fuck it. Okay, I have an idea. Move my... Okay, eyes down entire time. Or would eyes up be better? No, it's even worse looking up. Okay. Shit. Okay, we are in Sasso. Let's see. Scribe. Okay, just go all the way down the road and it's full. It's not ideal. This is not ideal, but I can kill two birds with one stone doing it this way. Apologize. This. Hey, I got an OLED monitor here that really makes colors pop and really makes sprites bright and darks dark. You think it's bad for you? Sweet Jesus. And also bear in mind, I got a second monitor that is viewing this, so it's like it's a double whammy of bright.
What do you want?
Please, for the love of God, let me use your services.
I'll certainly need a physician.
I'm sure. Good luck then.
Bath babes will make a new man out of you. Okay. In theory, after they tend to my wounds and bathe me. Okay. Okay. We could see again. We live in the ideal world. The real one. Throw those over and shout out on that, I guess. Rest my pupils and irises. You can rest now. Indeed. Okay. So we got to the Yohanka. So alright. We'll return to Radzig momentarily. What we need to do is talk to Yohanka. So we got those two to do. Yeah, we're gonna go and knock out Yohanka's little DLC thing. How much money I got? Okay. Part of me wants to make a run back to Skalitz to see if their bodies are there. But they also weren't really well equipped. And they probably would have like the trip would be like 150 gold total, and then like all the armor and weapons all together, it might add up to like 300 gold. So I doubt it's gonna be a worthwhile endeavor, but we're gonna do it anyways, simply because curiosity. It never occurred to me that I could use the aliases to get the referral reward. Yeah. Then you get oh, for the Exodus thing? Yeah. Oh, that's what a buddy of mine did after I referred him. Are you you're just a wayfarer? Dude, your pants have seen better days. Yeah, I said that in the Exodus Discord. They just say use multiple emails, man. Hey, you know what? It helps them out too because it boosts their numbers up, boosts your numbers up. You get the reward. They get the benefit of being able to go, look at that. Look all the number. Our number went up. Look how big our numbers are, guys. So it's a win-win for everyone, honestly. Okay. I just need to head north.
Yeah.
Northward. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that game. Other than watching the little tabletop sessions, it's been minutes that we gotten a proper Q&A, but something tells me in the next coming months we probably will. They usually do them every 5 to 8 months, so we're due for another one pretty soon. The big thing is I just want, more than anything else, I want them to do a stream that is just uninterrupted gameplay for like an hour, just so we can get an idea of, like, here's a character creator, here is just how the game plays minute to minute, you know, here is what the dialogue choices look like and how all that looks. Just that's what I want more than anything else. Like, I'm gonna use another game that I absolutely adore. Final Fantasy 16 is a great example. When 16 was coming out, I appreciate all the trailers. Really loved them. I appreciate the state of play that Sony did, which was like a 20-minute showcase of like a lot of cool stuff. I appreciate all that. I got more out of Yoshi P and Toby Fox sitting on stage at PAX for about an hour and some change, spending 20 or 30 minutes answering questions, spending another 20 minutes talking about the game while they were playing it, and just playing the game. Because what that told me wasn't, oh, that there's going to be some really cool hype moments in the game. I know that's going to be the case. It's Final Fantasy. What I need to know is, okay, what does the menu look like? What is the moment-to-moment gameplay of, like, how I'm traveling around the world look like? What is, you know, like, when I were to load into the game, how fast is it going to take to load, right? To me, I get far more out of a game, like any presentation for previews for a game, when someone does something like that. Because on top of everything else, you get an idea of, like, moment-to-moment stuff, which is really nice. You should be more wary if there's no extensive gameplay trailers, if they're not even confident enough to show it. Yeah, like that was something, you know, using Mass Effect as an example. I don't hate Mass Effect Andromeda. I think that's a okay game. It's just not the same quality as the trilogy. But it was concerning that, you know, we were being told for a long time Mass Effect Andromeda is going to probably come out sometime in early 2017. Like, okay, cool, sure. And then it's not until November when, out of nowhere, they release a quick little minute-and-a-half video previewing what the game looks like on PlayStation 4. Of like, oh, it's suddenly Mass Effect. Okay, cool. That looked neat. All right. That wasn't enough. It was just a character walking around an area and it's like cutscene. But cool. And then the Game Awards gave us a little preview of the game, which gave us a much better idea of what the game looked like. And then about that same time frame, they released like a story trailer, which would come to find out later when the game came out that story trailer is a liar, where most of the scenes that play out in that trailer don't even happen in the game or in that same fashion, or even where they take place in the trailer. So that was a experience to go through of like, oh wow, there's a we're just lying here. And then it's not until like after everyone and the internet started to meme on it from the Game Awards stuff that they released some other stuff about the game, and it became very clear, very, you know, very quickly of like, oh, this game doesn't look that great. Oh, this game's gonna have some problems. What happened to you? And it's one of those things that, like you said, to be wary of like, if they don't show stuff off early, there is a very, very good chance of problems to be had in the game. Where the hell? That might have been over there. Shit. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so we need to hit that direction. And there went most of my health. Motherfucker, every time. I gotta remember that I cannot take falls on my horse. What was this? I didn't like the game from the start, but it's just because I have a bias for the trilogy. It doesn't come close, and same for me with Inquisition. It doesn't hold a candle to Origins for me. That's fair. No, it's like, things are just not going to be to your tastes. Something's not going to appeal to it because, like, it might be a little too different or just clearly made with a different team or different focuses and such. For me, like, of the 4 mainline Dragon Age games that have been released, I really love Origins. I love Inquisition. I really enjoy 2, and I did enjoy my time with Veilguard. But I have put in the ballpark of 1,500 hours in Origins over my life. I have done the same, if not a little more, for Inquisition. I've put probably half that in Dragon Age 2. And then so far, I've only played Veilguard for 2 playthroughs. And second playthrough, I've only recently beat a couple months back. It didn't hold me. It doesn't hold. I have a lot of issues with that game. There's all things I do like. I don't, unlike the internet at large that uses that game as a punching bag for some silly reasons. My issues with it are because I'm a Dragon Age fan, like an actual Dragon Age fan that has played the series and enjoys everything. I'm not saying that, to be clear, I'm not gatekeeping and saying, oh, if you don't enjoy everything, you hate it. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that as someone who's played the series, unlike the internet at large that were memeing on it going, oh, it's not like Origins. Motherfucker, 2 wasn't like Origins. Inquisition wasn't like Origins. Like, this isn't new. Like, yeah, it's frustrating when you want it to be Origins, but it's not. But then, I don't know, I had a friend of mine that was a complete... He was doing the tourist grifter thing of going, oh my god, they changed the art style. It's like, what art style? As someone who's a Origins fanboy, what, brick red and shit brown and like a color a style that somehow looks worse than literally anything else that came out at the time with that art style? Or Dragon Age 2 that tried to do a watercolor art style, but oh wait, they had fucking 14 months to make a video game, so they threw something together. Yeah, that art style, or Inquisition, which was, we're doing this stuff in Frostbite, but an engine that was built for Battlefield and just Battlefield, and we're trying to make a fantasy RPG in it. Yeah, it's kind of difficult. I don't know. It's just, some people have, like, so it always sometimes feels like that some people just sort of hate something by default, regardless if it was ever anything they ever wanted. Where the fuck is this? Okay. Oh, I'm actually close. I just need to keep on going. Like, I feel like I have the right to be pissed with Assassin's Creed when I'm used to how the previous games have minimal RPG mechanics and focusing more on being a fucking assassin. Yeah. I mean, I'm all for, things being different because, like, it doesn't take away from what you previously had. And I'm also always game for, like, okay, fine, if things are different, make it good at least, right? The problem is when it isn't good, or if it has its own share of problems that hold it back greatly. That's when we run into issues. Like the Assassin's Creed games, you know, like I said, okay, I'm not even talking about Assassin's Creed. I'm gonna talk about Final Fantasy for a moment here. I'm of the opinion that Final Fantasy, there is no reason that every Final Fantasy game, there's no reason that every Final Fantasy game has to be like 16 or 7 remake as such. In fact, there is no reason why they could not release. We should have 4 different types of Final Fantasy games, essentially, at any given moment. We should have stuff that's similar to like Octopath Traveler and the Dragon Quest remakes, where it's all in that, you know, this really cool modernized 16-bit style with like beautiful watercolor backgrounds, stuff like that. We should have games like that that are classic RPGs. We should have the tactics style games consistently to fulfill that tactics need. We should have games in the vein of FF7's combat, which is like the natural, it's the action evolution of a, you know, the time-based, turn-based system that Final Fantasy uses. And then we should have stuff like 16, which is full-on action game with these really crazy set pieces. Like, there's no reason why we can't have all of them. There's no reason why you can't grab some smaller developers or small dev teams to work on the smaller stuff. Like, that stuff sells. They're milking the fuck out of 7. Hey, man. 7 just so happens to be that thing that just... Buddy, you talked all that shit and you just got stabbed in the throat. Oh, man. I for a moment there, Henry was about to dual wield. I mean, 7 is the golden goose. Like, the only for reference, the only Final Fantasy game to outsell 7 is 10. And that's partly because 10 and 10-2, like, because of 10, it's like 10 sales are weird because it's 10, 10-2, and their combined re-release usually fall under the same umbrella of sales. So as far as publicly confirmed knowledge, we actually don't know how well 10 has sold on its own. We just know that 10, 10-2 combined in the releases and everything have outsold 7. And of course the 2 MMOs, 12 and 14. 14 being its fucking juggernaut. For reference, this is how much money 14 makes per year. When Square Enix released Babylon's Fall, Marvel's Avengers, and like 2 other games that were bombs that they lost money on. They lost money. 14, this is a year after Endwalker came out, bear in mind. Final Fantasy 14 raked in over $2 billion for Square Enix, and it's what made Square Enix have a profit year. Didn't make as big of a profit year as they wanted, but they still made a profit. 14 makes the money. There's a reason why Yoshi P got a insane, potentially, we don't know the exact budget, but there's a reason why he got the green lit for FF16 and was allowed to go as crazy as he wanted with 16. And there's a reason why he basically answers to just the Square Enix president and no one else on the board of directors, because Yoshi P is very much like, no, I'm not gonna put fucking NFTs in my game. Fuck you. My game literally keeps this company afloat. Shut the fuck up. In that same way, it's like Nomura with his Kingdom Hearts stuff, and also FF7. It's like FF7 is a cash cow. Like, it's the golden darling. It is, you know, the thing that everyone knows about. It's like that thing will always have the reputation. Like, you know, it has the power of not actually putting out the name of the game. It just put out its logo and then it says remake on the bottom, and it's on that teaser trailer. And everyone knew what the game was. No, it's a game that doesn't need an introduction. Yeah, that game, it's gonna be FF7. So it's just also why, like, Nomura is able to get away with so much shit, because Kingdom Hearts sells, Final Fantasy 7 sells, other projects he's a part of make money, and they're critical darlings. Like, it's funny, like once it's like also what's the guy, oh god, it's gonna, if I don't look this up, it's gonna tear me apart. The guy behind the Nier franchise, Nier director Yoko Taro. The thing is, Yoko Taro, his games do not make money. Typically they don't make money, but he comes in their budget consistently, and his games are usually critical darlings. So Yoshi P has money bags behind him, Nomura has money bags of critical darlings behind him, and Yoko Taro has the fact that, hey, you didn't waste a lot of money on me. It's why those people at Square Enix are able to get away with the shit that they have gotten away with over time, and are able to make the projects they want to, because fuck you, we make this company money. We're we are literally one of the big pillars that keep this company afloat. You know, Yoshi B being able to put his metaphorical or actual dick on the table in the board of directors and be able to tell everyone, yeah, in the year where we should have lost money, my game made sure we made a profit. No, you could shut the fuck up. We're not putting NFTs in this game. No, shut the fuck up. We're not putting any more microtransactions in the game than already that we have allowed. No, shut up. We're not going to do a brand deal with that company over there. No, we're not going to be putting Fortnite. No, we get enough money as is. We don't need that. Like, it is a huge bargaining chip. It reminds me, if I'm not sure if you're familiar, it's the same bargaining chip James Cameron made when he wanted to make Avatar. In all of his Avatar sequels, is that the executives he went to, the conversation essentially went like this: hey, I want to make Avatar, and there's also going to be like 5 other movies after it. Also, the movies are going to cost like anywhere from $200 million to $1 billion a piece. But don't worry, they'll make the money back. And the executives were like, no, fuck you. We're not going to give you that money. No, that's insane. You are insane asking us that. So then James Cameron proceeded to look at them and then went, yeah, I want you to look at this studio. I want you to look at the lot next door. I want you to look at the next couple blocks around us. You see all this? My movie paid for this. I made Titanic, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You're gonna greenlight my project, and you're gonna smile and wave when my next project makes you a ton of money as well. You don't bet against me. And they shut the fuck up and gave him the money to make Avatar. And then it proceeded to be the highest grossing film of all time, adjusting for inflation. The only films that have come close to Avatar when you adjust for inflation is Gone with the Wind. That's still the highest grossing film of all time with inflation, because that movie was insane back in the 1920s. But you also have like the first Star Wars, Force Awakens, Avengers Infinity War, and Endgame. Like, those are the only movies that have ever come close to beating James Cameron's Avatar. But then you also have James Cameron's Titanic right behind it. Also, you have James Cameron's Avatar, The Way of Water in the middle of that bunch. And now he's got his third one coming out later this year. Like, yeah, the dude, he's able to back up his shit by going, no, my movies will make us money. Don't you worry. And more importantly, my movies have international appeal, not just domestic. So that's even more important. That means I could actually get the Chinese audience to come watch us. So you could shut the fuck up and just sign the checks and let me do my damn job and make everyone money. I mean, for fuck's sake, Sam Worthington.
This is certainly no time for roving.
Oh shit, I went the wrong way here. Yeah, I went this way. Sam Worthington, who plays Jake Scully in Avatar, he was when he started while working on Avatar, he was literally sleeping in his car as an actor trying to make it big in Hollywood. And he signed a deal to get, like, what was it, like 5% or like 5% of Avatar's box office revenue. Same with Zoe Saldana and a couple other the main actors from the first Avatar movie. I believe Sigourney Weaver and I forget the guy's name, but the guy that plays the villain. It's like 5 people of the main actors and a number of like the crew and stuff like that. They sign these deals to get like, yeah, we'll get like a percentage of the revenue. Yeah, Sam Worthington went from being an actor that made fuck all in Hollywood getting bit parts to suddenly literally walking home with like 50 million a year in 1 year. Yeah, no, you was it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, just shut the fuck up and let James Cameron do his job. You have balls big enough to have your opinion be valuable enough for shareholders to listen. It sometimes takes that. It also sometimes takes having the credibility to be like, no, you could shut the hell up. I will make us money. Just let me do my job. No Hollywood executive that wants to put their dick on the table because they are insecure and they want to make sure their idea is heard. No, just shut up and let me do my job, and then we could all walk away happy. You could say it's your idea, I don't care. And then you secretly go, no, it was my idea. I mean, fuck, a similar story happened with George Lucas, famously, with Star Wars, where Fox was like, this is not gonna make us any money. So George went like, okay, fine. What if I waive my director's fee and I just take all the rights to the toy sales and I have full rights to the entire IP. I own the IP. I own the toy sales. You guys just distribute. They went, yeah, sure, whatever, kid. And then Star Wars came out. And Fox was left sitting there going, You're telling us we're not going to make any money from the toys? And some poor intern had to look at them and go, no. And that poor intern had to then go, you best hope George Lucas wants to go to us for distribution because sweet Jesus. Oh no. Yeah. There is something satisfying about certain creatives having the clout to be able to look at those fuck ass producers that don't know how to do their jobs. That just to be able to go, yeah, no, we're just gonna do it my way because I know my way is gonna work. And even to like a smaller extent, it reminds me of those famous stories you hear. Like I think it was like what Echo the Dolphin game. Had like a producer on the project that constantly would always make a change, even if it was arbitrary, to justify his role in the project. So what the devs started to do was they just started to put a duck in scenes that didn't make sense to have a duck. But he just put a duck in basically every single gameplay segment they ever showed out to that producer. And every time the producer was like, hey man, just get rid of the duck and we're good. Rather than telling them to make an arbitrary change that they knew was for the worse, he would just tell them, yeah, just change this and we're fine. And then suddenly Echo the Dolphin came out and everyone was happy. And the word was lie to them. And I believe Mel Brooks has a similar story when it comes to Blazing Saddles, where like producers would tell him, yeah, get rid of the black guys, get rid of people of color, get rid of all that because we don't want that in there. And Mel Brooks was like, yeah, no problem, they're gone.
Greetings, good night.
Next, and then when they would, he would then turn around and they would be like, okay, are you gonna do what they say? And he's like, fuck no, I'm not. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's so funny how often that happens. The game industry needs this now. Everyone is playing too safe, making remakes or sequels, doing no new ideas. I mean, the funny thing is, so the part of the problem, I'm not sure if you remember Crotchley King. You remember what I was talking about with Owlcat yesterday? Where ideally a game dev should be in a position where you make a couple smaller games, and then once you built up a reputation, built up a critical acclaim, the revenue, you then go and make a bigger game. And then if the bigger game makes money, sweet. If it doesn't, well, you have a buffer of making all the smaller games, and then you go back to doing some smaller stuff, and then you go make a bigger thing. Owlcat went and made 2 smaller games that were crowdfunded in the form of Pathfinder games. Well, the first one was for sure. Then they made Pathfinder 2. Then they made a whole bunch of DLC for both games, and they're also working on Warhammer Road Trader. And now they're doing that Expanse video game that is totally not Mass Effect in Expanse, we swear. Even though we're totally down for that. That is clearly a higher budget game with, you know, much better graphics, voice acting, crazy gameplay, etc. Developers should be doing that nowadays. But the problem is a lot of publishers want to do that thing, which is, well, what if every swing we take is the big swing, right? It's like when you're fighting in a game where you're able to do heavy attacks and light attacks. You know, they are going out the logic of, well, what if instead of just doing like a light attack, and then heavy attack, what if instead we only took heavy attacks? Because every swing that connects does that much more damage, right? Well, they want constant critical hits. Yeah. And they also want everything to make all the money in the world. Problem is, eventually... Oh, no, I have skill for that one. Eventually, you know, something has to give. But the thing is, if you only spend, like, you know... If you go and make a game for $50 million and it only makes $40 million in sales... That sucks. You lost money. It does not hurt as bad as a game that costs you $200 million and you only made $40 million in sales. That costs you a lot of money then. Let's see if there's any books here. Like, that's the only book I can read, and I can't read it. Okay. Well, but it's part of the problem. Like, they want everything to be more, for one. So they want everything to be a games as a service because, you know, the few games that are games as a service that make money, like Final Fantasy 14 or Fortnite and some other projects, well, they make all this money. They want everything to make that much money, but not everything can because people only have so much time for that. There's also a limit of like how much money you can make per year, and then eventually you'll make less money, or you only be able to make so much. But the other problem is that, like, companies are forcing devs to take big swings all the time, which means that rather than be able to make like a smaller game to account for, you know, to make up some revenue or get some critical acclaim or to, you know, hold you over for the years in between big releases, instead they have to make these big projects every time, and if they doesn't sell everything, if it doesn't get that critical reception, you're kind of fucked. And see, rewind the clock back a decade ago or 2 decades ago, this wouldn't be as big of a problem when game dev time was only like a year or 2, maybe 3. You know, you look at like the Gears of War games. You got Gears of War 1, 2006. Gears of War 2 came out in 2008. Gears of War 3 came out in 2011. We got Gears of War Judgment in 2013.
Yeah.
Like, and not to mention those games had multiplayer. The wait time between entries wasn't that long. Gears 5 came out in 2019. We had Gears Tactics in 2020. Gears of War E-Day, which is a prequel, that's not even going to resolve the plot of Gears 5, mind you. I don't believe it's coming out this year. It probably is going to come out next year. I haven't seen anything else about it this year, so I'm assuming it's probably going to come out next year. So that means that between the mainline, quote-unquote, main Gears of War games, it's been 7 years. And it's not even a direct sequel to the previous entry. So story-wise, this is a fucked up thing to say. You should not be able to go through 4 years of high school between entries in a game. If you're able to go through 4 years of high school and during the course of a game's development, that game's development is fucked. Worse still, if you're able to go through all 12 years of education between entries in a game,
God be with you.
that's fucked. Man, this industry at times really feels like, to quote the kids these days, it feels cooked, chat. Things feel like they're cooked at the moment.
I'd like to discuss.
Enough of that. Henry, let's try and get some money for you, homie.
What about this?
Thanks, Todd. I'll be retired by the time 6 games out. Here's the fucked up thing. So, Todd Howard, which I love how some people are taking his name as God Coward and shit like that. That tickles me. The funny thing is, you know, people always talk about, like, as a consumer perspective, which rightfully so, we are consumers, going, yo, what the fuck? Why is it taking forever between games, right? You know, but like, it was so funny when Starfield came out. Todd Howard had a very Todd Howard had a very transparent interview with IGN during when Starfield came out, and it basically, one of the main things that struck me about that interview was he was like, yeah, no one goes into a game project expecting it to take 10 years, right? It's very obvious that Starfield did not come out the way they wanted it to, nor did it come out the way that it was in an ideal state. And also on top of that, it took way too damn long to get the reception it did. And it also, even worse,
good health to you.
it probably, I don't think it even sold as well as they wanted to. The deal is, what I'm trying to say with this, Todd, he was very frank in that conversation, in that he is like, okay, so what's your next games in the pipeline? And they're like, well, Elder Scrolls 6. He's like, Todd Howard's like, that's I'm working on. When he was asked, how about Fallout 5? His response was, we'll see. We'll see about that one. Like, you know, someone else at Bethesda might be able to have to shepherd it. He said, I might be able to start that project, but he was very blunt in saying it kind of depends on Elder Scrolls 6. AKA, it kind of depends on how long it takes them to make 6. For reference, not even talking about Elder Scrolls 6 or how long it's been out. Todd Howard, excuse me, is 55 right now. And that's not to defend anything. I'm just pointing this out. He is 55 years old. If Elder Scrolls 6 takes like another, let's say 5 years, right? Come out. Hopefully it doesn't. But let's just say it does. He'll be 60 when it comes out. Like, most people, that's retirement age. That's close to retirement age in the US. And for the average person, more or less someone in, you know, Todd's position that more likely has a lot more money behind the scenes and everything. So, you know, regardless of how long some of this shit takes to make and come out and stuff, the part of the deal is like a lot of like these veteran devs like Hideo Kojima or Todd Howard and some other people, they are only getting older, and eventually they're going to want to step away from their projects, respective projects, and call it a day. You know, not everyone is down to be like a John Williams where the dude's like 94 and still pushing out music. And even then, he's only doing select songs. He's not necessarily compositing an entire film soundtrack, which takes a lot of work. So it's like, yeah, it sucks on the consumer side, especially because, my God, Elder Scrolls 5 came out in 2011. I really hope that it's not. I really hope it's not going to be 20 years before we get Elder Scrolls 6. Like, it would be hilarious if Elder Scrolls 6 came out in 2031. And it's like, yeah, 20 years later, we finally got the 6th entry in the saga, right? It would be hilarious, and it would be very much on brand. It also suck. A big one. A major one. I think we could all agree on that. But more importantly, you know, behind the scenes on devs is like, think about that. Is like, you know, this is something I was talking about with BioWare. It's like, BioWare today, like, as you found out, Crotchley King, most of the people that you love about that made Mass Effect what it is and made it so special for you are literally making Exodus right now. A decade ago, that wasn't the case. A decade ago, a lot of those people were still at BioWare. But a decade, time changes. You know, people need to either fulfill more creative desires or different passions or whatever. A good chunk of the people that probably worked at Bethesda, not everyone, but a good chunk of the people that worked at Bethesda that made Oblivion, made Skyrim, don't work at Bethesda anymore. Maybe they went at another studio, or maybe they retired. For fuck's sake, the founders of BioWare, they stopped making games, and they literally left BioWare. One of them went to go and make beer. Whatever. Back to KCD. Peculiar dreams?
What do you mean? Peculiar dreams?
The same one. Over and over. In it, the Virgin Mary appears to me.
The Blessed Virgin? Really?
Really. She looks just like in the painting over the altar in Sasau Church. I always dream that I'm back in Scarlet's again. Like before. Before everything.
I understand.
I'm standing at the foot of the hill, with the castle behind me, by the walkway leading to the ore-washing tanks, near the woods. Uncle used to work there. I'm bringing him some food, going towards the pond. Then everything suddenly goes dark. I carry on uphill, along the stone channel up to the mouth of a huge cave. I go inside and the darkness surrounds me. But I keep going, and then I see sitting there in the dark.
Who? Who do you see?
The devil. He scowls at me with these horrible eyes. Then everything becomes engulfed in flames, and I try to flee from them. I run through the cave, but I can't find the way out. I can hear the devil behind me laughing horribly. When I can run no longer, I stop, and the flames catch up with me, and then I die. Then I wake up, still feeling the heat of the flames, and I can't get back to sleep again. All I can do is kneel by my bed and pray until morning.
Oh shit. That's a wild dream. At this point, gaming as a passion feels like a lost cause. It should be like a meh thing. No. There's still plenty of good games that come out year to year. It's just like, it's how to phrase this. Indie games are still killing it in the indie scene. AA is absolutely killing it. And there still are plenty of AAA games that come out that still can be amazing. It just, you know, the ratio is unfortunately basically like this. For every amazing AAA title that comes out, you get another one that is all right. It was fine. Kind of meh. Then you get another one that fucking sucked and was a waste of everyone's collective time. Biased opinion? Oh, shit. Welcome to the stream, Stabby. You missed the game industry discussion. Up for here. Hello, hello. Here, I'll just give you a clip notes version. Shut up. Let me make the thing I want. And you, as the producer, can smile and wave. Don't insert your opinion on the table. Let me put my dick on the table because I can make the thing. So just shut up. Is basically what the crux of the conversation was. Makes sense? No, if you ever got the moment, Stabby, you should look up the famous James Cameron story of how he got Avatar made, where he basically told the executives, "Hey, look, my movie bought the entire lot we're on. You can shut the fuck up and sign the check."
You said something about the Virgin Mary?
Yes, she's always there with me until it goes dark. She goes to the cave with me, but she doesn't go inside.
Yeah, actually, it's easy to kind of get into that feeling of like, man, the industry sucks. But there is a lot of good stuff. There is a lot of stuff. You just kind of have to broaden your horizon, because what unfortunately it sucks is that the things that you really used to like, unfortunately, can no longer be the high quality you want them to be. So you unfortunately have to look to other stuff. So the trophies for this DLC are actually tedious. Good thing I'm not a trophy hunter. Because sweet Jesus.
And you have that same dream every night?
Night after
There
night.
is, but it's like one in a full moon kind of thing.
Time ago and it
Unfortunately.
never ends.
No, it's, one in a full moon. I mean, you're correct. But in that same standard, there's also, for better and for worse, actually, I'll be back shortly. Well, see you shortly. I hope you come back not as short as you previously were, I guess. Be kind of awkward if you came back like 5'1" and you were usually like 5'6". It'd be kind of concerning. But no, like the full moon thing, like, again, it's just one of those things where just what I have found and I've taken the comfort in is, even when things haven't been as great in the past, or even even the current year, you still could find a lot of stuff that is either enjoyable, both on the, I chuckled unfortunately, yeah, you can find stuff both up. Did Henry's eyebrows just do the wave? Sorry, I'm used to more of a Commander Shepard situation where Shepard just stares blankly, maybe blinking ever so often. I'm not used to a character just doing. While they're waiting. I'm not used to that. That caught me off guard. You should play LOE Noir. I'm good. I played it once, and I've watched Super Best Friends play it. It's a game that I've enjoyed on my first playthrough, but I wouldn't say enjoyed on a second one. Plus, I have some issues with the design of that game, but overall I do enjoy it. But oh boy, the amount of pedophiles in that game, like the amount of characters you like. What is it in the Super Best Friends? They're like the casual pedophilia in that game is so rampant. Of like, it was a distinct feeling that every criminal wasn't just an arsonist; they also were touching children, and it was fucking weird. Of like, I get it, we gotta stop him. Yep, shoot him dead. No, wait, why are we just letting our boss go? This guy was having sex with a 12-year-old, and we're just gonna let that go? The fuck is wrong with the 1930s? Sorry, 1940s. Whatever. But no, Crotchley King, if you ever have a moment, take a moment, look at the major AAA titles that were released in the last year, or even last 2 years. Like, just go and take a 2023 games released or 2024 games released, and actually take a look at it and go, how many of these games did I like? How many games did the world at large like? And how many games just weren't received well overall? You will be shocked on how much is still on the positive side. once you actually take a look at it, like a friend of mine tried to have this whole conversation with me a month back about, man, games nowadays suck. It's like, no, hang on, let's go through the list. Okay, that was a banger. That one was good. That one was all right. That one was great. That one sucked. That one was good. That one's great. That one was also great. That one sucked. That one was great. That was good. Like it. What's the saying? When you work in retail, you could have a dozen customers come up to you. You could have 2 really good ones. You could have 9 meh ones that are just normal, nothing of note. But you have that one customer who's an asshole to you. And unfortunately, that one will ruin the whole rest of your day, or at least the next few hours of your shift. Because negatives impact you more than positives, unfortunately. In order for a positive to impact more than a negative, it almost has to quadruple the effect that it would have. You know, using like Marvel movies as an example. In order for a stinker of a Marvel movie or a meh one to be overtaken with like a really good one, you have to have like 4 times as many movies that are good than the ones that are just mediocre or bad. And unfortunately, Marvel's not exactly hitting at its average it was, you know, a decade ago. That's a whole other discussion. But yeah, no, if you're feeling like in a mood of like, man, this industry sucks right now, just take a moment and actually look at stuff and go, you know what? No, we've actually had some pretty good stuff as of late. We had some pretty good stuff. Fuck yeah. Don't misunderstand. There are some stinkers. There's some bad games that deservedly so were bad. But there's a lot of good stuff. It's easy to get overtaken by things suck right now. That's not even mentioning the indie scene. And there is the crucial thing that you always got to remember. Backlog. The backlog. Your backlog of video games that you never touched that came out in the last 20 to 30 or 40 years. Play them. Nothing's stopping you. Anyways.
Have you told anyone about
back to the Virgin Mary?
No. No one at all, except for you. I was afraid people would think I was losing my mind.
Right. Well, it does sound a bit, you know, mad.
I know. Sometimes I think so myself.
I mean,
but
Yohanko wasn't exactly all there in the first
dream
place.
keeps coming back, I think it must mean something.
I mean, Crotchley King. Why the fuck do you think Nintendo wants to absolutely take down every emulation site out there? Is because they know that unless they put it out on their own storefront, which they for some fucking reason don't, they know that if you don't like current Pokemon or current Fire Emblem, current Zelda, you can just go back to when you did like it. And that means they're not making money right now. So, if you're ever in a state of, man, games suck today, I don't really like current Halo, go back and play old Halo. They can't stop you. Until, you know, Elon Musk's, you know, Starlink service gets beamed right into your brain, and then now we don't have a choice in the matter, and we go into full dystopian future. But hey, we're not there yet.
Oh, I don't know. It seems to me you're reading too much into it. It's just a bad dream, that's all. It'll pass.
I thought at least you would understand, if no one else. But I know. I just know. I was thinking, you know, that maybe I should go there, but the truth is, I'm afraid.
Is this
And
the part where
anyway,
you're
I
going to
can't
ask
leave
me to
there.
go there instead,
So,
or to go with you?
I was wondering, since you're here, whether you wouldn't go there and have a look around for me. You're able to take care of yourself. After all, you've been in battle.
I resort to Skyrim modding now and then because I think, no fun games to play. Hey, Crotchley King, if you're not happy with current Assassin's Creed, you can always just turn Skyrim into what you want Assassin's Creed to be. Skyrim is no longer a game. It's a game engine. It's a platform to make your own game on. Motherfuckers are getting tired of waiting for the next Devil May Cry, so they just made Devil May Cry in it. I am pretty sure people are getting tired of waiting for Ace Combat, next Ace Combat game, so they probably are making Ace Combat in there. It's getting wild out there.
If it means you'll be able to sleep peacefully again, I'll go there, but what exactly do you want me to do there?
I don't know. Just go there and see if there's anything weird there, and then come and tell me.
Of course. Take care of yourself, and I hope things get better, with you and Matthias and everything.
Thanks, Henry. Good luck, then.
People who made Star Wars The Starfield. I was going to sit down a couple weeks ago because like there's that big modding project right now in Starfield that is turning into like a full Star Wars conversion, where like there's that one guy's passion project that is making like it's not any one time period in Star Wars. It's like an amalgamation of everything, which is why you see stuff from KOTOR and stuff from the sequels and stuff from Legends all thrown into it. It's because it's literally some dude going, I love Star Wars, but I want to be able to run around and Din Djarin's Mandalorian armor going up against Old Republic Sith, because fuck it, it's cool. Shut up. It's my fanfic anyways. The only thing that turned me off from it, and I'm gonna wait for a couple more major releases on that project to see where it goes, is I'm a little iffy on the whole use of AI right now in general, in everywhere. But when it came to when it comes to that modding project, for me, what's kind of slowing me down is just because it's like, oh, we're going to use like a big like AI thing to allow us to do Star Wars to Starfield, which is cool. And to be fair to the modding project and the whole conversion, the use of AI is very limited, at least as far as I can tell. It's literally just to change it from like, hey, join the Vanguard, to instead join the Empire, right? Like, it's stuff like that, which isn't the end of the world. And again, it's like a mod project, and it's made by, right now it's being made by one guy, so it's like, it's understandable. But I'm gonna wait a couple more updates to either one, to see how far and sensitive the use of AI is in that, for one, and two, more importantly, I kind of just want to wait a little bit longer to see what else is added, because while it looks really cool, it kind of at the moment feels like it's just still Starfield, but with like some Star Wars plans and some Star Wars themed quests. So I'm kind of just waiting for more substantial stuff. Like, I remember back in the day when Legacy of the Dragonborn was announced for Skyrim, and people were when they first released that, I was like, that's cool. I'm gonna wait until you're basically done with it or close, like you have a pretty solid release of that mod, because in its current form, it's not really worth for me to go out of my way to download it. Whereas I could wait a couple years and then check it out, and then we could get some really cool stuff out of it. So it's kind of like how I'm treating, you know, Warhammer Road Trader, where it's like, all right, Road Trader came out, I played a little bit at the beginning, which I didn't even play, I just own it. Like, cause I did that for Pathfinder, and I played a little bit, then I waited a couple years, and then I played Pathfinder. This is what I did for Kingdom Come Deliverance. Is like, okay, game came out, I'm gonna wait until it's fixed, until they update everything, until they add all the cool stuff, and then I'll come and play it then. So that's how I'm treating the Star Wars mod, that big Star Wars overhauls, because to be honest, that's what I'll probably do with Starfield, is this just transferring to Star Wars. Maybe I might throw in some Star Trek stuff in there for funsies, just for my own sake, and maybe a couple other fun sci-fi stuff, like, you know, some Firefly sprinkled in, maybe some Babylon 5 just for a fun measure, and then I'll go have some fun with it. But I mean, like, for me, if they're not paywalling it, using AI seems okay to me. The only thing is just, and this is where my stance is on it. Look, on one hand, I totally get it. Using the AI is way more convenient as a placeholder. I'll just phrase it this way. There are tons of amateur voice actors. Hell, people like me that are like, you know, experimenting with the content creation, experimenting with like potentially going somewhere. Okay, Mutt. You go do your thing, I guess. My bad. You didn't like the water. But if someone, I'm not saying this would be the case, but if, let's say that guy went up to me and went, hey man, can you voice an NPC and this mod project? You know, if I could add that as a voice acting credit on my, on my resume to be like, yeah, you know what? I did some voice work here. Here, you can listen to it. It's amateur as hell. It's not something to write home about. But yeah, I did something. Man, there are many voice actors that would absolutely love to be able to just do that, even for free, or literally getting paid like $5. Here, can you do like a 2-hour session with me? Read the lines. You know, this is a mod. We're not expecting AAA quality, doing your lines over and over again, sort of thing. And there are plenty of places and resources to find people. So, if in the current form of the mod, because it's like they're on what 0.8 release. Let's take a look. The Starfield Star Wars conversion mod. Genesis. Yeah, Star Wars Genesis is what it's called, which they're on 8.3. Let's say 10.0. I haven't looked at the update in a hot minute, to be honest. If like in the next couple updates, if they make it clear to everyone, hey, look, we're gonna start grabbing. We're satisfied with the writing. We're satisfied with way the quests are written out and everything. So now we're gonna grab some voice actors to do some proper voice work. That's what they're gonna do. Fuck yeah. But if they're just gonna keep it as, you know, AI conversion, like you said, if they're not paywalling it, fine. But again, I could probably find you 200 voice actors right now that would do that shit for free, just so they could have a easy credit under their belt.
Stony Channel. Let's see where that leads.
So that's my hang up, is just if it's like if it wasn't as abundant.
Could that be it?
If it wasn't as abundant as it used to be.
Well, this is it. I thought it was supposed to be a big cave. Oh, maybe it's bigger on the inside.
That's what she said. I haven't saved in a hot minute. We should do that before I have to redo everything. Yeah, like AI use isn't the end of the world, and if we can ideally get to the point where AI, basically if AI use isn't taking over creative shit and it does like the monotonous tasks, that'll be fine. As it stands right now, we shouldn't be relying on like AI voice work to take over someone's voice acting. Especially when, again, you can find people that would do that shit for free or like for $5. Like, I don't necessarily always have $5 ready to spend on a given moment, but I certainly could get $5 scattered at some point and hire someone to be like, hey man, do a couple lines for me. You know what I mean? Anyways, what the fuck is happening here?
Skalitz Waffenrock. Maybe Sir Radzig sent someone here to check on things. That didn't turn out too well.
How in Christ's name did they get here?
A shaft leading to the surface. Maybe someone threw those people down here. He looks like he was well healed, judging from what's left of him. Maybe a merchant who took a shortcut this way to avoid paying customs?
You know, if this was a fantasy game, like, you know, Oblivion or something, I'd be like, what creature did this? And I'd be freaking hell out. But since I know this is Kingdom Come, other than maybe like a bear or some wolves, it's gonna be like, okay, what psychopath did this? Which is still freaky in its own way, but it's different. You don't even have to worry about it. Like, our nature to only find work made by humans genuine is enough to stave off that shit. Like, we just know it's AI slop at a glance. Yeah. It gets harder and harder, and there is plenty of stuff that is still like, oh, this is still fun, or this is still like, it still looks cool, but no, it's just what is something that is appreciated is that the bubble, if it has, I don't believe it's bursted quite yet, but like we're heading to that point where like all the companies and the AI bros and all these idiots that are really pushing for it, they're hitting that point where they're realizing, oh wait, this isn't worth it. My favorite thing, you know, despite all the shit I get Pirate Software as of late, as someone who did it like his content at one point, and I'm kind of giving it a little bit before I engage with any of his shit again to see if anything has changed. With at the moment, it seems like nothing has, unfortunately. He made a very valid point where he's like, yeah, you know, companies are trying to have like using AI to write their code. The problem is, all it's doing is it's taking the average code, and a lot of the average code is shit. So he worked in a Blizzard, by the way, if you didn't know. Yeah, you're right. When I worked at Blizzard. Hey, he never said he worked at Blizzard. Only when he said he worked at Blizzard. All right. Okay. It's like, in theory, let's talk about like writing code for a moment. I'm just gonna do this really quick before, since my mind's distracted from the game. In theory, if you could have AI code to like, if you could have AI write your code for you for a game, for example, that's crazy, cool. But the instant that you need to have a human come in after it and fix the code because it's still written like shit, or it's worse, or if the process takes longer than if you just had a human do it in the first place, you have defeated the reason to have AI. Because if you have to pay someone to do the same job at the same rate, then when you went to do it for free or for cheap with the AI, and it takes even longer to get the job done, you have essentially put up the thing of, why the fuck are we doing it this way then? As someone who has worked in retail for 7 years of their life, unfortunately, and who has dealt with some insane decisions made by upper management and by corporate that made my job stupid and slower and harder, it's always impressive when they tell us, do it this way because it's faster. Okay, so you want us to take the inventory out of the bins this way. Yeah, it's faster that way. It seems like, okay, it's faster to pull stuff out of the back room, but it's slower to put stuff in there. Also, whereas before we could put items 5 deep, the system only allows if you could have 2 deep. Also, unlike before where I could handwrite how many is there, and it's easy to understand, it's clear as day to everyone. Instead, now we have to rely on the system to print it out correctly, and we could only go 2 deep for every item. And if you don't put it in correctly, you have to go through a much longer process. And also, now that we're only going 2 deep, we have all this empty space in the back room that we just don't utilize anymore. and backroom space has been a problem. So and now we have pallets of stuff on the floor because we can't do it this way. So why are we doing this new method again? Oh, because it's faster to pick it. Okay, it's faster to pick it, but it's slower everywhere else. And also, it's only faster by like 10 seconds. So why are we doing it this way again? Because corporate said so. Got it. Got it. Fucking hate retail, man. I would rather go work construction again than go back to retail. I don't have the energy for that bullshit again. Man, my throwing on my Walmart vest on the daily, like throwing my vest on and walking through those doors day in, day out, it felt like I was carrying a weight on my chest. Like, I was way less stressed when I worked construction. I was way less stressed when I was fucking unemployed. I was way less stressed when I was doing this caregiving job for my dad and helping him day in, day out. And other than a couple scare moments, taking him to the hospital, I'm way like hell. Even doing this content creation thing and the numbers game and all this bullshit, playing the games I want to do and stuff, I am way less stressed than ever with all that shit combined than I was working retail. Okay. Tony Stark said something about if you're nothing with the suit, you shouldn't have it, which is kind of cheesy, but it's relevant to this. Like, AI should assist you in the field you're already proficient in. Exactly. AI should be used, like, there's like a really good charity that is like really good AI, it's called. That their whole stick is actually trying to be like, no, AI should be used in enhancing stuff, or helping you. It should not be replacing shit. And also, AI should be used in non-creative work in general, because that's where it's good at. It's kind of, it's so fucking funny. These AI bros, okay, fuck it, we're going back in here. These AI bros, these corporations, they forget the whole point of robot and AI, artificial intelligence fiction for the last 100 years. In that it's literally a point. Pick a fucking story about robots. I guarantee one of the major goddamn plot points about it will be, does this unit have a soul? Can an AI dream? Can a robot draw something? Can something do creative? And guess what? Most of the stories either have the answer of no, or if they do give you an answer of yes, it's usually like the Messiah being that is like 1 out of 1 billion that can do it, like Sonny and iRobot. And then even if they can, it's like it's always a conversation of we're opening new doors of like, with Legion and Mass Effect. It's like you're opening new doors to that possibility of what that actually means. And even then, the last point is that they are still artificial intelligence. They are still synthetic. They are a robot. They functionally are different than organic humans. They think differently. They will prioritize things differently. But again, it's like all these AI bros and all this shit, they always forget. Like, the point of all that is that if they are able to do something creative, it's always different than how we view stuff as creative. So, and then this is before we even talk about any fiction that keeps robots as just robots and just unthinking machines, thinking machines. So it's like, have we learned nothing? I try writing stories in Silly Tavern using Gemini. I have to write like fucking hundreds of fucking prompts dictating what creative writing is like to have the AI be as creative as a human can be. And guess fucking what? It's not going to be anywhere near as good if you just took the time to write it yourself. Because it's probably not going to write it nearly as interesting. If at best, it will take some insane swings that you go, what the hell is this? It'll be funny to read and it'd be wild to read, but very rarely will it ever be good. And even if it is even remotely good, it's still going to have a whole bunch of other bullshit added onto it that just won't make the process worth it. Again, we could either do this one way and make it easy overall, or no, we have to arbitrarily change it to justify our jobs and justify its existence and just make the entire process take longer and cost more money. Anyways, it's not creative, it's not consistent, it gets wild for no reason, it's not worth it. Gemini is used for programming anyway. Exactly. Yeah. It's literally, the best way to describe AI, it being used for creative work like art, storytelling, voice acting, visual stuff, whatever. It's literally trying to force a square to be a circle. And it's just not. It's just not. So stop forcing a square to be a circle. Anyways, let's go back to Yohanka's little Virgin Mary quest and all this massacre. Like, what the hell is happening here?
Poor wretch. What did he do to deserve such a fate? Jesus Christ. He was only a boy. Looks like a human, judging by the kaftan. Poetic justice.
Well, that's just racist, Henry.
I can't go any further. The current could sweep me to my death.
And I want to trust that shit anyways. Okay. I'm just gonna take out my bloody sword just in case. I'm gonna say maybe they got rolled over by the huge log, potentially. Oh, hi, Mutt.
Good fella.
Oh, hi, Mark.
That's my boy.
Look at those eyes. Not a thought in between them.
For you. You'll love this.
Not a single thought has entered his brain in the last hour.
Oh, Christ, poor wretch. No doubt he wanted to raise the alarm about the raid on Skalitz, but those bastards got him.
Okay, so for the opening of the mine shaft. Okay, so these corpses didn't get here on their own. Maybe someone carried them in here, although it's more likely they fell down the shaft, or rather they push. I should go see where it opens up above. Okay. Oh shit.
Blood. A lot of it. And it's been here quite a while. Something's very fishy here. It looks like the blood leads to that hut.
This is a lot of blood. Like, oh man, this is bleach levels of blood.
That's odd. It looks like someone is living here. This is very fishy. All those corpses down below.
Hey.
Yo.
What in the name of God are you doing here?
I hid here when Skalitz was raided, and now I'm keeping guard until his lordship returns.
Oh, you belong to the Skalitz garrison?
Yeah. Are you blind or deaf?
Never seen you
thought
before.
There was no one here and you could come and loot the place, did you? Well, you thought wrong, you thieving magpie. And you'll answer to cold steel.
Wait, just a minute. I'm from Skalitz, and I know all the guards. I never saw you there.
Then you can't be from Skalitz, or I'd remember your face.
Oh? Tell me then, what's the name of the miller's daughter?
Yitka.
It's Teresa, you lying bastard.
All right, you got me. I just wanted to hide out here. I figured no one would look for me after what happened. So who sent you here? Yolan of Rocket Sam? On account of me killing his son?
Why'd you kill his son? The fuck? What? Whoa, 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 what the hell's going on here? Inaccurate Witcher perk. Henry didn't crouch down, dip his fingers in the blood, smelled it, and said, "It's blood. Ah, I should use my Witcher sentences. Must be a ghoul. Winds howling." You know what? Fuck you.
Enough. I'm taking you to Sir Radzig to answer for your crimes.
Ha! Come and get me then. I'll put you underground like the others. Prepare to be purged.
You purge?
Is that all you... Christ.
No, I'm just gonna let you bleed out for a moment. What the fuck? Here, I'll eat from your pot. You still bleeding, man? Alright. Well, let's take all this. This for sure. Ah, fuck it, we'll take everything. We'll get some dough out of this. Make this a worthwhile endeavor. Man, I'm not gonna lie, that grub looks tasty. I can see it. We'll eat that with rice. I can see it.
A shield of Sir Radzig's garrison. Strange.
Not sure if you're familiar with the movie Call Me Trinity. There's a part in that movie at the beginning where main guy, he goes and is eating a whole bunch of beans. I do not like beans. I don't care for them. But I have never more in my life wanted to eat some beans than the way he's just has that entire cast iron skillet of beans and that bread that he breaks in half, and he is chowing down on that. That's the only time in my life I've ever looked at and went, I want some beans right now. Holy shit, that looks good. The way you eat the beans, the huge portion must be so heavenly. Like, it's also because of the acting. Like, he's just going, oh, this is good, because he probably hasn't eaten for like a whole day or two, right? Granted. But, man, I've never in my life wanted to eat beans more in that moment. And I don't like beans. I genuinely don't like them. But that looked good to me. Yeah, fuck. We could use some of this stuff. Human ears. That's weird. Yeah, screw it.
God have mercy, this is a small fortune. Fine clothing, armor, and weapons. Serious loot. And a human faceplate helmet. Interesting. It seems this all belonged to those poor wretches down below.
Oh, I leveled up. All right, so foods and movies are so good. I keep watching one video of people eating burgers. Like, what was it? It's like this was Capcom wanting to show off their Resident Evil RE engine to full effect. But like the beginning of Resident Evil 2 remake with the truck driver just eating that burger, and everyone collectively going, man, that looks good. Or like, what is it? It's an anime. It has to be a thing of like, you gotta make your food look amazing. Like Vanillaware, because I just got playing 13 Sentinels. Vanillaware, mwah. Food looks good. Or like the recent Monster Hunter game where they're making grub and you're like, that looks really good. Or like in Dragon's Dogma 2 where they're just, you go and cook and it's just them actually filming. It's just a video of them cooking food. You're like, that looks fucking great. Oh, that looks so good to eat. Yeah, and that Yakuza scene with the bread. Hey, look. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that team, but the bread scene, man, whoever made that and whoever put that together, oh, that was sexy. Like, damn, that bread looked good. And just how he just it's just casually the developers putting their dick on a table and showing off to everyone, going, hey, that looked good, didn't it? You know, whoever made that, whichever developer made that scene work and finalize it all, whoever did that, they went to in the office, they were like, yeah, I did the red scene. Mm-hmm. You know for a fact that's the first thing they put on their resume too. They put like half of the budget on that sequence alone. It was so unnecessarily smooth. Yeah. I like against the odds. Give me a slight bonus to everything when I'm absolutely outnumbered. Okay. How much weight can my dear horse carry? Not a lot. Wait a second. Automod caught your message because it wasn't because, oh, he's fucking or he's eating or bite bread. It caught the message specifically for bread, all right. Whoa, Automod. Okay, I gotta take a look at my Automod again. I gotta take a look at that shit because in what I am now concerned. What context is bread all right? Okay, let's Urban Dictionary. Bread all right. Okay, bread, yeah, refers to money. Brown bread usually refers to dead. I knew that. Bread all right mean anything? No. Okay. Good. I'm not out of touch completely. I got nothing. But I'll read your comment. Ella, in one comment, the script probably said Ichiban takes a bite of bread, and then the animators and modelers all collectively went, oh, he'll eat some fucking bread, all right? Yeah, no. What the fuck is correct? I got nothing. Like, everything in your sentence, that bread all right was the last thing I expected it for Automod to catch. Like, fucking bread, I think would be more accurate. Or, you know, some fucking would have been like, oh, okay, that would make sense, right? Like, okay, sure, it's just making sure everything's kosher. But bread all right was the problem. Everything else in your sentence, okay. Bread all right? Like Dokes and Dexter. Watching you, motherfucker. There's actually quite a niche definition of of sex or slapping sound when two people mating from bread. LOL. You wonder? Do you know what? Do you know what was Kappa Alma in that sentence? Slapping. Not mating. Not sex. Slapping. And like, yeah, bread. Yeah, that makes sense. But you said bread all right. I got what's with all my? I don't fucking know. I gotta go through the settings tomorrow. I'm gonna sit down because I gotta update some chat rules and shit and some other stuff like that. But like, I don't know, man. Bread all right. Mm-mm. Hey, Crotchley King, you'd say if you bring up Brett Allred again, I might not be here to save you. You better watch yourself. Watch yourself, motherfucker. Well, see, now it's fine. What, it works now? Yeah, because I allowed it. Like, once you allow something, then it goes, oh, this is cool now, right? People just say whatever. Yeah. No, man. I don't make the rules. I just make the rules. Okay. The Lord streamer has permitted the bread. And I said to them, let them eat bread. I'm just making sure there's nothing else. Okay, I'm fairly certain I will not be able to hop on my horse because I am too heavy. Yeah. So, horse. We need move the heaviest stuff to our horsey. A lot of people only enable the option Alma to catch bigoted words. Yeah, you would think, but Alma, like, it also catches like some other basic words, like, because there's always, oh, let's fucking go. There's stuff like the benefit, like one of the Alma things I did is I turned off the ability for people to say .com. Yeah. So that way bots that come in here, they get automatically caught. So that way I don't get hit with, you know, a bot trying to send me to, you know, nakedfeet.com or some weird shit. But apparently Alamod also has some basic shit behind the scenes that I don't know about. Namely in terms of bread. Which now I'm just really curious, like, other than like some Urban Dictionary shit, what else can we say with bread? I'm literally the meme right now. Literally the meme. Parry this, you fucking casual. Oh shit, this is not good. Okay, anyone else want to come marching over here? Oh shit, I do not have the inventory space for this. Actually, is there something? Whoa, that was close. Wait, what happened to your health bar? I do not have a health bar. This is hardcore mode, baby. I get to see what my health looks like. I play a guessing game of seeing how well my health is doing. I guess the visual cues are enough to gauge, kinda. We're about to find out. Oh, shit. This is all she wrote. Get off me, you mutt. Whoa. Shit.
I'll squash you like the louse you are.
God damn it! I couldn't turn around fast enough, and I saved right before I talked to that guy. Son of a bitch. And then I don't think I saved after I fought him. Son of a bitch. Alright.
What in the name?
Prepare to be purged.
Fuck it, I'll just punch you to death. How about that? Something he wouldn't expect. Okay, fine, I'll pull out a sword.
Get him.
You call that combat?
Right in the throat. That's what she said. Okay. Take all your shit. Don't mind me. Stabby, apologies, Dan. Bit of a school emergency. If you're streaming later, I'll stop by. Hey, man, don't you sweat it. I will be streaming. Video will be up. I appreciate you stopping by, but hey, you got stuff in your life. Do not sweat a thing. I fully understand. You have no obligation to me other than what you are willing to give. I'm not going to be like some of those gooner chicks that are like, hey, you must donate to me. You must spend your time here.
God have mercy, this is a
Like, man, I'm not going to give you any feet pics.
fine clothing, armor, and weapons.
So, appreciate it, bud.
Serious loot, and a human faceplate
Yeah.
held there.
Oh.
Interesting. It seems this all belonged to those poor wretches down below.
Nah, we're just vibing right now.
A shield of Sir Radzig's garrison. Strange.
Okay, we need to separate by weight. Whoopity. Oh. There we go. There we go. And now that I fought that guy, I will save here. So that way I can there we go. Run. All right. I could fight these bandits. Problem is right here. And we're all the way up here. They're over here. I don't really have any major vendors over in Henrytown yet, unfortunately. And Melia Head over here doesn't really have anything either. I don't believe Samopish has anything. It's a bit of a ride, and I don't feel like going back and forth to try and get some loot So we'll go back another time. Check that out. I mean, there's gonna be bandits aplenty. There's always bandits around. Besides, what I got right now gonna make me plenty of money. Yeah, in case I believe I answered this, but in case I only said it in an offhand way, yeah, Crotchley King in hardcore mode. The visuals enough. You know, the visual element of Henry being at, you know, bloody dead. It's enough. I heard some commotion. I'll be right back. Apologies for that. My nephew has come over with my brother, and yeah, they just made some little commotion, like ah, and everything. But unfortunately, through a door and a hallway and some other stuff, and a couple walls that are not like soundproof that much, but there is some stuff on the wall, some stuff around here to kind of make it so it's not so echoey. Sometimes a commotion of hey, what's up, and sound like ah. So and with a couple things that have happened in the last few months, I'm not necessarily, you know, mother birthing, you know, helicoptering my dad of making sure he's doing all right, but there is an aspect of I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just not gonna assume. I'm just going to go take a look for myself. And hey, if it turns out this is a waste of time and I'm just saying hi, then I use the opportunity to maybe have a chat or make some small talk or just see what he's doing, or just give him a cool little update on what I'm doing, like as an excuse. You know, sometimes it's like a perfect opportunity for just a quick little conversation or some, you know, positivity in the house. And there's a few occasions where it's like, yeah, you know what? It was a good idea. I came outside. I came out there to see how things are going. But, you know, I digress. Yeah. What we need to do is come back to go back to Sasso, not come back. Go back to Sasso. I got loot to sell. I live with my dad. He's fine. Sometimes I worry if they sleep too long or stay still longer than I'm used to, because there's an aspect of me during the day that day comes. Yeah. Not to get into it. Back in June, literally days after his birthday, my dad had to stay 5 days in the hospital. He's all fine now. We're still dealing with some after effects, and you know, there is some other health concerns that we're currently trying to nail down and either make it so it's more livable for him or make it easier. But yeah, it's one of those things that is always a concern. You always gotta keep an eye out for it, unfortunately. You know, it's not that's gonna go away just because you don't like it. Sucks, but them's the breaks. No, my late dog Sophie, before she passed away, unfortunately, it was a common thing because she liked to sleep like the dead. Like, even when she was a puppy, she would sleep absolutely still, and you would barely see her chest breathing, moving. And we were concerned. It's just like, turns out it's because the way her fur was and how she was as a dog, the way she slept, it was like deep breaths. So, there there was a number of situations when she was around, no matter what, like when she was a puppy to in her final days, that, you know, I'd take a look at her and be like, Sophie? And I would shake her awake, and she would wake up all tired and annoyed as hell that I woke her up in the middle of the goddamn night, or, you know, because dogs are like this, in the middle of the goddamn day. Because they sleep 17 hours out of the day. And she would be like, what's going on? And I'd be like, oh, it's okay, girl. I'll pet her and be all happy and everything, and, you know, give her some loving. But every time she would wake up with the most confused look on her face, or be like, why am I being woken up now? Do you have food? No? Get out of here. Oh, loves? Okay, I'll take loves. I'll take some loves. You know, tummy rubs are always appreciated. I know, I spend time as much with him as I can because I don't want him to feel alone. Yeah. No, currently my dad has a old buddy that might as well be his brother. Came by to visit with some other friends, and some of his other buddies, and no, he only has $400. Shit. Well, we can make do here. And like right now they're having a time of their life at the moment. That does 72, that does 60. Okay, we'll get rid of this one. Yeah, it's how they were visiting, they were having a ton of great time hanging out and everything. They had to leave, unfortunately, but my dad's might as well be his brother is hanging out for a while yet, and yeah, he's cool, he's great, and he's able to keep an eye on my dad, so I feel less inclined to have to constantly run back and forth like I normally would for at least the next couple days, because, you know, he's staying in the same room with him. I don't have to worry about anything. You need to check the basket, because I need to take some stuff away. Do you have anything I want? Homie, you have jack and shit. Boot. Move that. And I could probably haggle to something
I'd like
in the
to discuss
ballpark
the
of
price.
400.
Well, we can try it.
What?
Yeah, it's the only reason I feel even remotely comfortable not taking as frequent breaks as I normally would in the past couple of days, just simply because I know, hey, there's people there. I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about a thing. Well, I still have to worry, but I don't sweat it nearly as much as I normally would. Speaking of, let me just check something. I'm gonna check the streams in a second, so I'm just making sure the streams are doing all right. All right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Okay, what I need to do is throw some heavy stuff onto my horse. There we go. Now I can ride. All right, ride with Norman Reedus. I keep bringing that shit up all the time. Mostly because the last time I played Death Stranding, the last little bit I remember before I took a break from that game, and I just never went back to it, unfortunately. On the channel, it's gonna be different. But like that was like one of the last bits I remember hearing was like, if you're riding around, and then on the radio plays like an ad for Riding with Norman Reedus, and fucking Sam, who played by Norman Reedus, goes, "Man, that sounds like a good show," and I'm like, "Are you fucking serious? This is so blatant. I love it." It's like with the Monster Energy drink bullshit in the game, where it's just, it's so blatant of just, we don't care, we're having fun with the ad. Or like, it's like the Final Fantasy 15 thing with Cup of Noodles, where it's just, they don't care. No one cares. It's just, they're having fun with it. Let's have fun with it. We're not gonna take this seriously. And you know what? It works. I'm stuck on a bush.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, he says, really? Whoa. I'm not gonna say like, oh, all corporals are evil and they just want your money. Like, that's obvious. It's a matter of the product is worth the money. Like, shareholders detain shit when they don't even game. Whoa. It's also especially funny when shareholders don't even know what the product they're trying to sell is. Like, there's a bit that happened a couple weeks back, or I think a month ago at this point. No, it was a couple weeks back. Playing some games with some friends. Hashtag, shout out to my friend Michael. And we were talking about the upcoming Mortal Kombat movie. And he's all like, because I had to explain to him like how many Mortal Kombat movies there were, the shows, the online series, all this stuff. I basically gave him a rundown. Like, there's not just the 190s movie. There's all this other stuff. He went, oh shit, he didn't even realize like there's that much Mortal Kombat, movies out there, more or less the games. But what was funny is he made the mistake of misunderstanding what Mortal Kombat was, because he then proceeds to tell me when I told him about it and what it is and everything, and like, oh, this is what movies there are and this is what they're doing with the second movie and all this. He proceeds to then not look at me, like he proceeds to say to me, oh, so they're definitely, so John Cena's probably going to be Guile then, right? I went, what?
Good fella.
And he's like, well,
That's
obviously, okay, they haven't shown anything, but like that means they're probably gonna have John Cena come in as Guile. And I went, Michael, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, Guile's a Street Fighter. And he went, oh my god, this is why I don't play fighting games. I say all this because that's very much how shareholders are with a number of games, where there's a good chunk of the time they'll be thinking, like, they'll just be talking to a company and be like, we want to make more money, do this. Okay, you do realize we're talking about Pokemon, right? Yeah, this isn't Call of Duty, so give them guns. No. Then Pal World comes along and goes, yeah? Pokemon with guns? We could do that. Yeah. In fact, that's our entire advertising campaign. Sell, not the sell. Did I sell the scarf? I sold the scarf. Son of a bitch. Well, Henry, I sold your scarf. And I didn't even realize it. And quite frankly, I don't feel like writing all the way back to that guy. But you can always buy back from him. That's a good meme. That's a good meme, Solomon. That's a good meme. I'm gonna carry around the shields for a minute. We're gonna sell that. I'm gonna sell that. Ugly ass shield. Okay, let's be frank here. I'm not gonna eat this. I'm not gonna eat that. Atmos is gonna go bad, but I'm gonna treat them like a smoked sausage. So I don't need the carrots. I don't need that. I don't need this. I'm gonna keep the apples. I'm gonna keep a jet of apples. All right. Give me some fucking money, man. And yes, you bet your sweet ass.
Well,
I'm going to haggle you. Give me more.
Satisfied?
less.
Less. More.
See now?
And like that, I got 4.5K. I used to think Johnny Cage to be the most badass guy ever. He was a loving family of fighters. He's a fucking star. He's still pretty cool. I mean, it's still hilarious that his original motivation for joining the Mortal Kombat tournament is literally, people think I don't do my own stunts. Fuck it, I'm gonna show everyone. I do cool stuff. I do cool martial arts. This is all me, baby. I would absolutely kill the trailer for the new Mortal Kombat movie with the amazing, the absolute phenomenal Carl Urban playing Johnny Cage, which is awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Hey, who's there? What?
Where are you guys?
Hey! What do you want? You've no business.
Mrtka!
Hey, come back here. Come back here.
Shit! Is that the best you can do?
But yeah, having the amazing Carl Urban play Johnny Cage is great. On top of that, I would absolutely sit down and watch an entire movie of Citizen Cage. Bet your ass I would. You guys had nothing. It occurs to me I probably could have spoken to them. But I obviously didn't. Mostly because when I pulled up, it seemed like they were going to take umbrage with my existence, so I took umbrage with their lives. You are guarding nothing. Hey girl, how you doing? I love that piece of art right there. Actually, I've used that for inspiration for creating a character I'm writing in a story. Or open as Johnny Cage feels weird. Maybe I have a mindset of a 1-to-1 adaptation. I mean, it's also one of those things that you just don't expect Karl Urban to be a martial artist or have any of that. So I'm curious what they'll do. Like, he looks like, you know, he looks like he got into some shape. Like, he's always been a guy that's been in decent shape in his life, but as far as I've been seeing in his movies, something I always appreciate about him as an actor is that he commits to the role and fully gets into it and fully like he goes into it and goes, okay, I want to do the research. Like, him as Dredd, as Judge Dredd, was phenomenal. Not many actors are willing to just have this part of the face, just that part at all times, only being seen and being obscured by a big fuck ass helmet. Not many actors are willing to do that. And also, he did the research. He went and read like a bunch of Dredd comics, or at least got the clip notes, and got the notes on, like, you know, different characters and, you know, villains and story arcs and stuff like that. And he's made it clear he would be down to do another Dredd movie. But yeah, no, he commits to his roles. Like, he committed to his role in Lord of the Rings, commits his role in The Boys, Dredd, etc. Hey, every time I've seen him in a piece of work, I think, yeah, this is gonna be great. So, yeah, I don't. Johnny Cage being like a martial artist that is basically Van Damme, but, you know, more of a jokey character. It's not something you expect Karl Urban to be able to do. I know the dude could sword fight, but I don't know if he can do the martial arts stuff. It seems like they're gonna do it in the movie, but we'll see. Because in my head, when I heard that he was announced for the role, in my head they were gonna go the route, because the new Mortal Kombat movies are different enough as is already. In my head, what I thought they were gonna do was, Johnny Cage is actually, like, he doesn't actually do any of his own stunts or martial arts, and he's kind of a phony. And go that route with it. I wasn't sure what route we were going to be taking this character. It seems like they're going to go more of like what you expect Johnny Cage to be, which is cool. I appreciate that. I like that. Genuinely do. Nice having characters being more in line with who they are. You know what? That's gonna make. Yeah, what was that? What? That wasn't even a sentence. Those were barely even words. I just threw together a string of sounds that sounded vaguely like something. What I was trying to say was that
God's blessings.
you're not making a view, huh? Yeah, no, exactly.
So what are you
what I was trying to say is that the Gravedigger perk is going to make it easier for me to carry around a body, because it won't cost any stamina, which is important, and they won't weigh as much, which is also very important. That's why I attempted to say. What I ended up saying, whatever word salad came out of my mouth and I put down on the table and presented to you, you have every right to be like, what the fuck is this? To quote Dante from DMC4, what the hell is this? Yeah. That was a wild one. As Zoomers say, what is blood yapping about? Yeah. Sweet Jesus. Sweet liberty, I have no idea.
Henry.
So that place you dreamt about. Actually, no, hey, let's see.
I brought you something.
That's sweet of you.
Some meat. Did we get meat? Yeah, let's get rid of the meat.
Thank you so much. This will help us a lot. We've barely got enough to eat, you know?
Glad to be of help. I was in that cave that you dreamt about.
Oh? Tell me, what did you find there?
Well, it was a bit strange. No cave, no hellfire, just an abandoned mine shaft. Although at the end of it, there was quite a nasty surprise.
What was there?
Dead bodies. A lot of dead bodies. All murdered.
God have mercy.
Murdered?
There was this fearsome warrior up above the shaft. He murdered a lot of people and threw their bodies down the shaft to hide them. He went for me too. He fought like a demon, but I overcame him in the end. His reign of terror is over.
Mary, Mother of God, thank you for going there, Henry.
You know, I used to mock people that hate changes, but kind of funny I hate the new lingo now. It happens. Inevitably, when you're no longer inside, it's kind of like, the best way to describe it, you're no longer a part of the inside joke. So when you have to do the awkward thing of asking what's the joke, guys, I don't get it, or you weren't there to understand what the joke is, it does suck when you're on the outside. And sometimes for some people the response is to go, I fucking hate this, right? I'm not sure if you were paying attention to the stream earlier, yesterday's stream, but we were giving our friend Tom some shit about an inside joke him and Moth have, because with the people that he works with and some other friends he has, they have a joke where they reference the Fairly Odd Parents scene where he goes, like, one of the characters go, she said she was 12. Like, it's in reference to like a food or something. I don't know. I can't remember the exact context anymore, but that's what they're referencing. But he likes to just say that line, and he threw that at us without any context of what he was talking about. So we thought he was talking about something much different. So, you know, it's one of those days where, like, not being part of the inside joke, or potentially just not being part of that same humor base, kind of makes it awkward for everyone involved. In that same way, not quite getting, the current lingo, when they go, yo man, that's fire, that's straight fire, can be cringy and annoying if you're outside that, because you're not part of the inside joke, man. You're not part of it anymore.
I won't forget that in a hurry. It almost cost me my life. Anyway, all's well that ends well, right?
In the well.
I hope so. But you know what?
Oh God.
I had another dream. A different one.
Does this one involve a succubus?
Yes. While you were away, I collapsed and slept like the dead. Brother Nicodemus even roused me in the end, because he was worried. And in that dream, the Virgin Mary appeared to me again, and I think she's trying to give me a message. She's trying to warn us.
Warn us?
Yes. It all makes sense, can't you see? That other dream about the cave, that was a test. Our Lady was testing
This
me,
is how religion
and now
is formed.
Now she wants to give me a message.
That straight fire is normal. I hate when people go, yo, that's some goofy ass shit. And I go, shut up. I mean, hey, you say straight fire is normal, but there's a crowd of people older than us that very much, well, older than me, I'll phrase it that way. I don't know how old you are. For all I know, you could be like 92 years old. Or even 12. Somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe. I'm 24. Okay. You're 24. Or maybe you're 42 and you just flip the numbers around. Or maybe you are 12. 37? 92? We'll go with 92 for now. Well, like, what do you mean? But yeah, like that straight fire, I guarantee you go and say, Dio, man, that was straight fire to a crowd of like 50-something-year-olds. They'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? I hate kids these days.
But I was the one who went there, not you.
That's true. But I sent you there. I think that was enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had another dream, would I? Our Lady was testing whether I would understand her message.
It doesn't make sense.
But it doesn't make sense. There was no cave, just an old mine shaft, and no devil, just a murderer. Evil, but mortal.
But that's just it. Evil things are happening because we are sinful. We need to change our ways. And the Virgin wants to help us do it. That cave, or mine shaft, or whatever. It makes sense. The Virgin Mary wanted us to prevent evil doing, and we did. Thanks to you, murdering innocent people. What is that but the devil's work?
I suppose.
Okay.
What message are you talking about?
I'm not sure exactly what Our Lady wants to tell me, but I think I should tell the people. All of them. I can't just keep this to
What,
myself.
that you're the messenger of the Virgin
I
Mary?
don't know. It sounds a bit presumptuous.
No.
Yeah.
No, it all makes sense.
And there's a lot
Mary,
of ego here.
Mother of God, heard my prayers. I prayed every evening that she would heal Matthias, and she answered my prayers. First she tested me, and then, when I passed her test, she appeared to me again. Now I must do her will, and pass on her message. And when I've done all she's asked of me, then she will heal Matthias.
That's... I'm noticing a trend with Johanka. Holy fuck, yeah. I'm going kids these days. I used to mock people who say that, and now you have become what you were sworn to destroy. And you are claiming to be only 24, and you're already at that point. Imagine where you'll be in another 24 years.
Well, I don't know. It all sounds a little... well, crazy. Why would the Virgin Mary choose us, that is you, to speak to?
I don't know why she should choose me, but that's what's happened, and I can't refuse her, can I?
I don't think...
I'd say you're having peculiar dreams, and that's all. It'll pass. I've been through something similar myself. I had a strange dream, too, not so long ago. It was after Runt nearly killed me in Skalitz. I was back there again, in the middle of all that slaughter. It was dark everywhere, and I was carrying the sword Pa made for Sir Radzig. I had to fight my way through humans who looked like demons of hell. I found my parents, and then I woke up.
You see? It must mean something. These things come to you for a reason.
It came to me in a dream.
But what do you want to do about it?
I should... well, like I said, I should go on the town square and tell everyone what Our Lady showed me in my dreams. Won't you come with me? I'd feel so much better if you were there with me.
Okay, I will help you. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet liberty. I'll be the freaking angry grandpa from Up. Up's a great movie. That's one of Pixar's better movies. They hit it out of the park with that one. They literally hit it up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make puns. Puns are bad. Puns are the work of
I'll be there.
Anti-democratic.
Thank you, Henry. Come first thing in the morning
conspiracy,
and we'll go together. Or if you
theorists.
want, you can rest here. I'll take care of you and wake you up when it's time to go.
Pixar knows what we want. Look at the way they depict moms. Yeah, no, Rule 34 has certainly run rampant with Mrs. Incredible, huh? Especially given the fact that she could stretch shape part of her body, so she just wants to look that thick.
Thanks. I certainly could do with a rest.
God be with you.
I do appreciate in the last few recent years, though, there's a definite impression that Hollywood is starting to understand that people really like giant muscular women. I think despite everything, whatever your feelings on She-Hulk, that broke a barrier for some people. Because I've been noticing a lot more focus on having women with muscles.
Morning, Henry.
And more
Come
importantly, them being big ladies. And if you make him a thick mom, all the better.
How's life here in Sasau?
Strengths of both,
Much the same as
weaknesses
in
of
Starlet.
neither.
That is, before everything. It's quieter now. Most of the work has been done, and everyone is waiting to see what the harvest will be like. Then everyone will be on their feet from dawn to dusk.
I pray it'll be a good harvest, so we have supplies for winter and enough to seed in spring.
God's truth. A couple of bad harvests and we'd be in danger of famine. Well, let's hope it will be good. Every grain counts.
The problem with She-Hulk wasn't because of what she is. I didn't watch the show, but people have been saying she's such a Mary Sue. No. As someone who has watched the show, far from a Mary Sue. It's like it's that unfortunate Venn diagram of people that do have genuine criticism or concerns with the show, and the people that are sexist pieces of shit. Unfortunately, they have a common ground of things they are saying. So, a good chunk of what you heard online or people complained, it's them absolutely hating the shit from the jump. And the people that do have genuine criticisms or just things they just don't like often get lumped into the same category because unfortunately they sound very similar to each other at times. Or they can. She-Hulk wasn't my favorite Marvel show. It's not the worst Marvel show. It has that going for it. Secret Invasion. Or if you want to really extend the radius, that's Inhumans. Oh, so they start nitpicking and magnifying on it. Kind of. She-Hulk is a fourth wall breaking character, similar to Deadpool. But whereas Deadpool is like there's a different charm to a different way it breaks the fourth wall. She-Hulk is weirdly enough, it's more in line with like Malcolm in the Middle sort of fourth wall breaking, and that sort of vibe. The finale is not great. I didn't really gel with the finale. Parts of it I thought were hilarious, but there are parts of it I didn't really gel with. The rest of the show I thought worked for the most part. It has some foibles, and there is a bit of an aspect. Again, this is stuff that people blow out of, like, this is like fragile masculinity shit. When She-Hulk kind of just starts to intuit how to be a Hulk a lot faster, part of it's because she already has an established understanding with seeing what her cousin, Hulk Banner, has been doing for most of his life as a Hulk. So she already has a bit of an understanding on things. That, and she can kind of morph back at will without much of an issue compared to Banner because it affected her differently. So of course you got a whole bunch of, Andrew Tate, shitlords coming in going, women, bad, can't handle it.
Especially now. With all
Also,
sorts of
I'll get
bandits roaming the country, and a great army too.
fuck is that? I'll be honest with you. I almost had a knee-jerk reaction of wanting to ban that emote. I zeroed in on. I've not done that with chat ever, other than zeroing in on someone on like a sex bot. I saw that and immediately went, "What the fuck are you posted here?" I use that's what they all say. No, you're fine. It's fine. It's cool. I will say this: forget everything else you heard. All you need to know is there's that part in the trailer. It's also a great part in the show where she's looking at that one hot dude, and that dude is like, "I'm down for She-Hulk." And then when she picks him up, he is completely down for She-Hulk. That's all you need to know for that one sequence. It's like it's like the best way to describe the show is like the show is about like a basic identity, a crisis of identity, because everyone wants She-Hulk and not want her when she's normal. Ironically enough, the first guy that gives her any of that is Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil. And this is also, ironically enough, of the relationships Matt has had in MCU, his relationship with She-Hulk is probably the best one. Like, the one with Karen, unfortunately, crashed and burned. I mean, it's still solid, but crashed and burned. Elektra was toxic, and his current new GF that is a psychiatrist and the current Daredevil Born Again isn't great. So, that's all I'll say on that matter.
I hope Sir Radzig and Sir Hanush get it all sorted out before the harvest.
If those marauders carry on, they'll plunder the whole province. And then where will we be?
Well, the best thing would be to hide the supplies. Bury them underground, so the bandits don't find them.
But what if they threaten the villagers? Most people would be happier to give up their supplies than have their farms burnt down or their livestock herded off.
Livestock can be hidden in the woods. Pa told me about it once.
Maybe. But you can't hide a farmhouse, or whole families. What if they take your children and threaten to cripple them, or the farmers? You can't do much work in the fields with your arms broken. And in the winter it's even worse. They might as well dig your grave.
Sir Radzig would never allow that to happen, though. He'd come with his garrison, and those bastards who harassed his subjects would soon be hanging from the nearest tree.
I'd be happier, though, if they all moved on and left us in peace.
What if they don't move on, though? Then the only answer is cold steel.
You men and your endless fighting.
Cold Steel. Cold Steel? So we're gonna be playing like a weird Japanese first-person shooter. And then the sequel set in the West. That's even better.
They said
Which was really fun.
until St. Havel's Day.
Now that's still a long way off.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't enjoy MCU. It isn't made for like further thought discussion. Hey, there's some of it is like the Thunderbolts actually has like a really great ending without giving things away. It's Thunderbolts, the message at the end is very much you cannot fight depression. You cannot punch it down. Is what I'm trying to say. What you need is you need to, if you try to fight depression with anger or more depression, or try to push it down, it only will make things worse. Whereas if you reach out to people, whereas you try to be happy and find a way for yourself to be happy, it won't magically cure it overnight. It won't. It doesn't. But it will make things better, and it will make it make for a much easier time in your life. It blew me away that's what the whole finale of Thunderbolts was. The whole finale of Thunderbolts isn't even a fight. It's actually just both a metaphor and also a literal discussion about depression and how to handle it. And was absolutely astonishing that the finale was about literally power of friendship is conquering all. But in like like an actual good way, and not just like an anime sort of way of everyone, powers combined shooting a laser beam, right?
I know. On St. Havel's Day, the payments come from the surrounding villages and the outlying farms.
They could have their moments, but it's also like, there's also a very valid discussion about the necessity of popcorn media, where you just want to watch some superheroes kick some ass for a couple hours. Don't misunderstand, as someone who is an MCU fan and has been enjoying their time with it, not everything works. Some of that shit sucks. The fuck happened with Thor: Love and Thunder? Or Eternals? Or whatever that bullshit was, Secret Invasion. That sucked.
Some of them are supposed to pay in chickens, eggs, or other things, but a lot pay in groschen. Then they might give us more. Since we're going to the market square, I could buy some meat at the butcher's.
You buy that often?
Is this a date?
I thought you said you had to save every groschen you can.
To be clear, this is not what we're down for. I'm here to help you.
How's that?
You know they're forbidden to eat red meat. It's a sin. Saint Benedict forbade it.
I didn't know that.
Neither did I until recently. But that's not all.
It's almost like the half the shit that they talk about is made up or just that one person's own personal viewpoint, Johanka. It's almost like they thought they had all the answers, but they didn't. But maybe she'll figure it out, or more accurately, I'm gonna get dragged into even more
The thing
sanity.
is, they have an exception to the rule. They can eat red meat if they're sick, so they recover faster. Then, it's not a sin.
So generic, lol. Like, Deadpool vs. Wolverine is kind of underwhelming. They made the threat so world-ending because the writing is so lazy. Deadpool and Wolverine. Deadpool, Wolverine. Okay. My brain autocorrected Deadpool versus Wolverine to Deadpool and Wolverine. So that's wild how that happens. I get it. You know, again, on one hand, I totally get what you're saying, where like it's lazy writing to have like the threat to be a world-ending, like end of the world threat. That's a fair discussion. And to be clear, not everything should be that. But sometimes part of like the experience, quite literally, is the whole quote unquote journey. The point isn't to, when you go and watch Deadpool and Wolverine, to go and see how, you know, if they're going to save the day or not, to stop a villain from destroying the multiverse or parts of the multiverse or become a conqueror. That's not what you're there for. That is literally there in service for Deadpool and Wolverine. So, you know, it's like Mass Effect with the Citadel DLC. It's a whole silly plot. You're fighting an evil clone. You're doing some other shenanigans. It's an excuse for your party that you've had for 3 games to go and have an actual party where everyone gets shit-faced drunk and has a whole bunch of inside jokes. You know, on one hand, you could view the overall arching plot as lazy, and that's fair. That can be fair. But sometimes the counterpoint is you have to like realign yourself and go, okay, what is the point of what you're watching or experiencing? Some things are not being made for like deeper meaning. Some things are being made for literally just the fun part of having Deadpool and Wolverine on screen together and that entire journey. And the only reason why they are together is just so they can have like them go and fight a boss at the end and seeing some cool shit. Literally at the end when they're holding hands while Madonna is playing, that's the point of the finale, not that, you know, the villain's trying to take over the world. It's the point of it is Madonna playing while Deadpool and Wolverine hold hands and save the day. That's what you're there for. Also, Hugh Jackman's abs.
So some of them are always coming along with all sorts of ailments, so they can lie around in the infirmary and eat meat. Of course, the monks have precedence, so I have to go to the butcher's. And then there's not enough money for other things.
Well, well, you learn something new every day.
I've even heard
So
tell
you'll
that
see his
there
fan
was a
service,
monk
yeah.
who tried to keep pigs in a pond at one time.
Why on earth would he do that?
To prove they're water creatures. The monks are allowed to eat water creatures, you see. Not only fish, but even beavers and the like.
I did enjoy No Way Home, but because of nostalgia bait. Yeah, I mean, again, that's another thing, is like, sometimes the deeper writing is because you want to have all these characters on screen together. You know, it's like, you know, not every movie needs to have a deep, well thought out story like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where there's like a deep meaning at the end and or throughout the whole journey, and it's an unforgettable experience. Sometimes what you need, or like, you know, or another example is like, not every Godzilla movie is going to be Godzilla -1. None of them has to. Sometimes what you need is just Godzilla 2000, where it's just Godzilla fighting a weird space alien rock. Right?
That's good. I'd never come up with something like that. And how did it end up?
I don't know. Maybe they drowned.
Ben
That's
drowned?
good, though. I must remember that one.
Hey.
Hey.
Oi.
Oi.
Tell me, how is it being in the service of Sir Radzig?
Well, it's a wonder he took me on at all after I lost his
They
sword
record
at
that in a
Scarlet.
different booth.
But it's great for someone like me. I lost everything, and he gave me a second chance. And even a new home of sorts, if you know what I mean.
As always.
I understand.
Thanks, Scooter. Not to worry, I'll be fine. I'll go.
Yeah, that's one line was recorded in a different booth than the rest of her lines. That was weird.
I'm glad you found your feet with Sir Radzig. That you found your place in the world again, and that...
Yeah. Don't worry. You'll surely find your place too, eventually.
I hope so.
What's up, Mutt?
Listen, when she visits you, the Virgin Mary, what does she look like?
Like I said, like that picture above the altar. She just appears in a kind of golden glow, in a blue cloak.
And then?
Then she beckons to me, and things start to appear. Pictures of all kinds. They look like the paintings in church, but moving, glowing with fire and lots of colors and this golden light.
My, that's really something.
You know, I kind of realized how art is to make Star Wars interesting. Revan kind of border on nonsense because of him going Jedi, Sith, and Jedi again. What about the Exile, who is a super strong OC that is a wound in the Force that has the ability to literally influence everyone around them more so than like a Persona protagonist, and has the power and ability to usurp Revan in ability, at least in KOTOR 2's case. Then they got nerfed because they had to, because holy shit, Exile's OP as hell. Like, I mean, Star Wars can be interesting, and there's time for Andor and writing like in Andor for Star Wars. Then there's times like in Revenge of the Sith, with the ending of Revenge of the Sith with Obi-Wan and Anakin. And then there's times where you just want to watch an episode of Clone Wars where Jedi fight some droids and kill everything and quip. There's a place for everything. Now, not everything has to be high art, deeper meaning, message behind it all. Sometimes it's as simple as you just want to see laser swords swing around for a little bit.
How is Matthias doing?
No change.
I enjoy Star Wars
He's lying in
more
a fever
when
and
lightsabers are in the
nothing
picture.
else.
Rogue Trader, fucking cinema.
I'm really afraid for him.
That's
He'll
fair.
get better. Don't you worry. He's a tough little bugger. No fever is going to beat him.
I hope you're right. Actually, it does look like his fever is dropping a bit. But maybe that's just wishful thinking.
Rogue Trader. I was wondering why you were talking about Rogue Trader out of nowhere, but I'm like, I'll just roll with it. No. But you meant Rogue One. That's fair. No, like, hey, but it's funny you say, oh, it doesn't have any lightsabers in sight. Then what the fuck was Donnie Yen doing, huh? Motherfucker was all but a Jedi, walking around like I'm one with the Force and the Force with me. He's walking with a stick. You bet you know for a fucking fact if he had a laser sword, he would be super cool. And you know for a fact you had a thought in the back of your mind, whether you admit it or not, where you're sitting there going, how cool would it be if he pulled his stick off and turned out to be a lightsaber and he started mowing down stormtroopers? Don't lie. You thought it. I know you did. We all did. But yeah, like there's a place for stuff like Rogue One, stuff like Andor, and also stuff like Ahsoka, stuff like Obi-Wan.
What are you actually going to do when we get to the market?
Stuff like KOTOR.
Actually, I haven't thought about it much.
Hell, there's
I
stuff
have
for
to
like Lego
pass on
Star
a
Wars.
message from Our Lady to the people. So I'll stand somewhere and tell them what I saw in my dream.
Okay, true, but the fact he just had a staff and fighting off dudes was badass, and he was blind. I had a nickel for every time I saw Diane be blind and fought off dudes with a stick or a sword-like object in a major cinematic movie in Hollywood that we came out to the masses. I would have more than a few nickels. And it was cool every time.
Like the itinerant preachers who are always wandering around the land.
I see. And have you ever done anything like that?
No, I haven't. But it can't be all that hard, can it?
I couldn't say. I'm sure you can do it.
Our Lady will guide me.
I'm sure she will. You know what, Yohanka? I believe that you believe. I believe that your faith is strong enough that could get you through this. So maybe that's what you need, is just to have that faith, because you are going to need it for this bullshit you're about to try and pull.
Right, girl. Time to go and spread the word of the Blessed Virgin.
We're gonna save so I don't want to go through this walk again. Rogue Trader was so interesting. I wish it was a show, but I guess there's Andor. Rogue One. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with me? I won't say it. You've got Rogue Trader on the brain.
Henry, I'm a bit worried. I never spoke to people like that before. I've no idea what to say. They'll all laugh at me.
I should just play it again. You can do it. I'll advise you. Let the Virgin. Okay, you know what? You're all about the Virgin Mary. Let her guide you.
Have no fear. You can do it. If you didn't have what it took, Our Lady wouldn't have chosen you, would she?
I suppose you're right. But it's still hard for me.
Think of Matthias. You want him to recover, don't you?
Yes. If I don't let her down, she'll surely heal him for me.
Probably.
Enough beating around the bush. Go and let him have it.
All right. Here goes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh boy.
The Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary came to me in a dream, and she showed me things I've never seen before. A great city, a great and beautiful city it was, great and beautiful, with many spires, tall spires, golden in the sunlight. And around the city was a mighty wall. All this she showed to me. But then the city was suddenly engulfed in flames. The earth began to shake and the gate burst open. Holes opened up in the ground, and from them beasts of hell leapt forth. They broke down the walls and stormed the city through the broken gate. And the beasts hunted down all the sinners. They sank their fangs into their burning flesh and tore them to pieces mercilessly. And the sinners screamed and tried to flee them, but it was in vain. But then Our Lady appeared. Mary, the Holy Mother of God. She covered the whole city in her cloak, smothered the flames, and drove out the beasts. The penitent sinners came out of the city, knelt before the Virgin in prayer, and thanked her for their salvation. That is the vision that came to me. And I believe this message was not meant for me alone. It was a warning to us all. We are those sinners, and we must once again build those mighty walls. Not from stone or wood, but from virtue
and love for our neighbor. And whoever has sinned and acted unrighteously must repent and change their ways.
All right.
Sucker. That lass doesn't hold back. Isn't she that lass? But there's truth for brother Nicodemus.
That
The girl
lass.
was right.
I didn't understand it much.
Well, it was like a parable. See, I reckon she was telling us.
This reminds me of that mission where Arthur escorts the feminists. Yeah, no, I hear that. I'm surprised there weren't not many hecklers. That is a little surprising, but
She's from there.
it seemed like they were going for is showing like the power and everything. The reason why I was giggling to myself for just a moment was when she started talking and no one was even looking in her direction. The vibe I had, there was a thought that entered my brain, which was so stupid, and it was when you go live on Twitch and no one's watching.
I had some trouble, and I didn't know who to go to until I heard you.
Like, it literally was like the second part of the thought when she started going like, and the fires took everyone, and everyone started paying attention. It was like when you make a YouTube video and no one watches, and then you make another video where it's clickbait. This is why Ghosts of Yote is woke, and people come and check out your channel. Just... Oh. Oh. Oh, god damn it. That's the vibe I got from that when she was talking about, and the Mary was present, it was all grand, and the city was beautiful. No one gave a shit. As soon as she was like, and there was fire, I was like, okay, here we go. For some reason, I imagine someone running up to her and saying, don't care, plus ratio. Oh my god.
Not now. Please. I can't.
But you were just talking about helping your neighbor.
Oh, all right. But quickly, I beg you.
It's about my husband, Ambrose, the tailor.
He's good to me. He's an honest tradesman and a skilled
But I
one.
just want to fuck the blacksmith.
He keeps playing dice.
Hmm.
He sits at that table late into the night, and more than once he lost a small fortune.
I'm sorry to hear that. But I don't know how I could help.
I want him to stop. But he won't listen to me. I'm at a loss what to do.
Say it's
I
a
thought
sin,
maybe
call it a day.
you were to go and have a word with him.
Oh, all right. I'll come and see you when I have some time to spare.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
My word, Johanka. That speech of yours on the square. I swear I never heard anything like it in my life.
That's
Let's talk about it later. Right now, Guta, the Sasau tailor's wife, came to talk to me, and she was quite desperate.
Nope.
Did you hear?
Nope, not at all. Nah, I heard
Yes,
it.
I heard everything. So give her some advice then.
But I don't know what to tell her. Our lady didn't prepare me for anything like that.
Prepare you for shit.
You see what happens when you get people all fired up? You should drop the whole thing.
But I must carry out the will of the Blessed Virgin, and you must help me to do it.
I must, huh?
Please, go and see the tailor's wife if you should happen to be passing.
God be with you.
Oh, this is no longer an option. Now I have to. Damn, I search Yonka and I see posts of people shitting on her for being a holier than thou. I mean, that my issue isn't so much that. It's more of a... How do I phrase this? When... This is kind of like the problem with faith sometimes. When someone is so much into that belief that that is the truth, they are literally blind to anything else. And that unfortunately can also lead to a situation like we're in, where I no longer have a choice in the discussion anymore. No, Henry, you must go and talk to the wife or talk to the dude. You must talk to him. Why? Because obviously it's the will of the Virgin Mary. It's like, but that wasn't what we... Huh? Why do I have to do it now? This is your shtick.
What are you here for?
What are you here for? What? Man, what if I wanted to buy something, lady?
Johanka sent me. She asked me to help you with your trouble.
She did? That's wonderful. But she said she'd come herself.
Well, she's up to her ears in work. And besides, we figured your husband wouldn't pay much attention to a woman, since he doesn't even listen to you.
I'm afraid that's true. What now, though?
What? Jesus,
well,
Henry.
Johanka thought it would help if Ambrose saw how playing dice was no good either for himself or for you.
Ha! I've been telling him off about it for years to no avail. I even took his dice several times, but he always gets new ones.
You won't get anywhere telling him off. Ambrose has to realize it for himself. If he lost everything he has to me, that would teach him a lesson. And then I talk to him man to man.
Oh, God, no. I want him to stop playing, not to lose the roof over our heads.
No.
No, don't worry. Whatever I win from him, I'll give it back to you. But first, he really has to believe he's lost everything.
Do you swear, by the Virgin Mary, to give everything back?
She is lucky that I like to play a good guy, and I like to do the good thing, both in real life and also in games, because I like to be a good character. She is lucky this isn't my second playthrough of this game, where I'm like, fuck everybody. Everybody die. I stab you in the sleep. By Henry killing people in their sleep for their boots. Yeah, sure, Hunk, I'll help you. Yeah, very much so. Alright, I swear.
I swear I'll give back every last groschen, as the Virgin Mary is my witness.
You might be missing a few
Very
groschen,
well,
but you need to pay me for the service
You think
here.
it'll help? Take him for everything he has.
Where can I find him?
Where can I find Ambrose?
He's not here now. He's getting ready for a trip to Kuttenberg on some business or other. No doubt you'll find him at the inn. You'd better hurry if you want to catch him. He said he wants to leave soon.
Do you think he'll want to play with me?
Well, he
Want to
promised
play
not
with me?
long ago he'd quit. But I'll believe it when I see it. He'll keep playing, especially when he's had a drink or two. And if he's feeling lucky, he'll lose his head entirely and play till the early hours.
All right. Thanks for the advice.
Good luck, then.
All right. Where is he at? He is across the river. Okay. Let's run here. All right. Oh, no. Save. I don't... Ooh. I want to know who that was the side of this menu went, yeah, we should just have the new game option as be available at all times. Everyone wants that, right? No. No. Fuck no. I'm in the middle of the game. I don't want an option to actually restart a game, especially in a game like this where in hardcore mode, it doesn't have an autosave for you. Sweet Jesus. I'm just glad I don't accidentally keep on mashing the button thinking like I'm a genius. Okay, I am going to take a short little break here. I'm gonna go grab a quick little bite to eat, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in a few. Let's switch to this one. Let's see, it's 4:16. Yeah, I'll be back at 4:30. Yeah, 4:30, which it'll be 15 minutes. See you in a few. was gone a few minutes longer than I intended to. Apologies for that. Had to check on a couple things. It happens. Happens to the worst of us. Happens to the best of us. But let's get back into it. Dun 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 dun. Making sure stream was doing okay. Yay. Stream is happy. Diana's happy. Yeah, happy. All right. Transition on over. YouTube is working just fine. No issue there. And Twitch is also fine. All right. So I gotta beat this guy in a game of dice, huh? All right. Bet. I have so many die to use. Like, the point I'm at with the dice game is I just select, basically. I feel like I just select random pieces of die and just throw them together and call it a day and be like, all right. That's good enough, isn't it? All right. Where? Oh, where? Ah. What's up, man?
Well, well, Goodman Ambrose.
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
I heard you were about to leave for Kuttenberg.
Aye. Sir Sebastian von Berg ordered new clothes and he won't settle for anything but the best. I have to go and buy some fine linen, brocade and other things. I'm taking 600 groschen to pay for it all.
Oh, that's easy.
I'll make him the finest garments ever.
Ah, I see. Well, Sir Sebastian's a man who doesn't like to be disappointed.
True indeed. I'll be on my way just as soon as the horse is shod and the wagon hitched up.
Here we are.
One beer for... God's blessings, what can I do for you?
Let's have a drink together to pass the time while you're waiting, eh? On me.
That's kind of you, lad. God be with you.
And I would not go around telling everyone, yo, man, I got $600 in my pocket.
Good health.
May it serve you.
You look like a fellow who's been around. Tell me, what's going on in the countryside? Are the roads safe?
Oh, it's safer in the province now. There was a pack of enemy cutthroats holed up in Pribyslavitz, north of Talmberg. Mercenaries, bandits, cumans, and other rabble. But we attacked them and smashed them to pieces. So yes, the roads are safer now.
My word. And who led the attack?
Brave Henry of
Sir Radzig Kobyla, the royal hetman. Let's drink to Sir Radzig.
Yes, to the bold Sir Radzig Kobyla.
And Captain Robard of Talmberg was there too.
We're playing this humble.
We must drink to him too.
To the brave Captain Robard.
How many cups in is this? We'll do another story, and then I'll offer him a game of dice.
Did you hear what happened in Merhayed?
No. What happened there?
Some bandits attacked the locals.
God have mercy. It seems that's the lot of decent folk on this earth. Some fucker thinks he can take what he wants by the sword, and there's damn little you can do about it.
Damn little.
But the villagers weren't such an easy mark. They stood up to them and put up a fight. They even managed to take one captive.
Good on them. That's what those bastards deserve.
But it didn't end with that. Some pestilence broke out, and people thought it was the plague.
God have mercy on us.
It turned out it wasn't the plague, though. Those murdering bastards poisoned the wells there.
The low-down whoresons. They ought to hang. A lot of them.
Let's drink to those brave souls in
That was
Midway.
brave,
They
man.
stood up to a pack of cutthroats
Woo.
and captured one.
Glory to them.
Not even the pestilence could break them. With the help of Brother Nicodemus, they recovered.
Glory to your
Nicodemus.
brother Nicodemus too.
Aye, and may trouble pass them by now and leave them to enjoy the peace they deserve.
Aye, peace to all people with good souls.
Okay. I think that's a few drinks in.
I think I overdid it a bit. Well, enough chat. How about a little game before you set off? To pass the time.
I wouldn't mind, but I won't play here. The wife would find out about it. I'll wait till I get to Kuttenberg, out of the way of prying eyes.
Ah, that's a shame. I'll tell you something else. Sigismund's hordes attacked Skalitz, razed the castle, pillaged the whole area, and slaughtered a lot of people.
Slaughtered everyone.
I heard. God have mercy on those poor souls.
I was one of those poor souls. Really quick, just there we go. Yes, it was I.
They didn't get everyone, though. Some people took refuge in the castle, and during a nighttime storm, Sir Radzig led them to safety through a secret passage, right under the enemy's nose.
That was smart. And brave.
So brave.
Certainly was. Let's drink to Sir Radzig.
To the quick-witted Sir Radzig.
Well, there was a band of brigands on the rampage in the province. They attacked the stud farm at Neuhof, killed old Smill, the owner, and torched the stables.
Poor
So
stables.
it's true then. I heard some talk about it, but
Poor,
I thought
poor
it was
stables.
exaggerated. Maybe I should take an escort with me.
I can't been of the band.
No, not to worry. Fortunately, I caught up with those bastards and put a stop to their pillaging.
That's good news indeed. Let's drink to your accomplishment.
It was no easy matter, I can tell you. They were cleverly holed up, but they weren't smart enough for me. Ha! To my wits!
Ha ha! To your wits!
To me.
So, you're going to Kuttenberg, eh?
That's right.
That's nice. I've never been there. What's it like?
Sounds like a Kuttenberg.
Great, lad. Grand it is. Kuttenberg is a big town. Strong walls. And more churches than you'd count on your fingers.
Fingers.
Even the king himself has a palace there. And it's packed with people. When there's a fair, the whole town is on its feet. You've never seen the like. But the city elders are troubled now. Sigismund and his army are camped near the
Sigismund.
town. And nothing good can come of that.
Sigismund's a
Devil take
bastard.
that damn Sigismund! He's done damage enough here already.
My word, lad, what's got into you?
I'm from Skalitz. Sigismund's army laid waste to the place.
Way less a Sigismund. Welcome
must
back.
have been awful.
I am back.
Awful. hard
Yeah,
to
I'm
describe
back.
it. I'd tell you about it, but first I'd have to drink. A lot.
A lot.
Let's drink.
Let's drink a lot. I hope I don't have to get rid of all the cuts. Let's find out. Oh shit! About to mean life.
Now, I asked myself, Ambrose. I asked myself, why are we here?
In the savin? Well, where else can a man find some culture in these bars?
No. I meant more like
I'll bring it
in the
right
tavern. But why now? No, why here?
Why here? Because I was waiting here before Kurtenberg. Something like that. And why? Well, you came and started this... whatever.
But why did I do it?
Is there a reason?
Is there...
Oh,
plan?
no.
God's plan.
The difference is this. Did you come here of your own free will? Or did you have a feeling you had to? Or the world would stop turning?
Someone else could show. Oh, sweet Jesus, we're going this route. I would say are humans, like we just keep things in things for a long time because they make us feel funny. Exactly. My sweet liberty.
No, I always have this really weird feeling. Like the whole world is just standing still, watching and waiting what I'll do before
He's figuring
doing
out.
anything.
Silence him.
Nobody as much as lifts a finger until I do.
He's
I
figuring
used
it
to have
out.
the same feeling when I was younger. It passed though.
Oh, but it makes me feel all uneasy and jittery, like some jittery thing. And if I don't do something, then it stays the same. Everything stays the same.
Henry's breaking the fourth wall.
I know what'll help you, lad. There's nothing to it. It's easy. It's... what was it? Ah, yes! Booze. Let's drink.
I won't drink. Yeah.
I won't drink. It won't be forced. As it is, the world does what it wants with me, and there's nothing I can do about it. And actually, fuck it. It can't get any worse. Let's fucking drink.
Those are the words of a man. Good health.
Ah, shit.
Three sixes.
Uh-oh.
That's nothing.
Oh, no.
I'm used to it. You'll have to prize these dice from my cold, dead hand.
Oh, boy. Let's try this. Did you just fart? Damn it. Oh, I think I can just hold this as shit. Hi. Oh, you're bad pickpocketing, huh? Nah. I was trying stuff, alright? What do you want from me? Damn it.
Who's there?
Who's there? It's me. Oh, she just morphed into that clothing, huh? Alright, you go do your thing, lady. Aha. I've taken your keys. That's right, I can't save when I'm sitting down because the game will freak out otherwise.
Let's keep going.
Okay, now we wait. We wait. Roasted about me not being good at pickpocketing. Pickpocketing. Honestly, this is why I don't pickpocket. I'm not good at it.
Let's keep going.
Hey, how long are you wanting to wait here, buddy? Because I could have got some sleep while you were sitting here marinating your juices.
Three sixes. Can't
get a bell from me.
Three sixes.
Man, you're making me lose out on a tournament today. What are you supposed to do? I'm supposed to apparently wait for him to wake his ass up. Ah! I knew that he was gonna sleep in so long. I would have just had my character actually sleep.
Ambrose, you hound! What got into you yesterday?
Me? Nothing. We drank a bit, all right. Quite a bit.
It's more than a bit.
And then I went to sleep.
What? You don't remember? You got as drunk as a lord. Started shouting that you were the
gaslighting
dice master in Bohemia and that you'd show everyone. No one had the nerve to tackle you, so you insisted I had to give you a game. But you lost, and then you got really worked up and wanted to save your reputation. We ended up playing until the early hours.
Damn. I don't remember a thing. Did I win?
I got all this money.
You did a few times. And then you lost everything.
Oh, fuck. Everything?
Everything. The whole 600 groschen you had for buying cloth in Kuttenberg.
Christ in heaven. Oh, God, what am I going to do now? I have to get that money back.
It's not my problem. Jesus.
Actually, it wasn't by chance that I ran into you.
We're not going the Virgin Mary route.
It was your wife who sent me to you.
What? Guta? Why would she do that?
She did it for your own good. She wanted you to quit playing, and she didn't know how to get through to you.
Aye. She nagged at me about it, all right. That's women for you, though.
Ambrose, can't you see how easily you were tempted into wagering everything you had on dice? You're bringing misfortune down on yourself and your family.
Yes. Yes, you're right. I got carried away. But what am I to do now?
Ask your wife for forgiveness, and swear by the Blessed Virgin that you'll never pick up dice again.
You're right. My
Never
passion
again.
for dice has gone too far. I'll do what you say.
I was about to send something that seems so fucked up without context. do it.
And give me those dice, so they don't tempt you to play again. I'll throw them down a well where they can't put
That's waiting
sinful
for
thoughts
you,
in your head.
Andrew Tate.
Those aren't just any old dice that you can get anywhere. They bring luck. Well, mostly.
Yeah?
Ambrose.
I don't play with them much. I keep them hidden away for special occasions. Oh, all right. Here you are. Listen, Henry. The money you want from me, do you think maybe I could get it back? I've learned my lesson, I swear. But now I have to go and buy that cloth, and I can't pay for it.
Have it back.
You've seen the error of your ways. That's all I wanted. I never intended to take your money. Here, have it back. And next time, be more sensible about what you do with it.
Thank you, Henry. You're an honourable man. God bless you. Goodbye.
God bless you. You know, speaking of the Andrew Tate thing, like, look, I don't. How do I phrase this? Wait. How do I phrase this? I have never taken him seriously. I have always thought that he was an absolute asshole who apparently is also a sex trafficker, and who absolutely is ruining young people, mostly young men, and unfortunately women, on their impression of how the world actually works and how people should act. But, stab you, yeah, alleged. But the part that made me fucking lose it laughing was the bit where he went, fellas, your girl, she kissed another man, and you kiss her, that makes you gay. Fellas, you have sex with your girl, she ain't a virgin, that means when you have sex with her, you're touching another man's penis. That makes you gay. Like, shit like that made me fucking lose it, because it was like, oh my god. Just come out of the goddamn closet. Like, just get out of there. You're stashed so far in there. Like, my god. Yeah, allegedly, huh? Yeah, alleged my ass. Just like I couldn't believe that. Of just, we're at the point now. It's like when people complain about, like, you know, Ghost Yote, when it's like gonna be a female protagonist, they're like Ghost of Woke. It's like, so is it actually just a gay thing? So, you know, hey, I'm part of the LGBT community. I'm pansexual. I'm looking at this shit and I'm going, what? You do you guys just only want manly men doing shit? You're gay. Get out the closet. My god. Just admit it. It's like the same bullshit with, like, those racists that we pretend to not be racist, but they're doing everything they can to be racist. It's like, just come out and say it. Just say the word that you're so afraid to say. Stop dancing around it. Just come out and say it. Hang on, they heard something. Yeah, just, yeah, absolutely fragile masculinity to the maximum. Fuck it. I mean, I don't go to jail, but I don't. This is part of the problem I have with some of this stuff is like. This is part of the problem I have with something like the leveling this game. Is it's very much like, okay, but you could get a +1 to strength, but you get a -1 to charisma. It's like, really? At the very least, if you're gonna force me to take a -1 or something, allow me to choose it. It's like a minus to stealth all day long. I barely use that shit. But there's just that distinct feeling that the game just wants you to play like one way or another with some of the leveling. And it's a little annoying. It's never ending. It'll go from accepting of like women being the lead and it being cool, then people get tired of it, then starts being all manly men. And the cycle continues. It's exhausting to me. I don't know. That's how I perceive the trend. I perceive it as people just being stupid. And there's just groups of people that just hate women.
Henry, how did it go with the tailor's
or groups of
wife
people
and
that just hate.
Trouble.
They're just in a closet that refuse to admit they're in a closet.
Henry.
That is my name.
I see things are looking up for you. You even got a roof over your head. I'm glad you don't have to sleep in that stable anymore. And it seems the overseer coughed up a groschen or two in the end, eh?
Yes. I'm glad too, but it's a little bit complicated. Monastery affairs, you know. I won't bother you with the details.
That would have been bad.
What about the custodian? Is he leaving you alone now?
Yes. He hasn't been here for a while. Can we just talk about something else, please?
I don't know. I used to think maybe I was bisexual, and I had a moment where I was consulted. When I had a moment when I was consulted with a very handsome doctor. I'm gonna keep that a secret. I don't give a fuck. Hey, it happens. You know, everyone. There is that awakening moment where you go, wait a minute. Huh. No, I will never forget this story I read online, which, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but I find it amusing anyways. There's this guy who apparently thought he was gay. Turns out he wasn't gay. In fact, he preferred the company of women more than men, more than anything else. He just liked getting pegged. So he discovered, wait a minute, I could just have a girlfriend do that for me? Fuck yeah. Oh. Sometimes part of discovering who you are is figuring out, you know what? Maybe it's not so much all of that. I just need this one particular aspect of things. And it turns out you can find that aspect over there.
What's got into you? You're not yourself at all. Is something wrong?
Oh, Henry. If only you knew.
What's the matter?
Sir Sebastian. He kept coming here. Always bringing me gifts, a dress.
Yeah, because you're the only woman around here.
He was so persistent. I was completely worn out from everything. And he was the only one here who showed me any sympathy. Any understanding. He was quite kind, actually. And then once, more than once, I went with him. Then he had this room cleared out and gave it to me.
And if you like women and love getting paid, Thailand works. That's fair. It's just like I said, it's just some people, part of the discovery process is figuring out what you like and you dislike. And if you dislike anything, if you're just kind of down for whatever, then whatever is down. But there's also the fact of like, sometimes you need to try something and go, yeah, that's not for me.
But you're not to blame. These things happen. He's a noble.
Yeah, no, he took advantage of you.
Like. Took advantage of you.
But it's all over. I swear. Since I started having those dreams, I haven't been with him. I sold all the things he gave me and bought food and supplies for the sick. I still feel terrible about it. I think Maybe it's because of me that Matthias isn't getting better.
That doesn't matter. Oh,
If I
sweet.
had been more
Sweet
virtuous.
liberty.
Don't be so hard on yourself. The important thing is you ended it and you tried to make amends.
So ashamed, Henry. Please forgive me, and don't tell Matthias or anyone else, I beg you.
I won't breathe a word.
Oh, I'm going to the center of the town square.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you. I feel relieved for telling you. You're so understanding.
Take care.
Man, that was so abrupt. We're going to go to the middle of town square and tell everyone that Johanka got some. Yo, guys, she is getting it. And guess what? She knows how to work it. That dude, she has him curled on her finger. She's got it. He is whipped. All right. All right, they all know about it. Don't sweat it. I don't really think Matthias cares one way or another.
Her trouble.
When is her quest going to end? We'll find out. I figure I'd knock out her quest and then the other DLC quest, and then we'll just do main story, because I don't see a lot of side content I have. Other than Henry Town, I don't have a ton of side content to do. I mean, I say substantial side content. There's lots of side activities I could be doing in this game. I'm just not really too invested in those, because they're very much kind of like one-off quests. Go kill these bandits. Okay, kill those bandits. Go kill some more bandits. It's like I don't need to worry about that.
How is Matthias doing?
I think he's getting better. It looks like his fever's fallen. Sometimes we even talk for a while. I just hope he doesn't relapse again.
Nah, he'll pull out of it. You'll see.
Pull out of what?
My word, Johanka. That speech of yours on the square. I swear I never heard anything like it in my life.
So, what do you think? Was it all right?
You would fit right in.
Well, you sounded quite convincing, all right. Totally different than normal. All hellfire and destruction. I had a feeling like I was back in Skalitz and it was happening all over again. It was really interesting, though. It's a pity you don't hear sermons like that in church.
Oh, thank you, Henry. I don't even know how I did it. I just opened my mouth and the words came by themselves. What about other people? What did they say?
Made an impression.
I'd say they liked it. Everyone was quite spellbound.
Oh.
She's a witch.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, you cast a
And do you
hex on
think
them.
It made sense? That it was clear what I wanted to say?
I mean, quests are like that. It's just the writing that makes each quest feel unique. Witcher 3 does it good with Geralt investigating the casino of crime. Yeah. No, like it. I would say for the most part, the writing in this game has been great and still worthwhile. And even, I'm not really, so there's some quests that I'm not too invested in, but I still am willing to roll with, because that's just me. I'm willing to roll with it and give it a chance. And there's still plenty of stuff that surprises me. Yeah, there's always going to be something that just doesn't interest you, or doesn't really vibe with you, or you bounce off a little bit, but you're still willing to go through it, and you'll still find stuff that you'll enjoy. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Clear as day.
Oh, yeah, did you know the next Assassin's Creed will be set in the Witch Trials? Oh, we're going back to America? All right.
It was a warning about our sinfulness. If we're virtuous, Our Lady will protect us against the demons.
Yes, that's what I think her message was. Thank you, Henry. I'm glad you were there with me.
So am I. I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
So about the
I went to
tailor's
see
wife?
the tailor's wife, like you wanted.
Oh, and how did it go?
I think it turned out well. Ambrose admitted he was overdoing it with the dice playing and promised to quit.
That's great news, Henry. You've helped him and his wife a lot. Thank you. You're a true friend. I think this is exactly what the Blessed Virgin wants from us.
How are things going otherwise?
You wouldn't believe what happened. One of the bathhouse wenches came to me.
Oh? What does she want?
She said she wanted to find a different job. Something more virtuous. She said she decided to change her life after listening to me on the square.
Assassin's Creed codename Hex. Okay, if that's the route they're going. Part of me wants to believe that it's the full title. It'll just be called Assassin's Creed codename Hex.
See what you're capable of? Our Lady didn't pick you for nothing. You help everyone around you. I think you're really great, Johanka.
That's very sweet of you, Henry. Thank you. If only there were more like that, though.
What do you mean?
How do you mean?
I mean, more people who want to find a better, more virtuous life.
It's hard.
If only we could help them to do that.
If only you can manipulate them. Convince them. Make them drink the
I might know
Kool-Aid.
of someone. There's this prostitute in Ledechko. Adela, her name is.
And how do you know her?
In America, the Holy Roman Empire. Oh, we're going those trials. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting.
I happened across her by chance when I was tracking the Neuhof raiders. Don't look at me like that. She was mixed up with one of them and I had to question her. I wouldn't say she was particularly happy there either.
That sounds promising, Henry. We should try and help her.
But how?
I'm not sure, but maybe we could persuade her to
with
give
money
up what she's doing and find a different job. If she works at the baths, she'll surely have knowledge of some basic things.
What basic things? Laundry?
No, she'd know about healing wounds, health-giving decoctions, bloodletting and the like. And I could certainly use a second pair of hands here.
Yeah, fuck it.
You're right. I'll head off right now. If it's the will of the Blessed Virgin, it must be done.
Henry, please try and convince her. I can find a place for her here. God be with you.
Oh. I thought that was going to teleport me. Huh. Yeah, because I thought the second option was going to teleport me in the other. Because I would go there right now versus I'll go there. I misread that. I thought that was going to be like, it's going to teleport me to her and then we go back. I didn't realize it was just going to be Henry going, yes, with the Virgin Mary. This is the way. Huh. Okay. Well. I'm here. Stay tuned. Run back this way. And okay, just hit the path I normally take, and then when we get to Miller, just cross the river. Okay. Bloodletting was fucking sick. They just bleed you, and if you bleed out, they go, oops. Well, obviously you had bad blooding in you. If you're sick, it's the bad blood. It gets poisoned out somehow. And if you bleed enough, you should get enough blood out of you. Like, get all the bad blood out, and then we can get the good blood in later. You'll just make more blood. Obviously. I mean, isn't a thing like germ theory wasn't even a common thing? It wasn't even discovered until like the late 1800s or something, or early 1900s. I can't remember the exact date. Like, there's stuff that we have nowadays that we've discovered in the last century, and that like achievements we've done, like, you know, in medicine and technology and all this other crazy stuff. Like, the advancements we've made make the last 1,000 years look like we were going in slow mode, which, I mean, let's be honest, we kind of were. So it's also just crazy, like, this common practices of, well, what's the best solution we got for someone who's sick? Oh, easy, just bloodlet them. What's that? You just cut open their arm and let out the bad blood, and then when we let out all the bad blood, then all the good blood can keep the person alive. How do you know when to stop? When they get better. What if they don't get better? We keep on bleeding them. What if they die? Well, Then clearly they only had bad blood inside of them. Duh. What are you, an idiot? This guy doesn't know what bloodletting is. Basically how those conversations went for hundreds of years. Yeah, isn't it like a thing of, you know, the mortality rate of the average person? You weren't, like, if you were older than 35 for, like, the first couple thousand years of civilization, you were an old man. And then it wasn't until... Yeah, what's the statistic that Neil deGrasse Tyson said? It's... You know, from the year 2000 to the year 1500... You know, the average life expectancy was, you know, 30. And then from 1500 to 1900, the life expectancy was 35. But then from 1900 to today, we've jumped from 35 to like 85 for the average person. And that's just the advancements in medical technology and, you know, medicine and, you know, practices in general, just information. It's like the average person, you know, despite current events would have you believe, the average person is smarter, or at least has access and ability to being smarter. Hey, which one's the prostitute? Are you the prostitute?
What are you looking for? You'd better not disturb anyone here. I've got an important guest.
Get out! Keep your money! I'll have nothing to do with you.
Oh, yes, you will. I paid for you, and I'll get what I paid for, whether you like it or not.
Come here to me, kitten.
Are you yanking my pizzle? I said get out.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for Adela.
For Adela? But I paid for that whore.
Don't call her a whore.
She fucks for money, you idiot. She is a whore.
Kitten, you found the Discord mod. The way he's talking? Yeah.
Now you fucked up.
Ow.
I want your pants. I like your blue pants. You know, this guy really went to a guy with full armor on and went, I can take him. Grappling king over here. He's a grappler. This guy's been watching Baki. Okay. My sweet Jesus. This guy, I swear.
God damn!
Well landed. Missed.
He's fast.
You're going to...
Really now. This the counters at this guy. Fuck.
Over here! Quick! Alarm!
I didn't go play as plans. Whoops.
I saved it.
Oh my god. Henson will kill me if Marouche doesn't first.
Maros,
The proprietor.
everything will be all right.
You getting 10 for balls, minus 10 for his
You said
misogyny.
that about Hinnock when you were looking for him, and he ended up dead.
Leave this place.
I'll help you.
What? Why? What are you on about?
The poor fucking woman. I got you. Yeah. I mean, the dude. Okay. To be fair, the way it played out was he ran past her and might as well have shoved her in the way as I swung at his back of his head and just clocked her. So to be fair, it wasn't like I was aiming at her.
You don't have to live in this rat hole anymore. We'll leave together.
Who gave you that idea?
Johanka.
What Johanka are you talking about, for God's sake?
She's from Skalitz, like me. Just an innocent girl.
They all claim that.
But she really is. Well, that is, she was.
Ha! So what did she do?
Don't blame me, blame the asshole that pushed her in front of me.
Only to help others.
Oh, I bend over backwards here to help others.
It was only on account of her that the wounded from Skalitz got to Sasau. Although they didn't have it easy there either.
I heard they took them in at the monastery.
Aye, but they didn't exactly bend over backwards to help them there. Johanka had to take care of them on her own. Most of them wouldn't have lived without her. And to get some extra supplies for them, she succumbed to the custodian there.
For them? She had nothing out of it for herself.
She only did it for them.
My. I don't think I've ever met anyone like that.
Look, when I came to see her the first time, after Skalitz, she was destroyed. And they wanted to drive her out of the monastery. She could have just gone. But she didn't want to stop helping the others.
But what's any of that got to do with me?
It was Johanka who sent me to you.
But I don't even know her. Why would she send you to me?
It was a revelation from the Virgin Mary.
A revelation?
There's a question mark at the end of his sentence.
How?
The Blessed Virgin started visiting Johanka in her dreams.
Oh,
visiting?
Okay.
Well, that's how Johanka put it. Like visitations in which she spoke to her. And according to these visitations, she believes she has a duty to save sinners.
And you believe in these visitations?
I believe she believes.
I'm not sure. But I believe in Johanka.
I'd like to believe too.
My stomach
Why
hurt.
don't
That
you
was so
try it,
funny.
How? Like I should just drop everything here, pack my things and go off to see someone
Look, it's
I
not going to
don't
be much
even
better
know.
if you stay here. Why not?
Why not?
It's madness. It's like starting all over from the beginning.
Yeah.
And why did you become,
A prostitute.
Yeah.
If you're expecting to hear some touching tale about a poor girl tossed around by fate, you'll be disappointed.
I just like
I didn't
fucking.
want a husband, and I needed money.
So just for money?
What do you think I do it for? Love?
Just love of the game,
Have you got
man.
a problem with that?
No. Everyone has to make a living, but you don't have to be a bath maid.
So what else should I do, in your opinion?
The clipping for Henry's doublet, or is that just here? No. So what it is, this is it's obviously not his default hairstyle. For whatever reason, okay, in cutscenes is fine, but for whatever reason, in game, the top of it that is out. I don't know why I'm pointing at my fucking screen like an idiot. You can see my finger. The top there, it's like when they put the hair on, there's like they put a filter, or there's something that they didn't do right. So what's happening to the rest of the world is it's doing like a weird zoomed in clipping effect. I think what's the more accurate way to put it is that they didn't put a depth of field effect on the hair properly, on the proper outline. So while we're at what it's actually being done is at the depth of field, it has like an aura around the hair. So, because if you look at that's like the texture you're looking at, that's what the texture looks like when we're not in a conversation, when the depth of field isn't so magnified. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I were to turn off depth of field, it might fix the problem. We'll find out in just a second here.
You can just find yourself a different livelihood.
Why? What's wrong with the one I have?
What about when you get older? Do you think the men will still come to you?
That's true, unfortunately.
Especially now that I punched out both your previous client. And, you know, may or may not have punched your boss.
You can't go on like this forever. You could catch some nasty disease.
You know,
What
down
do you
there.
know about such things?
I've seen plenty, believe me. Maybe too much.
Oh.
I currently have one
Sorry.
now.
I try not to think too much about that.
Well, maybe you should. The apothecary in Rat-Eye could tell you a lot about the ailments people come to him with.
I'm still not sure.
I didn't know that field does that. I thought it just blurs the surroundings when you had some. Yeah, that's what it does. What's happening is that for whatever reason with this hairstyle, there's like it's like when if you were to like say cut out a sticker, but there's a little bit of that white. When they made this hairstyle, they did not do the depth of field effect properly around it, or they didn't match it properly to the top of the hair. They put it right above the hair. So it ends up making it look just weird.
But you're a pariah. No one will talk to you.
What do I care about anyone else? Let them look out for themselves and I'll do the same.
You won't always be able to manage on your own, whether you like it or not.
So what?
That sucks. That's a good hairstyle. Yeah, when we get this conversation, I'm going to turn off the depth of field if I can, and then we'll hop into another conversation and see if it's still there. Yeah, no, it's a good hairstyle. I agree. Henry does not normally look like this. I like this hairstyle and this beard because I think he looks better with it.
Do you want to end up like Hinek?
I don't, and that's exactly why I don't want to rely on anyone else. I'm not sure. I don't think it's all that bad here.
I just fucked up.
You don't care that you're living in sin?
So, virtue won't put food on my table.
And can you live with it?
What do you mean?
Are you able to respect yourself?
I have my pride.
Good for you. But don't you want something more? Something to make you really proud of yourself?
Well, maybe. But what?
A full belly and everything is so fucking self-righteous. Dude, this whole quest is self-righteous.
Haven't you ever wanted to help others?
I don't know if I could do that.
Well, Johanka wasn't very sure of herself
Fair.
at the start either. But now the infirmary couldn't manage without her.
That's true. Maybe I could do it too. You know, you might be right about some things.
So you'll
But I
leave
do
then?
like the fucking.
But
Can I still do the
how?
fucking?
Where would I go? What would I live on?
Wouldn't you like to help in the infirmary at Sasau Monastery?
Would they let me?
Yeah.
You're a bath maid who knows something about healing. They'd be glad to have you.
But
They'll be
where
glad
would
to have
I
a
live?
prostitute.
There, of course. It's modest, but you'll have everything you need.
I'm not used to much anyway.
See then? I reckon you've nothing to worry
Plus,
about.
you should leave
right.
now.
Will we go right away?
Yes.
We can go right now.
We're leaving
Come on then.
right now.
All right. I'll just say farewell to the girls
No,
and
no.
pack a few things. Mother of God, I'm all in a flutter.
Don't bother.
To
They're
pack up
they're
and go,
busy.
just like that.
You
Do
write
the
them a
right
letter.
You'll see.
Good luck then.
Yes, run. Leave. Madam is away with a broken nose. Oh shit.
I told you I wasn't done. Ah! Well, now, look what's
What, do you think I was gonna let you monologue?
That's gonna cost you your life. You call.
Henry, do you feel like locking sometimes? Fuck. Okay, we got to... Damn. Okay, let's take a look at graphics. Where is depth of field? There is none. There is none. Well, shit. Well, crap. Well, you know what? You know what else is a fun fact? This is actually the resolution I should be playing at, but I can't because I play this game in window mode. And when it does, is it cuts off. You know where it says Kingdom Come right there? It cuts off right there when I play in full resolution for some reason, no matter what I try to do. So I actually have to play at a slightly smaller window than what I should be playing at. Because if I didn't, you know, all those stats and stuff up here at the bottom of the screen, I can't see them. And again, to be clear, this is a complete 38 Jesus Christ, what was it again? Yeah, 3840 2160 monitor. It's got the file directly to turn off. You'll feel like there's a Reddit post, but I don't know if I can link. Yeah, don't worry about linking it. I can sit down and try and dick with it.
What are you looking for? You'd better not disturb anyone here. I've got an important guest.
Whether you like it or not. Come here to me, kitten.
All right.
Beast!
Let's try this again.
My pizzle?
Yeah, yep. I'm not going anywhere. I won't wait.
I don't care. You're really looking for a...
Oh, I got an option here. I don't think this is gonna work. Do you know who I am?
Do you fucking know who I am? Whose service I'm in?
No, and I don't give a fuck. And now get ready for a punch in the mouth, you prick.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? I'm Henry Escalets. Man, grapplers. Okay, just don't want to accidentally punch her. Son of a bitch. Oh, sure. When I go for a grab, I don't know what it is. Like, I try to block this shit and it's just counter and counter. Yeah. I'm on the bed. Wee-ah! Oh. Man, this guy. Harry God here. Okay. Okay. That's not good. You know, I would love to be able to land a hit on this guy.
I'll slaughter you.
My God, this guy is wrecking my shit.
Got weak at the knees, have you? Fuck. I don't need this shit. But you haven't heard the...
Help! There!
Oh, he won't. Oh, he just. Okay, he just won't go down.
Please, someone!
Okay, so he just won't go down. Good to know. No matter what I try to do. Okay, sure. Whatever. Fine. Let's do that one. And then let's do that one and this one. Henry Scallett's hungry. Okay. Save. Hey, no, no. What the fuck you doing? Hey, what the fuck? Fine. I swear this quest is breaking. I will not do the butt stuff.
Any way to talk to a customer, you fucking whore?
Get out! Keep your money! I'll have nothing to do with you.
Oh, yes, you will. I paid for you, and I'll get what I paid for, whether you like it or not.
I think that is also the case. We'll find out.
Can I do Anna to Dow?
Are you yanking my...
Yeah. I won't.
Do you fucking know who I am? Whose service I'm in?
No,
Delivery of that.
Fuck. And now get ready for a punch in the mouth, you prick.
Like, that reminds me of Deadpool's line of I have a black belt and Karen. Just, like, that's what the energy of that line was.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Okay, cool. Damn. Hey, maybe this guy could back up shit talk because he's fighting me in his street clothes. And here I am in full armor. Okay.
I don't need this shit.
Okay.
You haven't heard the last of this, fucker. I'll cut your fucking throat for that.
I'll cut your throat for that. That's what he sounds like. You know what he sounds like? A loser. Okay. Oh. Munch, 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 munch. Then let's get ourselves... All right.
What in God? All right.
Yep.
You don't. You're. Only. It. Aye. You're. It was you.
Oh my God, there's so much dialogue. You don't necessarily think about it until.
I'm not. What? Yeah. Well, yes. Money isn't everything, you know.
Is that right?
Well, yeah.
Oh? They all have...
You can just...
What?
You...
Oh.
You don't...
What?
Are you...
Well...
But... You won't... Look at the refugees from Skalitz.
They're reduced to beggary.
Haven't you ever thought...
Like what?
Well, wouldn't you like to have...
That's a lot of work.
Yes.
I suppose. You know...
So you...
But
wouldn't you...
Would...
You're a...
But...
There.
I'm not...
See that?
All right.
We...
Oh, God bless.
There we go. There we go. Now we're right where we should be. And then what I'll do is save right here.
I told you I wasn't done with you yet. I'll hang you up by the balls.
Oh man, that first swing didn't do shit.
Come here, Lily Liver.
Not the Lily Liver. Oh, this is the worst. Man, this game's combat sucks with multiple opponents.
You'll get one for.
Can I? Yes. Oh, I died. Shit. I know, I get the handicap, to be honest. You're just a regular guy. Taking on one dude should be a challenge in itself. I agree. It's not even the challenge part. It's the lock-on. That's what's ruining this for me so much.
I told you I wasn't done with you yet.
Don't weak at the knees, have you?
Henry, pull out your weapon. Love of God.
I'll swallow you.
Like that's the bigger issue, is just if I'm not locked on to someone with a hard lock on, I shouldn't have a lock on at all.
I told you I wasn't done with you yet. I'll hang you up the best you can do from the nearest tree, and then I'll get what I paid for from that harlot.
Doesn't help the fact that half the time Henry doesn't actually do the input.
You call that combat?
Come here, Lily Liver.
Got weak at the knees, have you?
What? Like, I get the challenge aspect. Trust me, I do. It's just, it's if you're not gonna be lying, it feels slightly better in the next game. I've heard that combat feels much better in the second game.
I told you I wasn't done with you yet. I'll hang you up by the balls from the nearest tree, and then I'll get what I paid for from
What's the matter? Come on.
It also doesn't help that I understand. It's just Henry sometimes feels like he doesn't want to actually swing his sword at all. So you're left sitting here, like he's doing half swings. He's not actually swinging at all. So that also in and of itself is frustrating. All right. We need every bonus we can get.
I told you I wasn't.
Henry, pull out your weapon.
I'll hang you up by the balls from the nearest tree, and then I'll get what I paid for from that harlot.
And it sucks because like half the animations at times don't even feel like they were built for multiple opponents as well, with shit like what we just saw there. So like it can, I get it. This is the jank. I went into this knowing that this was a thing. It just,
I told you I wasn't done with you yet. I'll hang you up by the balls from the nearest tree.
it doesn't stop it being frustrating. I'll phrase it that way.
Vic, I'll slaughter you. Got weak at the knees, have you?
All right. Blocking is no longer a thing in this game.
Come here, Lilith.
The hell. Also fighting on a incline is also breaking this game because of the lock on.
You'll get one for.
I can't even see anymore.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Okay. Progress.
That's in.
Progress.
Get him.
Don't kill me with the arrow. Oh. Oh, sweet Jesus. Bandage. I have 9 HP. Whoa. Horse. I need more potion. It is janky. I'm not gonna say it otherwise. It feels stupid, but you need to like strategize somehow, isolate and attack, and then when falling back. Yeah. Yeah, I like to believe I did it that way. Fuck it. But give me the falchion. What do you mean this is stealing? They're dead.
Are you alright, Henry?
Give me a sec. I'm currently taking everything these guys had. Oh. Well, that works out. Thank you, Mutt. Okay. Let's save there. Yeah, no, I just had to do some strategy.
Henry?
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine.
I
It's
killed
you
those
they were
guys.
after mostly. And are you alright?
Yeah, just a few scratches.
Just a scratch or two. Those idiots didn't know who they were taking on.
I'm Henry Escalades, bitches.
The sooner we go, the better. I don't want to stay here any longer.
Let's go then.
Goodbye.
Here we are. Give it a while and you'll be happy here. Believe me.
Oh, Henry. I'm starting to have a good feeling about this. Maybe I'll really find happiness here.
I'm sure you will. Johanka will take care of you. She's very good at that.
You know, you're the first one to do something for me, without expecting anything. And I don't have anything to give you, unless, if you wanted.
I'm already spoken for.
For one last time, together.
One last time, I never did it. We never did anything. No. You're done with that.
You don't have to thank me. And you certainly don't have to offer your body to anyone. Anyone at all.
Oh, thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Buying dogs in this game is so ass, because I don't think you can parry when they lunge. Yeah. I found the only method I would have been able to fight dogs is just stab really quick and hope for the best. Teresa! Exactly.
For the love of God, what have you been doing?
Look, I just went through some shit, alright? Who was here? Brother pulled up on a bike. He got a new motorcycle. He's riding around with his other half. They out doing the bike thing. The bike rider thing.
I went to Ledetsko like you asked me.
And? How did it turn out?
You were right. Turned out well with Adela. I persuaded her to leave her trade and find a more virtuous job. She's here for you.
That's great news.
Oh, I didn't mean her to be
I promised you
here.
take care of her, and I brought her here. She'll help you take care of the sick and injured, like you wanted.
You did a great job, Henry. Thank you. Of course.
And the
I'll take
drunk
care of her.
animations are so wild.
We can't let her down now.
And how are things going here?
Much the same as always. There are always wounded and sick people. I'm on my feet from morning till night. But Matthias is better. I'm glad about that. There's these troublemakers, though.
Troublemakers?
Aye. While you were gone, some thugs came here and kicked around the gifts that people brought. Then they vanished before the guards got here.
Oh? Who were they?
I didn't see them at it, but there's some fellas hanging around now by the entrance to the monastery. Maybe that's them? And whenever I go into town, they take liberties with me.
Take liberties how? Did they hurt you?
No, they just make all sorts of offensive comments on account of me speaking on the square.
Are they just making fun of you?
And when someone comes to see me, they make trouble for them. So now, almost no one wants to come here. Maybe you could have a word with them?
All right. Yeah, what about the guards?
What about the guards? They just stand by doing nothing.
And she does all the talking, and then there's actually work to be done. She pushes on you. RPG's in a nutshell. I mean, like, at least with like Final Fantasy 14, what they try their best to do is, you know, after Realm Reborn, because Realm Reborn, it's very much that. Just go here, do that. You're the warrior of light, save the world. But after Realm Reborn, like from post Realm Reborn and onwards, there's a very different vibe of like, no, the Scions, they got something like you are the fucking battering ram going through the main door, while Thancred sneaks around the back to make sure they can't escape, while Y'shtola provides cover and healing for everyone, while the twins rush on from the other side to try and save their prisoners, you know, etc. Like, they do, yeah, like you said, they do a good job. They do a good job making sure every Scion does their part, especially when you get to play as them. Also, it helps that in the cutscenes they get to shine, whereas in the gameplay you get to shine, because trying to animate cutscenes for all those different jobs and all those different races trying to do anything other than stand there would be really difficult to do.
Shouldn't the custodian deal with that? It's his job, right?
Well, it is, but I don't want to ask him for anything. I don't want to feel obliged to him.
Don't.
I'd rather sort it out without him.
Fair enough.
God be with you.
Fair enough.
For the love of...
You know, I could get you some potion to help
Thanks.
Oh.
God be with you.
Got for FF14 was so cool. The story is amazing. Yeah, it is amazing. I am... Let's see. I started playing a week after Endwalker came out. And over time, after everything's said and done, I have finally found myself at the beginning of Endwalker. I have... Let's see. Well, up until Shadowbringers, I was playing on PlayStation 5. And for PlayStation 5, I have just shy of 1,600 hours on record. I have like 1,580 hours. When I got to Shadowbringers, it was after Stormblood, I switched over to PC and transferred everything to PC. I have over 1,700 hours in PC. So combined, I got like just shy of 3,300 hours in the game. And I am just now at the beginning of Endwalker in my own time. Fucking love that game. Final Fantasy 14 is amazing. Generally speaking, I think the Scions are some of my favorite party and Final Fantasy. That's saying a lot. I started with 9. I adore the 7 crew. I love the 10 cast. Like, I even love my boys in 15. I even love the characters in 16. The Final Fantasy 6 team is phenomenal. Sweet Jesus. Scions are absolutely amazing. Friend of mine gifted me Endwalker. Fucking best experience of my life. Yeah, absolutely. No. Is FF16 short? No. My first playthrough clocked in at like 70 hours. It was technically 90 hours, but I know there was a number of points of time where I left the game like idling while I went and did something else. So, and that's if you're doing everything. I will be honest. I love 16. It is one of the games where I would genuinely recommend look up a side quest guide that tells you the priority of side quests. The side quests that are revolving around characters, great. The side quests that revolve around a couple of the supporting cast or supporting stuff, also fine. The other half of the 70 plus side quests in the game, basically like 30 side quests are worth it. The other 30 plus, unless you're down for it like I am, you might not be. It slows the experience down. But the main story is pretty good. It loses steam towards the end, but it makes up in the emotional story. Because, yeah, I fucking cried at the end of that game. Like, it is a very emotional story. Especially towards the end when it feels like you're heading towards the finale. It's on a first playthrough, depending on who you are, it can be a rough ride, actually. Fun fact, FF16 was made primarily with English in mind. They wrote the script in Japanese, and then they immediately translated it to English, and then they grabbed the English cast, they got English cast together, and they were the first ones to read the script. And then the Japanese voice cast based their performances off the English cast. And you can kind of tell there's like there's a different vibe overall in that game. Also, Ben Starr kills it as Clive.
She leads men astray and
tempts them into all sorts of things.
I'll tempt you.
God be with you, my good man.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
My word. The gent is a bit rude, isn't he?
Been looking for a good story, but looking for one that can make me cry like Trails in the Sky. I will, down the line, as we go progress through my channel career, I guess, content creation thing, I will, like I said, I'll eventually play the Trails games. We'll get there, and I've heard nothing but good things about them. I heard they're emotional, especially the first one. No, 16 was an emotional journey. Like, it's an emotional story primarily. It's one of those things where the main story is fine. It kind of gets a little silly at parts. Ironically enough, people complain that a Final Fantasy game turns into a Final Fantasy game at the end. The emotional through line through that game is the strongest in the entire franchise. I say that as a Final Fantasy VII fanboy and a Final Fantasy XIV dick rider. Like, 16 has a very strong emotional thread throughout that entire journey. It's a slow burn game. The story doesn't end until the third game. Needs some patience. I'm totally fine with that. I've been told that every game builds upon itself. So I'm totally fine with slow burn content. I don't mind that. There's been plenty of story. There's been plenty of story where there's a movie or game or a book that I've watched. Like, have you ever seen the movie Mandy with Nicolas Cage? The stuff they advertise in that movie of being like Nicolas Cage going fucking crazy and killing a whole bunch of cultists doesn't happen until like the last 20 minutes of that movie. It's almost 2 hours long of a whole bunch of artistic storytelling and artistic movie making. I loved it. I thought it was great. My dad fell asleep. I'll check it out. Yeah, 16 is great. 16, it has its problems. The problem is the game is a definition of high highs and low lows with its side content. Main content's some of the best boss fights you'll ever go up against. Not in difficulty, not even in mechanics, but in spectacle. Bahamut rocked, man.
Who sent you here?
Sent us? No one but the Holy Spirit and our Christian duty.
I see. Well, my Christian duty prompts me to give a bit of coin to those in need. What do you say? Are you in need?
Spectacally, is it going to be like DBZ? One moment. Hold that thought. I'll answer you in like 2 minutes. Now you
People
know.
just don't like the tales Johanka has been spreading, that's all.
Get the hell out of here and leave Johanka and everyone else here in peace. Got it?
Ah, we'd love to oblige, but we really don't feel like going anywhere. Sorry.
Have you the stocks? Do you know who I am?
Enough of your nonsense. Clear off, and if I catch you round here again, I'll have you clapped in the pillory.
Good sir, surely you wouldn't pillory simple fellas like us just for wanting to earn a groschen. We'll be on our way, and you'll overlook our little intrusion, all right?
Get going, and don't dare come back.
Aye, we're going.
This is non-spoilers, so don't you worry. We need... Aha. So this is an example of some of the boss fights in the game. get so many flashbacks. Find the Flame is such peak Final Fantasy music. So for reference, Ifrit, who is the icon you control, a little image of him. So Ifrit is like 30 feet tall, and you're fighting that. Here's where's another good little sequence. Some of the icon fights.
Stopping, controller gripping excitement. I can't wait for you to get your hands on the game for yourself.
Titan's huge, man. So those are like the boss, like the big boss fights. Most of the game, you were running around as good old Clive here.
And wondrous mysteries.
Playing Devil May Cry. I'm not shitting you when I say Devil May Cry. The gameplay director of Nero's gameplay in Devil May Cry 5 is the gameplay director of this game. And when you play this game, you immediately go, oh, this is Nero's gameplay. Are they going to show off combat? Yes, they will. Let's jump a little ahead here.
Time and are not turn-based. As Clive progresses through the story, he will learn a wide array of exciting abilities from the icons that he encounters. Now, let's take a moment to admire Clive in action.
So yeah, and so many pretty colors, lots of pretty colors, and mixed between it all, you got some of the more.
Becomes a mentor to Clive. Jill, a friend from Clive's youth.
It really is.
Such encounters and reunions will set Clive on a path of great personal growth.
It is.
Clive!
Some of these companions will even accompany Clive on his adventures, fighting alongside him and finding lots to talk about along the way. That said, players will only need to focus on controlling Clive. Party members are fully AI-driven, providing support for the hero and constantly adapting and responding to his actions.
But yeah, so that's 16. It's an amazing action game. Really great story. Has some of the biggest, craziest spectacle you will see in a game. You saw a little tidbit of Titan's boss fight. I'll tell you this, as someone who played through 16, that's not even the craziest boss fight in the game. It gets fucking wild. When you said like DBZ, you do not have any idea how little that undersells it. Every major boss battle, the icon fights, they specifically made them with the intention of like a different idea in mind. One of them is a wrestling match. One of them is a bullet hell sequence. One of them is literally just pure spectacle on scale, like that. 16's great. Okay, that dealt with the problem. Hopefully that guy has money so I could sell to him. No, fuck it. I'm gonna go and sell first. Sell the stuff. Oh my god, Henry. You're leaning real far that way. If the game is like that, it being short is not concerning because that means it's fucking jam-packed with good Korean content without being stale. That's the thing. If you were to, like, if you did complete main story only, it's like it's just shy. It's like a 20 to 30 hour experience, something like that. You doing all the side content's like a good 70 hours. As someone who went through a side content of like the 70 side quests in that game, 70 odd side quests, a dozen, amazing. Another dozen, they're all right. They're fine. They do a lot of good world building. The next dozen after that, you know what? They're fine. The rest, yeah, this is certainly the same team that makes Final Fantasy 14, where not every quest is the most memorable thing in the world, where not every side quest of 14 is necessarily the greatest either. So all right, yeah. If you're someone that gets turned off of, like, okay, if you were to say play a game and play for 5 hours doing nothing but side content, and some of it's good, some of it's all right, some of it's just mediocre, and if you got turned off, if you're the type of person that gets turned off by that sort of thing completely, look up a non-spoiler guide that tells you what side quests are worthwhile. Essentially, the side quests that involve the main characters in the story or the supporting cast are fine. A lot of the other ones have they range, unfortunately. If you don't mind getting through side quests that aren't the best in the world, but you can actually persevere through it, regardless of being good or bad or mediocre, it's good. 16 is a worthwhile endeavor if you're willing to jump through it. Again, you have some of the highest highs you will ever experience in gaming. You also got some pretty low lows.
I'm glad to see.
Look, man, I need. You got some money. Okay. Fuck, it's all considered stolen. Fuck. Okay, let's try this.
No, that looks like.
Fuck. Shit. Okay. Well, that's not good. Well, Henry's going to need some rest anyway, so actually what I'll do, that's where I talk to Yahunka, we'll go and rest for a while and see if some of that stolen stuff wipes off. I'm afraid, like, because I don't want to have a feeling of, man, I want more of this, but I have to purposely slow myself down and make it last long. Casey's left is perfect to me. Yeah. Again, if you're okay with some side quests just kind of feeling like at times like filler, or they feel like they didn't really have a proper place to put certain side content, so it's kind of like this is just happening now, I guess. If you're okay with that, fine. I just know that there are people that get turned off by that pretty hard, and that's why I say make sure you knock out the main character stuff. Everything else is up to you. Yeah, if you don't mind it, by all means, I feel like it's a worthwhile endeavor with some really good writing and some very good emotional storytelling. But yeah, like I said, it's not everyone's gonna be down for it.
I dealt with those troublemakers. They won't be coming back in a hurry.
Thanks, Henry. I thought they'd never go. You didn't say anything about it to the custodian, did you?
He doesn't care.
Do you think Sir Sebastian von Berg is interested in dealing with some hecklers? It's beneath him.
True. He wouldn't want any coarse language falling on his noble ears. Listen, there's some merchant staying at the Wagoner's Inn who's been asking after me. Would you go with me to see him? I know those thugs are gone, and it should be safe now, but...
Of course I'll go. It's only a stone's throw after all.
I guess not every game can be like Witcher 3. True that.
Pavel of Colin, I believe you were asking for me?
Thank you for coming, Johanka.
I like how Henry's still
I hope
drunk.
you're not offended by this meeting place. I apologize, but I feel a little confused in your presence. It's your preaching. In truth, I don't know whether I'm speaking to you or the Virgin Mary.
Choose your words well. The heavens are listening to you.
Henry's being a little overzealous. The Virgin Mary only visits me in my dreams. What is it you wanted to see me about, Pavel?
Yeah, him being drunk makes something sound like, oh, just really funny.
And by the same grace I heard the words you preached, and my eyes
Yeah, and
were
every
open.
game can be like Witcher 3.
Just as the Blessed Virgin wanted.
He said something like that. Feels like he's gonna be like, I just want to lie
Troubled
down.
by some sin, Pavel?
I've encountered many things in my life, but I never before heard a true prophetess speaking. And you're right. It came to me that it was time for me to make amends for my sin of long ago, and I decided to do some deed for the common good.
You speak very eloquently, Pavel, though a bit mysteriously. I'm not sure I understand you.
I burned down the
notice you have an
orphanages.
armed escort with you.
Henry is my protector, helper, and good friend. Because not everyone in Sasau hears the words of the Virgin with the same piety as you.
This may be yet another ray of divine providence. You see, I'm looking for someone with an adventurous but honest soul. Someone who would find some wealth that I lost and donate it all to the deserving in Sasau.
Aha! Henry here could be just the man you need.
Is that so, Henry?
I love getting voluntold. Had to restart my browser back. Yeah, you're good. Don't sweat it. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, sure.
You
I'll
won't
help
find
out.
a more adventurous soul in these parts.
You speak boldly. That pleases me. Johanka, I'd like to thank you kindly for your visit. I don't wish to detain you any longer.
If you feel we've said all that needs to be said, I'll leave you and Henry to discuss things alone.
So,
Johanka is an exceptional person with an important mission, wouldn't you say?
I'm glad people see her that way, but I just try and help her as an ordinary friend who's concerned about her.
A job like any other, is it?
Anyway, what is it you want help with?
It's like this.
What happened to your ear, man?
In the last year of Emperor Charles's reign, I came here to Sasau to close a profitable deal, but it didn't turn out entirely as planned, and I was obliged to hide some of my money in the woods near the town.
My
Who would
money.
even imagine that in the ruins of an old settlement lies a real treasure trove? I tried to go and recover it myself, and I can be glad that I didn't pay for that attempt with my life, as you've probably noticed.
Yes. You look like you were mauled by a pack of enraged squirrels.
The truth is even more absurd. I simply lost my footing and tumbled downhill. No doubt another divine sign that I ought to leave the search to someone such as yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, there are worse woes than a few scratches and bruises. Like a human saber in the guts. The infirmary is full of people who are less lucky. Where is this treasure of yours, then? I could get the dog to sniff it out.
I'll describe the way there. You can enter the woods between the quarry and the marshland. You can see the spot from here. There's a small stream that flows into the river. Following it upstream seems simple enough, but actually it took me a long time getting up that slope. As I already said, I tripped and rolled quite a way down, after which I considered it wiser to abandon my search. As if that weren't enough, I lost my hat there.
Well, maybe it'll still be there.
But you have your hat
Unless
right
it's been
now.
devoured by some boar with good tasting
Was
clothing.
this a different hat?
Who knows? If you should find it, you're welcome to have it. As you can see, I've already got a new one. Anyway, at the point where I fell, there's a forest track that joins the stream. If you follow it closely, and you'll need to keep your eyes peeled, you'll come upon the ruins of a settlement. And in one of those ruins, the money is stashed.
Right, quarry, stream, path, ruins. I should be able to remember that. And I should bring the treasure to you.
Actually, I'd rather you made the donation for me. I'm in no shape for running around now. Just come back when you've found it, or not. Meanwhile, I'll give some thought to who we shall donate the money to. Agreed?
All right.
Well, how could I refuse a pleasant stroll in the countryside? I'll be happy to go and look for your stash.
You are indeed an adventurous soul, Henry. As I recall, I hid there not only a large amount of groschen, but also something else.
The Sword of Destiny.
Just a dagger, which will be rusty by now. Please bring that to me too, as a memento. Good luck, Henry. And thank you.
I get you, man. You need your stabbing knife back in your life. A date! Exactly. Good catch.
Can you tell me again precisely where this treasure is?
In the woods by Sasau. I can't say quite precisely. It's been a long time since I hit it, and my own attempts at recovering it ended as they did. Most of the way you have to go uphill along the stream that flows into the river next to the Sasau quarry. After a while, you come upon a forest trail that joins with the stream. You're young and agile, so you shouldn't go tumbling head over heels there as I did.
Maybe I could go there on horseback.
It's not ideal terrain for horse riding. A donkey would be better. Anyway, from there you should follow the trail deeper into the woods. I doubt much has changed there over the years. When you reach a small ruined settlement, you're at the right place. The treasure is hidden in one of the ruined houses. I can't remember which. You'll have to search.
Well, couldn't you just donate some other money?
It seems peculiar, I admit, but this treasure has more than a monetary value. It's the embodiment of my guilt, as Johanka said. We are those sinners, and we must rebuild those walls. That's why it must be this money, even if it were only 1 groschen.
Is it only 1 groschen?
When you were talking about donating the money for the common good, what did you have in mind?
Like me?
The Virgin Mary chose Sasau as the place to reveal her message, didn't she? You don't have to go any further than the Rathaus or the Church of St. Martin. Both places carry the same weight for me. The important thing is, I know Bailiff Haschek or Father Fabian will handle the donation better than, say, the monastery.
Wouldn't you say Johanka's infirmary is working for the common good?
Certainly, but its financial affairs are handled by the monastery, which has a very poor record in that respect.
That's fair.
Then you can go and explain to Johanka and the wounded yourself that they'll suffer on just because you're worried the monastery will build more scaffolding for your money.
That's not how I meant it. It's just that, as a Colleen councillor, I had a certain property dispute with the monastery.
And you'd let my former Skalitz neighbours and Johanka suffer on because of some personal grudge.
Get him, Henry.
Do you really think the overseer would give them nothing when it's his duty?
I'd rather the Rathaus or the church had the money. I suppose you're right. I'll allow a donation to the monastery.
Huzzah! Money to the church.
Tell me again about this treasure. I don't quite understand its history.
I can't say it's something I care to repeat, but as you wish, I'll spare you any unnecessary details. It really is quite a straightforward story. Many years ago, I was engaged in long-distance trade, and my partners and I made quite a lot of money. I confess that our practices weren't terribly honest.
Tell me more.
Oh? How's that?
Well, we sold short measures of cloth, mixed sand with salt, and gave fictitious origin to wines. We passed off local wines as Italian and diluted the good ones with water. It was inevitable that our deceitful dealings would catch up with us, or rather with me. My associates arranged a deal here in Sasau that they contrived to be the last in my life. I am by nature a cautious man, so I wasn't taken by surprise. I was quite prepared for their trap. So I let my associates get caught in their own ambush. And in case any of them should get out of it, I hid some of the money in the woods. Upon my return to Colleen, the council there accepted the remainder of the money with gratitude and absolved me of any blame. They even allowed me to buy myself a bailiff's office. Since King Wenceslas succeeded to the throne, I have lived an honest life and enjoyed a respected station. For that reason, too, I forgot about my treasure until now.
But your deed caught up with you at last.
Just so. He who has acted unrighteously must make amends.
All right. We need to. All right. Let's go by weight again. Come on, you damn horse. Oh, I got room for that. Damn it. Okay, is there anyone in Sasso that would be willing to buy stolen goods? And I got look at that area I got to look around in. Because that Miller won't buy it. I have an idea. I'm gonna save here. Dun 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 dun. Got you. Talk to me.
God almighty, is some...
Don't be making fun of me right now. I went through some shit.
See you later.
I'll fuck you up. I'm hunting you scallops, man. Oh, no, wait, Pavel. Oh, that one. Hope you're all having a good time, by the way. All right, Henry will need to eat some food. Well, attorney's out of the question for next little bit. That's fine. I didn't want to go in the tournament anyways. They all smell in there. They're stinky butt. You got stinky butts. All of them. All of them collectively have stinky butts. In modern colloquialism, we would call that swamp ass. Sniff? Ew. Yeah, exactly. Eat from pot.
Could do with a bite to eat.
Will that make them better? No, they're just cooked now. Jesus, I got all this cheap wine. Seen from the pot, can't make up their mind whether it wants to appear or not. They're telling me, man. No one's gonna buy that. Why not? Damn it. Just a little too much, huh? Okay. Don't we have something that increases my strength? Huh? Not the way I thought at least. I don't need that. They have shit. They got nothing. I was hoping it would be something. Excuse me. Let's see. We need to. Repair everything. Increase that skill. And there we go. Bada bing, bada bum, bada na 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 na. No level up. Oh, no, there was a level up. For maintenance. Alright, so Remember what set you paired yourself for today class last time? Nah, right on mute, please. Force is not max capacity anymore. Ha! Oh. Oh, you see that? Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Henry is on a trip currently. Ooh, pretty colors. This looks like a shitty found footage horror movie. Oh, hell yeah, it does. I don't really have a zoom option, unfortunately, or else I would do unnecessary zooms here and there just to spook you. Oh, it's a matrix filter on currently. Oh boy. This is a dangerous path to be on.
Yeah.
It's too deep here.
That's what she said. Oh, sweet. Okay. What I'm gonna do. Oh, what's those? Oh, what the hell's happening above the fire? Oh, okay. That was a weird effect. Surely I thought the game was breaking for a moment there. What we're gonna do is we're gonna sell what we can to Peshek. I'm gonna prioritize all the stolen stuff first, and then I go from there. Oh, okay, the filter's gone. That's cool. And then we'll make our way back to. Actually, let's see. Yeah, we will sell our stuff to Peshek, and then I'm gonna take a not a long intermission, just slightly longer than the break, but short, like 30 minutes, maybe in 40. Little intermission to grab another bite to eat, but mostly to check up on some things and just take a little break. Okay, that's right. We're gonna have to wait here. Okay, so that's what I'll do because we are in the morning here, so we're gonna have to wait for him anyways. So I'm gonna do a little save. Okay, like I said, the hour and a half sort of intermission thing, that's not the norm. That's not supposed to be the norm. Just things happen. The intent is to have it be much shorter, like what's going to happen now, or the intention is. So we're going to swap over to this screen. I will be back in about 30 to 40 minutes, give or take. For me, it's so 6:45. I will say 7:30. So that would be a solid 45 minutes. I need to take care of some stuff. I got to check on my dad and make sure everything's all kosher and everything's all good and take care of some other stuff. And then, like I said, I intend to be back in a relatively short while, and we'll be good for the long haul for the rest of the night after that. Anyone that's still here, if you need to leave, by all means, leave. If you're not down to wait, you got other places to be, by all means, do not worry. Do not sweat it. I totally understand it. I intend to go long tonight, so I'll probably go for like 11 and a half hour stream, give or take. So, if you want to leave now, then come back later. Totally cool with Dan. Totally cool with me. But until then, until then, I will see you guys in a few. I may be back earlier than I'm saying. I'm just saying on the high end, it's gonna be like 45 minutes. It might be like 30 minutes or so. But yeah, if I'm back earlier than expected, I'll just keep on rolling, keep on playing. Like I said, if you gotta be somewhere, do what you gotta do. Okay. See you guys in a few. back. We're back in it. Back in it to win it. Hope everyone's doing all right. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, excuse me. Let's get the gameplay window up and ready to go here. And then son of a bitch. Hope everyone's doing all right. We have some stolen goods to sell apparently, because apparently that stuff was considered stolen. So there's that, I guess. What the hell's happening? Okay, let's go ahead and move that. And hit that button. That. There we go. Okay. Well, let's have Henry sleep this off a little bit. Really quick, let me respond to a text message I just received a second ago. No Revelatons drop. Thankfully, just had to respond to it, make sure everything was, as they say, Gucci. Let's go ahead and do it this way. Bump. And bump. Okay. As Henry drunkenly stumbles into his home. What's up, Teresa? You failed Maxine Wop. Poor old Henry. Not to really sleep this one off. Chow down. And what? Hi, Mutt. Mutt, you don't have to move.
Goof.
You are a good fellow. I have Henry stand out here in the rain, getting rained on. You know how it is. Okay. What we need to do? Move. Okay, we need to prioritize the stolen stuff. I don't know how much money good old Peshek has. Really? Really now? Really? Are we for real?
God be with you.
Barely got to that.
I've got some goods.
All right. Take care.
Oh my god, he has 16k. I could sell everything to him. I'm gonna sell everything to him without a worry. Okay, Devil Scout, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Do not need that. This is the one I have, so I'm gonna keep hold of this one just for a moment longer. I only need one torch. Yeah, I gotta repair a lot of my stuff. Why not? Okay, the dice that I have multiples of, I don't need. I'm not gonna bring more than one, so we'll sell those. Is that smart? Fuck no. I can tell you right now that's not a smart play. But it is the play I am gonna do. You can't stop me. None of you can stop me. None of you could stop me. Alright, there's shoes I need to bring. That one. Net hold square. Sorry. Net hold it like a fool. For people that don't realize what just happened, I didn't hold.
What?
I didn't hold square like you should, which allows you to haggle, which allows you to get more money out of a vendor. Not only does it increase your speech skill and everything and gets you more money, but again, more importantly, it gets you more money. End of the deal. Nothing more beyond that. Fact of the matter is, I accidentally just tapped it and released it. This is one of those things that, this is me talking. I feel like on one hand, that's me being an idiot. And fair. I was an idiot in that moment. I will happily take the L, and I do. But there is a counterpoint. This is not like, oh my god, the game's bad, to be clear. But a counterpoint is, and this is kind of an issue I'm running into with this game consistently. It doesn't have big problems, to be honest. No, it doesn't have any large glaring issues. What it does have is a number of small issues, like the when you're fighting the hard lock-on versus small lock-on, or
God's sake.
example,
All right.
making in the shop menu when you hit the square button to check your basket, having that be the same button that you finalize the deal or hold to haggle. That just leaves the door wide open for someone to accidentally, you know, hit square too fast and do what I just did. Which is not an ideal situation to be in. And like I said, that's not me saying the game is bad or anything like that. It's just I'm enjoying my time with this game. I'm really liking it. If I was not enjoying my time with it, I would not be force myself to play through it. I'm absolutely enjoying my time with this. Definitely we're gonna hold off on KCD2 for a bit, because I definitely need a change of pace after this. But see, in this menu, part of me feels like we could have like, okay, he had 16K earlier and now he doesn't have anything. What the fuck? Wait, you serious? Oh, huh. Hold on. What if I were to just buy all the lockpicks in the world from you? Right. But a potential solution to that problem would be to have something in place, like a different button prompt or something entirely. I don't know. It's just, again, not the end of the world. It's just one of those little frustrations that wears over time when it comes to this game. And again, it's nothing to like write home about. It's nothing to be like, oh my god, game ruined, game playthrough ruined, or anything like that. It's just, again, a little thing that adds up as more and more you play. Well, I guess I could hold on the Fear Not. Move that. And then actually what I'll do is I will take this guy and put Fear Not back in there. And yeah, that chess piece, I can just hold on to that chess piece for a minute. I mean, hell.
Let's have a word about the price.
Yeah, man.
Finally, a reasonable sum.
Okay. Now I'm just gonna see. Do you have
some good-
actually
Alright.
more money? No. Okay. So what I can do? Hey, homegirl, how's it going?
I've got something for you. I know that.
It is indeed.
Shave your snaps, yay!
I've got something that needs
All right. I can't have you walking around.
Did she just repair the clothes? Yes, she did. Okay.
Yeah.
What we need to do is head into town. After we wash.
My humble. And what is.
proper bath. And my clothes.
I'm God be with you.
There we go. Henry is now clean as a whistle. Mutt will be praised.
Look,
Fed. And now we head into town. I know there's another Miller I could hit up. So yeah, so what I could do when I get done here, I will head up this way. Now I'm gonna do so I'm gonna hold off on talking to Razig, because what I want to do is knock out the rest of the 2 DLCs today, or at least as far as I can today. We'll see, but we will hit them both after we hit up the vendors. Run back down. I'm gonna hit up that other Miller and see if they're not willing to buy that armor off of me.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay.
Onions that'll even make your man cry like a little lass. Come and buy some.
Jesus Christ. Farewell.
Oh, $40 out of the matter. All right. Oh, he would buy it for more. All right. I don't believe they have anything that is really worth my time here. If I had a headgear that was like a band or something that Henry could rock, I would totally be wearing that. But as it stands, the only headgear in the game is helmets, so won't be rocking that. Did I read this? Yes. I really despise how this stuff isn't sorted in like leg gear, arm gear. Look at Henry's little patch of hair sticking out the back of that helmet. That's so silly. All right. We're gonna get some money out of this.
Let's talk.
$48.
I'd almost
Ah, you're right. 47 and a half. 47.
see now.
See, it was the half would have been too much for him. Okay, I don't got anything he's repaired from you. Oh yeah. Let's just double check our stuff here. Now the dye might be worth something to a trader, but I will. We will hit up.
Garlic, carrots, beach.
We will hit up
Good
that
health.
the other miller. Now what I need is honey. Henry is going to eat a metric fuck ton of watermelons and like 2 apples. Yeah, close the deal. Don't feel like haggling with you. Honey. And watermelon, watermelon, watermelon. Jesus, Henry chowed down on 4 whole watermelons, and that wasn't enough to sate his infinite hunger. I forget sometimes that he's like Galactus. Ooh. You know what I love about the honey in this game? No, 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 no. Don't go bad. You could keep honey forever. Honey's great. There we go. All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna hit up this trader really quick. Open you.
God save.
Actually, no, I don't even need to hit this guy up. I just realized the other miller will happily buy everything I offer to him, so it don't matter. It don't matter. All that matters is we go save the day. Let me check something on the stream side. YouTube, you okay? Okay, YouTube. Okay. Now we ride. Yep, we're gonna hit up that miller, and then we will hit up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a long way back to Sasso. I'm actually gonna run back to Henrytown. I got some gold on me. Got 5.7k. If I don't think I'm gonna be able to, but if I can get another 3 grand, I can have like 6 grand on me. I will then head up. Wait, go into this path. Yeah, this is actually perfect. What I can do then is I could go to Henrytown with about 6k on me. Spend some money. Because what I need, I believe I need the trader's hut, and then because what I'm going to do then is we're going to hit up those bandits on the outside of Scarlet, since they're going to be nearby. Beat their shit in, kill them all, take their stuff, get their loot, ride back to Sasso, sell everything I got from the bandits, get some more money out of the deal. Then I could talk to some of the Sasso people to get supplies for Henrytown. Then once I have a supply chain going, I could then, once I have a beefer amount of money,
God's sake.
I've got some.
All right.
Once I have a beefier amount of money, oh, I should actually buy that. There we go. Once I got the beefier amount of money, what I could do then, would be kind of cool, is we could continue the story, but also we could buy more stuff for Henrytown and get better stuff. I could actually get like I've been told many times, get the butcher. So then when I get a butcher going in Henrytown, in theory, more money will be raked in there on the daily. So that will start to even out some of the expenses and costs that I got going on in there. And then...
Can we do something about the price?
Well...
It won't be costing me as much money to keep it afloat.
Finally.
And then voila. Voila. Oui. Okay. So... if I were to just head north... okay, if I were to just head northward, I will eventually get there. I'm sitting on 6k gold, so...
yeah.
We are happy. We are happy. I should save, just in case shenanigans happen, as they are prone to happen. It happens. It happens to the worst of us. Happens to the best of us. Hey, Shepard.
Yeah.
Is there on to stop bugs from killing baby birds, like don't interfere with wildlife and all? So I'm just gonna tell you a little story. When the BBC crew was filming Planet Earth 2, there was a second, which by the way, Planet Earth, phenomenal documentary series. 1, 2, no matter what, phenomenal. But when they were filming it, I'll let them handle it. There was a scene in, I believe, Planet Earth 2 where when they were filming, a bunch of penguins were stuck. They had the whole like a 30 to 60 plus penguins. I can't remember how many. It was a lot of penguins. It's a whole, like, I guess a flock, a colony, whatever you want to call it. They had managed to get themselves on, like, as penguins, they have to like similar to humans, they follow trails. They like penguin highways and stuff like that. Because of how they walk and waddle. Unfortunately, this means that they have to kind of like almost follow like very strict paths, or else they can't get anywhere. Anyways, as they were filming it, they were observing the penguins, and they got stuck in this at the end of at the bottom of this, basically a quarry like thing, and they couldn't get out. And this was in the, like, it was snowing heavily. Not full storm status, but it was heavy. Really? That sucks. It was pretty bad. And the BBC crew, they're watching, they're observing, and they have a whole thing that they're not supposed to interfere with what happens with wildlife, you know. The whole point is that they're supposed to observe nature. They are trying to observe nature without human interaction, so that way you can see like a lion chasing a gazelle, and you know, etc., or killer whales flipping sharks over and, you know, shearing them in half, etc. Well, when they were filming, these poor penguins were stuck. So after a little while of like filming it, a lot of the crew, they got completely demoralized, and they said they can't. A couple of people there broke down and said they cannot watch as these poor creatures die while they can do something. Like this isn't even, you know, like a polar bear running rampant in like a little flock or something. This is literally just an unfortunate circumstance of nature not going their way, and they are watching as like over 50 penguins just die altogether. So they made the call. They will interfere. They chose to interfere. When they interfered with everything, now naturally they were breaking like a kind of like a pact, you know, one of their main goals. They knew that's what they were going to do, but they also just couldn't stand idly by. So they made that decision. And they saved the penguins. They broke part of the snow berm that was keeping them at bay. They made a little penguin highway for them so they can get by, and they saved the penguins. And they interfered, right? Now, did they interfere with, you know, acts of nature? Sure. But they're human, and they weren't going to stand idly by as living creatures were about to just die senselessly in their minds. So, you know, is interfering with like bugs or some other creatures, killing baby birds, interfering with wildlife? Sure. But you're also human, and you're not going to be able to stand idly by and watch as living beings die potentially senselessly. Now, sometimes that means that you need to act against other living creatures. Because, you know, like, you know, I get the lion and gazelle thing, for example. That lion needs to eat. Right? Like, it needs to eat. You know, it's like, as the saying goes, you know, you don't have to be the fastest lion. You just need the fastest lion doesn't have to beat the fastest gazelle. It just has to beat the slowest gazelle. Like those bugs killing baby birds, you know, that's interfering with those wildlife. Those bugs are not going to survive, right? It's all part of that moral conundrum. I'm by no means authority on the matter, but what I can tell you is go with your heart, man. If you're seeing something happen and you can't stand idly by, okay, step in. You know, stop it. Nothing wrong with that. But in that same vein, you know, try to hold back on interfering too much, right? Because if you do run the risk of running out.
Well, I never. Is that the best you can do?
Oh. So yeah. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's bad to interfere, it's bad to just stand by. I see someone recording a locust eat a baby bird and it's like crying for help. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the thing is, like, you know, nature documentaries, I'm not saying that they have like a huge moral grandstanding, but you know, if you're doing like a nature documentary thing in an official manner, official capacity, part of the deal is like, you're kind of like, a lot of those guys, they sign a pact that they will not interfere. You know, it's part of their contract is like, they will not interfere. They will not step in. And what is it? It's like, in order to be a vet, like a veterinarian, Like in the first week of veterinarian school, the first month of veterinarian school, they give you a whole bunch, like 30. They tell you got to cut through 10 dead cats because you gotta get, if you're gonna be a veterinarian, you gotta get used to seeing hurt or dead animals, and you gotta get used to being able to cut into them to do your job, your fucking job. Same if you're gonna be like a nurse, is that you gotta see like some horrible shit in that first month or first week because they need to weed out the people that cannot handle it, because like once you get to the actual job, you need to be able to do your job right. In that same vein, you know, if you ever join like a nature documentary thing, not all of them, but a lot of them have a similar mandate of like, hey, look, we don't interfere. We stand by and watch, even if it's some real horrible fucked up shit. And like, you know, Planet Earth, for example, there's plenty of stuff they don't show. Like there's some recording that, you know, the Planet Earth is meant to be a majestic, awe-inspiring, beautiful series to watch where you're able to like sit back and just watch like the wonders of nature of our own world and be like, wow, that was, man, the world is beautiful. And there's a reason why they don't necessarily show like, oh yeah, when they're showing the ducks flying around with geese or with swans, they don't show the part where the fucking gut ducks are, lack of better description, bullying the swans, drowning the baby swans, raping the swans, and doing some horrible things to them, right? They don't always show that because it's kind of like the context of what they're trying to show. And not to say that they are trying to censor real life. It's that for what they're trying to do in their own documentary, they don't want everyone to see that because it's not really necessary for that. With that being said, in your own day-to-day life, you didn't sign a contract that said that you're not supposed to interfere with wildlife. Now, if you're walking around, you go in the forest, and you're actively like messing with every single thing, okay, sure. Or if you're like there's also places that aren't meant to be messed with, like, you know, a wildlife preserve, for example. With that being said, you know, if you were seeing like a poor baby birds were actively getting eaten alive by locusts, by all means, you know, if you felt like it was right for you to step in, nothing's stopping you. Other than an asshole, potentially. In my mind, that would just be the only thing, is like, you know, if you're in a location where the whole proper idea behind it all is to understand, look, you're gonna see some shit you're not gonna be happy with, but we're here to observe. We're not here to interfere. It's kind of like this is similar to my favorite thing in Star Trek, which is the Prime Directive, where the Prime Directive Starfleet is that one of the things that they do not want to, they should not interfere with worlds that aren't ready to join Starfleet yet, aren't ready to join Galactic Society. For lack of a better description, in the most basic bitch format of what the Prime Directive is. But what's so cool about it, at least to me, is like there's so many episodes of Star Trek. Some of my favorite episodes of Star Trek involve, you know, questioning the Prime Directive and whether or not you should follow it, and whether or not there's times to maybe not follow it. I mean, hell, Star Trek Into Darkness, that movie opens with, you know, Star Trek Into Darkness is not the best series by any means. It's a Star Trek movie by any means. It's not for everyone. But what I will say, what I love about that one is like part of the intro is Kirk, you know, taking like the idol from a society and then taking them and like taking it away from the society so that way Spock can stop the volcano from erupting and killing that society. Because again, acts of nature, acts of God, whatever you want to call it, can be natural, but they also can be just as cruel. And, you know, as empathetic creatures as humans, you know, for a lot of people, their first instinct is to stop that from happening and find ways to stop that. Yeah. I mean, in that same vein of like, That's the snowball effect of like if you preserve like you know it's not as simple as just we gotta kill all the wolves so the deer can live, because if the deer overpopulate then they eat too much grass and grains and herbs and everything, and then our vegetation goes down, and then other wildlife and like insects and stuff like that die out, and like then like all we cause other problems. So like it's actually a necessary thing that we have a wolf population to cull the deer population, so that way we can hunt the wolves and keep that population down, and then we can hunt deer, but then in turn so if they see two planets not part of their coalition attacking each other, it's not their problem. Never mind. No, sorry, I got too much into my own tangent. The Prime Directive, like it most like it's not the whole thing. One of the main things of the Prime Directive is just to ensure that populations that aren't ready to join galactic society, like a primitive population that isn't if you went to say Henry here and went, here's a smartphone, he'd be like, what the fuck is this? Right? He's not. People of this era right now aren't necessarily ready to join modern day, right? More or less a galactic society. So the closer the people are to like the ability to become a galactic society, the better it is for a Prime Directive. So like if aliens came to Earth right now that were part of Starfleet, modern Earth either is on the verge or would be allowed to be able to join Starfleet and then have that jump in technology to allow us to be galactic members of society. But if we were in the era of Henry, they would be like, oh wait, we gotta let this planet cook for a little bit. Like, yeah, like us right now, it's still a little early, but we could understand it. We wouldn't have like a huge culture shock. The culture shock would be discovering aliens, but it's partly why one of the big things is that I believe, and I gotta refresh my knowledge on Starfleet protocol. One of the things is that they try not to grab species that basically are not spacefaring yet, because if a species is spacefaring, then they in theory should be able to handle everything that comes with being a spacefaring society. But yeah, no, like I'm assuming you either seen it in person or watched a video of someone just filming a baby bird getting munched on by a locust. Shit like that's brutal. I mean, there's a reason why there's places called like Nature is Metal on like Reddit and stuff, because nature can be very, very, very unforgiving. Kind of funny, because isn't like the lore in Mass Effect them discovering the mass relays left behind by Protheans and learning about it, upgraded technology? Yeah. But the difference is, so using that as a great example, let's say if that was in Starfleet, humans were at the point of leaving their own planet and spacefaring. The difference is that we went from driving, we went from like 1930 style cars to modern day cars in a day. That was a terrible snap. What the fuck? Within a day, essentially. Well, not a day, but you know what I mean. So for Starfleet, they would be totally okay in theory. I gotta refresh my protocols because also different eras. Starfleet is a little different. They would totally be okay with ingratiating humans that were at that point in time in Mass Effect. They would be totally okay. And in fact, like right now, I believe we would be allowed. But if we weren't spacefaring yet, that's kind of like one of the big things, is that if you're not at the point where you can't be spacefaring creatures, that's kind of like one of those things of like, oh wait, hang on, maybe we should let these guys cool off for a little bit. It's also kind of funny because one of the main story things for Star Trek, I'm not sure if you're aware, essentially Gene Roddenberry, one of his big shticks is that for humanity, because like, you know, there's like stuff like in Halo where humanity was actually like ancient humans that, well, they were brought up by the Forerunners to an extent and yada yada, or in Mass Effect that they found, like, humans found ancient technology. One of the big things in Star Trek is like humans are just that, they're human. We built their technology, we got to the point of being spacefaring, and then we share technology with the rest of the galaxy, and you know, we, in cooperation with other races, we built better ships, better technology. But it's like, you know, in Star Trek, they're like, there's no uplifting of humanity. We did our shit. We did it on our own. We fucking did it as a united species. That's kind of like one of the big sticks. So yeah, if you ever get deep into Star Trek, you'll discover it's like, oh wait, no, humans weren't uplifted or any of that stuff that you see in other franchises. It's very much like, nope, we did it. We did it on our own.
I'd like to satisfied?
A nice. All right, sir.
He just wanted to have $5 in his pocket. I respect that. Kind of sucks that in Star Wars they focus more on politics than technology descriptions from what I see. Yeah, so this is something, okay, this might blow your mind, may not. If you ever sitting there kind of struggling to deal with Star Wars and how it deals with sci-fi concepts, I'm gonna do this. Star Wars is sci-fi fantasy. If just change the galaxy and have that be a planet, and change the spaceships and have those be airships and, you know, water, like normal water ships. As soon as you change lightsabers to swords, like magic swords, as soon, and like laser guns to like crossbows and shit, or even normal bullets. As soon as you look at it from that perspective, to be blunt and honest, barely anything in Star Wars changes. Because the reason why it's not set on a world and it's set in space is because space is cool. And lasers are cool. And having characters walk around in space helmets is cool. So that's why Star Wars is sci-fi fantasy, emphasis on the fantasy. And that's why they're very loosey-goosey when it comes to technology, because whatever. Space magic. This works. Whereas in like something like Star Trek, it's sci-fi, it's science fiction, but they are very much like, no, this is like a potential evolution of humanity going in this direction, sort of idea. And that's why they try to, like, you know, in Star Trek or Mass Effect, they try their best to give pseudo explanations to technology and stuff, or how something works, for better or for worse. But yeah, as soon as you look at Star Wars from that perspective, suddenly how, like, the way they use space and the way they just don't give a fuck about physics and shit like that, it suddenly makes sense. And it suddenly you start going, oh, that, I'm not saying that you should always do that. I'm not saying it ruins it or makes it better, but what I am saying is that when I did that to explain to a buddy who was having trouble with coming to terms with like certain things in Star Wars, and as soon as I explained it to him that way, he was like, huh, shit, through feels more like a reskin, and the space things are just a gimmick. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just, hey, as a Star Wars hardcore Star Wars fanboy, the space is there because space is cool. And the reason why we are doing space stuff is because it's cool, man. Basically the sole reason.
Can we do something about the...
Not to say they don't ever try to do any like sci-fi stuff or really cool stuff with space gimmick. It's just the way Star Wars utilizes space. Oftentimes, I know some people get frustrated with like, oh, that's not how fire works or whatever. And I'm like, dude, just, you know, for them, it might as well not even be in space. It might as well just be somewhere else. It doesn't really matter. It's Star Wars. You know, because it's funny because the same, like, because part of it is because it's in space. So people, I mean, people are like, are just going to hate on Star Wars because just because, but you'll see so many people look at, like, in a sci-fi series, they will be critical of the science, right? They'll be critical of like how space works. In a fantasy story, there's an acceptance of, well, this isn't gonna work like normal space works, or like how things normally should work, because magic exists in this world. And as soon as you're able to conjure a fireball in your hand, just because, you know, we've thrown logic out the window, it's happening because it's cool. Shut up. Now, some stories like Brandon Sanderson stuff will give like hard magic systems that try to like give maybe an explanation of stuff, but fantasy, you typically are more willing to accept things as happening because that's just the rule of the universe. Whereas in sci-fi, there's an expectation that it will be kind of explained to you, or at least there's a bullshit explanation as to why something works. And in Star Wars' case, it's kind of like having it wants its cake and eat it too. For some people, like myself, I don't mind. I fucking whatever, right? Roll with it. Other people, they get more finicky about it, and that's because they're having trouble accepting the fact that it's a fantasy story with a sci-fi paint job on it. There's one website, Projectro, I hope I pronounced that right, which gives knowledge on how to write a believable sci-fi story. Yeah, there's plenty of like great authors and like sources of information that do a terrific job of like telling you how to set things up. Brandon Sanderson, amazing, absolutely amazing author. You know, he has a whole series that he's been releasing on YouTube and stuff of like highlights of him doing his writing courses where he's teaching people how to, you know, write really well. Granted, he writes fantasy more often than not, but one of the things he talked about was when you're writing, it's like, how do you write believable world building and make it like, especially if you write in believable world building where a character doesn't give a shit about it, like Geralt of Rivia, for example.
All right, so
Geralt by default just wants to get his fucking job done. You know, he has the mentality of, I'm so fucking done with this shit. He just wants to go home, man.
That's best.
That's what Geralt of Rivia wants, right? Well, how do you write like believable world building around a character like Geralt? Well, there's nothing saying that you're not allowed to just basically tell the reader that this is something important without having to tell the reader this is something important. But there's also nothing saying that like Geralt's sitting there doing something and like he overhears a conversation, or you know, someone is talking and babbling, and Geralt can be disinterested in what the hell the person's babbling about, but there's no reason why you still can't detail the information given to Geralt for the reader to learn, because that way the reader knows this is important lore for the story. But yeah, no, like Brandon says, has a lot of great stuff. He's a great source of information on writing, because I mean, the dude has a bunch of books, successful books under his belt. And I mean, fuck, he finished Wheel of Time. So, and depending on how the wind goes, he might finish A Song of Ice and Fire as well. Just saying. He looks for a job, finds one. The job is more complex and political than it should be. He finds himself in the middle of a conflict. Exactly. Because he kind of like, now granted, not every character, not every protagonist, or even every character should be written that way, to be clear. Geralt is kind of a character that, like, destiny more often than not thrusts it upon itself on him. The plot will throw itself on top of Geralt. Sometimes literally in the form of women. But that's kind of like how you can handle world building with a character like Geralt, who's just like, I just want to get some sleep. I just want to get paid. I don't give a shit about your plot. I just want to do this. Is you could kind of just have characters around Geralt that give a shit. That's the other important thing. If you ever like read a story or, you know, played a game or watched a movie or whatever, where characters in the plot, like the main character might not give a shit, but other characters do. A good example is actually like Guardians of the Galaxy, where initially Peter Quill's kind of like he just wants to sell the Power Stone to just get the hell out, to just start a new life. But then Gamora is kind of like, no, guys, we need to stop. You know, we need to stop Ronin. We need to save the Power Stone. We need to save this planet. And then like Groot's kind of in the same mindset. And then you have Drax, who he doesn't give a shit about saving the planet, but he just wants to kill Ronin, so he's down for that. And then you have Peter, who's just morally good enough at the time to be like, okay, sure. Whereas Rocket's the one that's like, fuck it, I just want to get paid. Having characters of like varying degrees of willingness to be the good guy, and then allowing everyone else to maybe have that room to like go look for money or whatever, it allows, when it comes to world building and caring about the lore, so to speak, you can have people in the room that give a shit. So the audience, if they give a shit, they can. And then if the audience doesn't give a shit, you also have people in the room that doesn't give a shit either. So that way you fulfill both parties, and you also can get away with giving unnecessary lore and shit. But yeah, no, it's always fun to see like behind the scenes on how like a lot of writers try to write stories and such, and try to like make it so like the audience cares about what the hell's happening in front of them, because everyone handles it a little differently.
Let's have a word about the... Well, we can try it.
Then as time goes on, you have more reasons to give a shit on alongside the characters and development works. Exactly. Which is also kind of like the whole point of like a character arc, is for someone to start giving a shit. In fact, to quote Guardians of the Galaxy, that's kind of like the whole point of that one scene is, all right, guys, it's time for us to give a shit. And they all agree to start giving a shit.
Finally.
Right? Sometimes it's you know, sometimes stuff like that is simple. It's even formulaic, but hey, at the end of the day, as long as it works, right? I just want to see if there's anything I could buy from you, so that way I could drop some of this other stuff off. Yeah, I'm your Father Fabian. Yeah, right. Cool. That's right, he has only 20. Was there anything that is better than what I currently got? Nothing super worthwhile. I mean, there is some things that are huge jumps, but nothing that has like blown my dress up, as my dad would like to say. And Sasso. Like in FF7, I haven't played the original game, but Cloud seems to be thrust into adventures. He thought he just is a mercenary, but glimpses of his past are coming back in the form of Sephiroth. Yeah, I won't give anything away of the original game if you don't know the original plot. But no, like Cloud very much is like part of his whole arc in the beginning is I just want to get paid, just want to be a mercenary, just do that job, like you said. And then it's like the main plot of the story in the form of Sephiroth is like, hey, Cloud. But the immediate stuff he doesn't really give a shit about, or at least gives the impression he doesn't give a shit about it. But part of his deal is, one, him eventually starting to give a shit. But a little bit more importantly, it's... you have characters like Tifa and Barrett. Like, Barrett is a personification of the planet needs us. The great big pizza in the sky is the problem. You know, let's be eco-terrorists. And Tifa's, you know, questioning whether she should be part of that gig, but she's also a morally good character. You know, and then eventually you meet Aerith, who's all about, like, we need to save the planet. It's like, you get enough people all around him that are like, yeah, we need to save the world. Eventually, he's going to be like, okay, fine, we can go save the world. Motherfuckers. Okay, let's see. There's another blacksmith here. Perfect. Gotta make more money. More money for Henry Town. This is a complete side tangent to everything else. I wonder if there is a story where it's a band of bad guys that's after incidents start giving a shit. Yeah. No, there's like... I mean... it's not quite the same, but that's basically the beginning of Final Fantasy IV with Cecil. Cecil's a Dark Knight in the beginning of 4, and then after murdering a bunch of people with the Red Wings, and granted, the king said, fuck you, Cecil, how dare you even have a thought in your brain, get the fuck out of here, you're banished. But yeah, that's basically the beginning of Final Fantasy IV, where Cecil's a bad guy, he's a Dark Knight, and then after that, part of his journey is becoming a paladin and going, maybe I shouldn't just blindly follow orders. I mean, granted, what you described, that's like essentially the plot of new Star Wars Battlefront 2, where your protagonists, they're part of the Empire, they're dick riding for the Empire the whole way, but then as soon as oh god, what is the name of it? It's like, it's Operation... oh, this is gonna kill me if I don't look this up. Oh, Inferno Squad, right? Yeah. Star Wars Inferno Squad Operation Cinder. There we go. On Operation Cinder, where the Empire, after the death of the Emperor, is all like, all right, fuck him. Burn it all to the ground, start anew, cause chaos. We need order. After all those shenanigans happen, you know, Inferno Squad's like, maybe we shouldn't. But the one guy is like, yeah, no, we should. But then your protagonist and the guy that would eventually be the father of her child are like, nah, we good. We good. We don't want to do this anymore.
Let's talk about...
feels wrong.
Are we agreed?
That's
It's also like the beginning of Repo Man. You've seen that movie. Granted, that happens to the protagonist in when it comes to the incident in question, but Okay, we need... Okay. Let's... That campaign was actually so good for that kind of game. I mean, Battlefront 2 is getting a good place now, especially with the mods. I'm waiting. I don't believe it's a full release yet, or if it was a release, it just came out recently. But they're trying to get like the Kyber service together so that way everyone could use like a multiplayer service to play modded without having to go through a whole bunch of extra bullshit. But yeah, the version of the game that is now with all the modded characters and outfits and skins and maps and all this other crazy stuff. Fuck yeah. Not to mention, I went about a month ago, I sat down and I modded the hell out of OG Battlefront 2, where I downloaded I think like 1,000 maps and got a whole bunch of like campaign stuff and a bunch of other crazy stuff. I got into a Star Wars mood and I was like, all right, let's mod the hell out of OG Battlefront 2. I was gonna mod new Battlefront 2, but then it was like, oh, hey, motherfucker, I just lost half my health again. I hate everything. But then it was like, hey, maybe wait like another like a month or two. I was playing on the servers and stuff like that when everyone and their mother is playing, and there's still people are playing. They're trying to be like, hey, EA, we want Battlefront, but the modding scene for that game, like, it's crazy that you can have Ahsoka in there, you can have Din Djarin, and you can have tons of other crazy characters in there. It's so fucking cool. Also, different outfits, some really well made outfits too. Yeah, the campaign was alright. Part of me kind of wishes that it was a full Imperial campaign, then we could have had like a Rebel campaign, because the campaign was fun for what it was. My issue was they advertised it as a full Imperial campaign, and like the OG Battlefront 2 was a full-on, you're part of the 501st with old Legends lore. You're part of the 501st, going on missions, then you go through Order 66, murdering Jedi, and then you become part of the Empire, and you just massacre the rebellion. Like, it ends on the Battle of Hoth as like the last great victory of the Empire, which kind of was in a way. But it's like, how do I phrase this? New Battlefront 2, I enjoyed the campaign. There was a distinct feeling that it trying to be like a sequential campaign with the same main character kind of gave it a bit of a fanfic vibe of, man, this main character managed to bump into all these major original trilogy characters, all these different sequences. Wow. All right. With that being said, though, I did enjoy it for what it was. I thought it was fun. I do think that depiction of Luke Skywalker, especially with like Matthew Mercer voicing Luke in that game, which was a great choice, mind you. As far as voice acting is concerned, nigh perfect casting. I think that's my favorite depiction of Luke when I forget the Imperial guy he's talking to, but when Luke goes up to him and helps him out, and the guy is like, hey, why you saved me? And Luke goes, because you asked. Just the simplicity of it. I'm in my head, I'm like, that's Luke Skywalker to a T. Fuck yeah. Okay. So I need a trader to... Let's make sure we got the right stuff. Okay. So I need livestock. Okay. So 4 grand. Okay, we could build that. And then I'll have to go run back and get some livestock.
I want to build. Certain. Trade is important, and we'll have a wagon bringing goods in, so we'll build a trader store.
Very well. Come along with me. Once we're there, I'll oversee the building, so they don't botch anything.
There we go. I forgot that I have to physically walk everywhere to do this. Oh boy. I appreciate this is in the game, but goddamn. I find it funny Luke decided that training from the young age is bullshit and relationships are allowed. Yeah. I mean, that's seemingly Legends Luke. It's with canon Luke. It's kind of like, it's still kind of the same deal, but much different direction, unfortunately. But no, Luke in Legends is very much how the Jedi should be, with basically going, yo, you guys are idiots. You took the Jedi code and you went so strict with it. That's not, no. We are allowed to have attachment. You just can't let that rule your life. Like, that's what happened to my father with Anakin's. Like, you know, he let it rule his life and just make every decision for him.
We're gonna build here?
Yes. Shall we get started?
When it's like, that's not what it should be.
I'm ready.
Plus,
I'll just quickly check again.
Mara
We have everything
Jade.
we need.
Enough said.
We've still got the means. We'll get stuck in then.
Plus, let's be completely fair to Luke here. Regardless of young age thing or not, he was kind of in need of some Jedi when he's being known as the last Jedi. Just saying. It would be kind of helpful if he had a couple other Jedi floating around. And since everyone's a little older, it probably is a slightly easier sell to be like, okay, guys, you can bone, don't you worry. You can have relationships. You can still keep your wife. You can still keep your husband. You can still keep your harem. It's fine. Whatever. I'm cool with it. Just come be a Jedi. Probably an easier sell. Have you played Fallen Order? Fuck yeah, dude. Played Fallen Order and Survivor. Love Cal Kestis. Cal Kestis might as well be a slightly altered version of Legends Luke. Yeah, like the journey he's going on, potentially the way the wind's blowing, it seems like he might actually go the way of like Legends Luke, or at least a version of that. Not say it's a 1-for-1, to be clear. Cal Kestis is his own character, but the ending after what Cal finds, what could have happened if he finds the younglings, he goes, nah, fuck this, keep them hidden. Yeah. Out of curiosity, have you gone through Survivor? I won't spoil Survivor if you haven't, but if you have gone through Survivor, then I could say something. If not, I don't want to spoil something for you. No, not yet, but I don't mind spoilers. It's not like the biggest spoiler in the world. Basically, him and Marin start a relationship. Like, there's literally a moment where like they're talking, and without going to the grand context of everything, so that way you still have surprises. They're chatting. They're getting close. They like throughout the game, Survivor, they're getting really close to each other. And Cal basically goes, the Order existed. It had its chance. But maybe there's a reason why maybe there's a reason why it fell, because maybe not everything the Jedi did worked. Yeah. Right? Fucking knew it. She stole a kiss from him in the first game anyways. Yeah. But it basically was like he realized, okay, maybe we should try things differently. And then him and Marin kiss, and it's very much like, okay, pan away to the fire of like, all right, I see what you're doing. But this is also why, like in Survivor, this is like why Cal adopts the blaster style, because you know basically a character tells him, look, Cal, you might be a Jedi, but you're not you're a classically trained Jedi. But this is not a classic world with Jedi anymore. This is not the galaxy we once knew. You need to be able to evolve to survive it. And one of those means is being able to fight properly. So, character hands Cal a blaster, and then Cal there's a stance that he can have in the game, where called blaster stance, where he runs around the lightsaber and a blaster.
Yeah.
Kind of like Legends Luke. Now, granted, there was a point in Legends where Luke just gave up on the blaster entirely because he's like, well, especially like in Dark Empire where he's taking out ATSTs and shit, but in AT-ATs. And yes, I said AT-AT because motherfucker, it's not called an AT-AT. That's stupid. I don't call it AT-ST. ST-AT-ST. It's so fucking stupid. A blaster with a lightsaber, Obi-Wan is dying somewhere. I mean, you say that. Even he was like, I'll shoot a bitch. I mean, yeah, like with him and Grievous. Like, yeah, he says also uncivilized after he said, you know what, I'm done. We're ending this fight right now, and blasted him and kept on shooting him. And then once it was all said and done, he gave out his little quip of like, haha, he's Obi-Wan, he's superior. Fuck you. When it's like, homie, you engage with the thing. Obi-Wan, you pompous asshole. And then Obi-Wan just strokes his beard and a look of superiority at you when you say that, and you just grumble.
Yeah.
Because he's Obi-Wan fucking Kenobi.
Yeah.
Even Obi-Wan fucked. Like him and Satine. Like, if you ever watched the Clone Wars show, Satine's nephew looks awfully like Obi-Wan and Satine's kid, if he was Satine's kid. And as he got older, he only looked more and more like Obi-Wan. Just saying. So, just saying. But no, Jedi. They're going back to like the Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor. Those are some games I intend to replay on the. They're the games I do intend to replay on the channel at some point because I thoroughly enjoyed them. I don't have anything that I can sell because I realized I need to sell something. Perfect. Now I just realized people don't really have anything. After we play Fallen Order again, if I want to replay Survivor, do you need a recap at least? Hey, in the beginning of Jedi Survivor, there is like a good I can't remember if it's 15 minutes or 5 minutes, but there's a very good recap video that you can watch at the beginning. Like in the menu, it literally says like previous, like what, Jedi Fallen Order recap or something to that effect. And it's mostly focused on the main story and the main points, but it gives you all the bullet points that if it's like it's still in your memory, you could be like, ah, that's right, that yeah, that's what happened, and etc. Damn it. I will say, if this is the only thing I'll say when it comes to on a first playthrough of Survivor, if you intend to play it on PC, grab the mod that allows you to have every, like, you get button press, you can switch to every lightsaber stance. I understand why they were like, no, we want you to like choose which stances to use. All it does is kind of just ends up in a situation where you just don't use certain stances throughout the entire game, which isn't ideal. I don't think that was the place they wanted people to be at in that game.
Garlic soup for the winter.
So, if you play on PC, just grab a mod that says, hey, Cal could have every stance at button press. And it doesn't, if you're worried, oh, does it break the game or balance? It doesn't. Because you're going to be swapping between everything anyways, so. Uh-huh. It's the same with controller. Yeah. No, No, like it's on the controller. I can't remember the exact one, but it's like you press one of the D-pads to swap your stance to like one stance or another because you only allowed 2 out of 5. But the mod, I gotta look at it again because there is controller support for it. It basically I believe it. I can't remember if it turns into a cycle or it's a menu. I believe it's just like you just cycle through everything. But it's one of those things where it just makes it not only more convenient, but also just more fun to play because you're not just ostracizing a entire lightsaber path in the game, and you also feel like you can actually utilize. I just did that wrong. Everything, and also be allowed to have some fun.
Let's talk about.
But I would have to look at the mod again and then go from there.
Are we agreed?
That sounds. Aye.
Yeah, it's a mod. Then the wheel mill is an extension. Just found it. There you go. Yeah, it makes a little extension. Also, Jedi Survivor has a lot of customization. You could give Cal Kestis a Jedi mullet, and you could give him a handlebar mustache. I didn't. I made Hal look cool. I swears. But yeah, those are some options you can go with.
And spread the word of God who lived as he preached. Love thy neighbor more than thyself. So the scriptures teach us. Us and the church dignitaries. But do they heed the word? Those bloated bellies? They fleece you of your last groschen. They would have you slave for them till redemption. And while you live from hand to mouth, they stuff themselves with sweetmeats and indulge in carnal pleasure.
Henry.
What's up?
Well?
Well, we...
Did you?
Oh.
Mother of God, that's wonderful news. How on earth did you do it?
Tell her everything. No, thanks. I have to keep my pictures looking. Yeah, there's plenty of like serious hairstyles. Like the hairstyle I went because I think Cal looks great with like an actual full red beard because he has way redder hair than me. We gave him like the full beard, and I gave him like because he has much thicker hair than I do. I gave him like a more like a spiked up hairstyle. But there's also one where like it's shaved on the sides and it slicks back that also looks really good. But there's also one that is just like his classic hairstyle. Like you could keep Cal looking serious. And like you could give him like, you know, Jedi armor, or like you give him more robes or Jedi robes, or like make him look more like a drifter sort of look. Like there's not many options. Weirdly enough, there's not many options to make him look dorky or silly, other than like the handlebar mustache and like give him like a sleeveless shirt. But you can make a lot of other things about him look really cool. So
look here, I'll tell you what happened, but you mustn't breathe a word of it.
All right.
Ambrose got really drunk. I took his money, and in the morning, I told him he'd lost it all at dice. He took it really hard, and he promised he'd never gamble again.
Uh-huh. Well, if you think he really means it. And what about the money? Did you give it back to him?
Yeah, I gave it back to him so he can buy what he needs.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Henry.
Right, can I sell? No, I can't. Motherfucker. Well, I need money, so we'll sell those shoes. I don't really use them anyways. I guess if I need a stealth, I'll just have Henry run around barefoot. It'd be funnier that way.
Is this
Claire?
How far does the Survivor game skip from the ending of the first game? 5 years. There is, if you are curious. Is it Battle Scars? Star Wars Battle Scars. There is a book set between Fallen Order and Survivor. I believe it's also available in audiobook format. Called Battle Scars that I'll phrase it this way. In Survivor, at the beginning of Survivor, Cal's on his own. He has a different team other than the characters that you had in the first game. And then part of the first act of the second game in Survivor is reuniting with the people that Cal formed relationships with in the first game. Meeting up with Marin, meeting up with Seer, meeting up with grab some seat. Which, by the way, he has a robot arm in the second game, and you discover why Mr. Forearms has a robo arm in the second game in the book. It's not necessary reading, to be clear. It's not necessary whatsoever. But it is fun extra reading if you want that. Yeah, you don't need it. It's not necessary whatsoever. But it's fun extra reading. In that same book, you discover Marin can get it. She gets it. Not from Cal, from this other chick. That's a whole other thing. I'll let you find out for yourself. It's a nice solid book. It's a nice solid entry. Continuing adventures of those characters. And again, it's not needed to understand what the hell's happening in Survivor. It just enhances the experience, because the beginning of Survivor, they do a really, really good job of telling you like what kind of happened, and go over those events. And it's 5 years later, so it's obvious
Have a look at these
things have changed.
They'll stay firm all winter. Buy them
Okay,
before
I need. I mean, I'm doing it with Witcher now. Might as well. You know what? That's a fair point.
cabbage, green cabbage.
Absolutely fair point is made. Since you're already doing it, you might as well continue to do it. Hey, what's up, man?
God save you. Good night.
I'm trying to get livestock for Pribyslavitz.
Same with like
Could you
Mass
help me
Effect, but it's a comic.
Certainly.
Mass
thought
Effect
they're
lore
getting on.
is messy
doing
outside the
alright.
games.
Glad to
Like
hear
the
it.
comic with
There's a
VR
friend
is
of
pretty
mine there,
solid, but
Jonah. Do you know
and
him?
the Luciman one is also really
Sorry,
good. Those two are really good.
I don't know everyone yet.
Everything
Handy fella.
else
Always making
is
something.
weird.
He's good at making baskets.
Sorry, I really don't know him.
Ah,
I think I
it's
spoke
not
about it
important.
before of like
You sure don't
how
have it
awkward it
easy.
is.
But then again, it'll be an adventure. I was thinking about it myself. About going there too, But my place is here. Well, what was it you wanted again?
I want you to supply livestock for us.
Right, of course. And who's going to take it there for you?
I've got a merchant to take care of it.
Good. I'll be expecting him. So, here's my price. I know it's a bit on the dear side, but you'll get lean, tender meat from them, fit for a bishop's table.
All right.
That's a good price. I'll buy it.
You can count on me. If you run into Jonah, give him my regards.
I will.
Take care.
They didn't do world building enough so the comics feel isolated, or long and the short of it, Dragon Age, they decided, similar to like Star Wars, they gave a canon for all expanded media. In Dragon Age, the Warden was a female elf that made the sacrifice at the end. Hawk is a mage, etc. And certain characters are alive, certain characters are dead. What that allows for, like Alistair's king in Dragon Age canon outside the games. What that allows for is any book, any comic, any show, movie, audio drama, whatever, they have something to build off of. Mass Effect, you're going to notice something when you go into like the other books. If it wasn't set before the first game, it gets a little awkward. In the Liara comic, it's obvious that, you know, Liara no matter what has like a schoolgirl crush on Shepard, but you know, you don't know if she like did Liara have a relationship with Shepard? Was Shepard man or a woman? What class was Shepard? If that's relevant, because you know the only reason why that's relevant is if Shepard, you know, was a biotic or not. What was Shepard's background? What was her first name? Etc. So then we get to other territory. Is Rex alive? Was Garrus recruited? Hey, what's up, man?
God's
You know, is the
blessings.
council alive or dead?
What can I do for you?
Mass Effect 2, who survived the suicide mission.
You want to buy grain?
Suddenly, you start seeing why,
regular supplies
you know, in the 6-month time span between Mass Effect 2 and 3, there are not any comics set with Garrus.
Looks like it.
Or the stuff that does involve Garrus post Mass Effect 1, they have to dance around. We were with this dialogue. They have to dance around if Garrus was actually on the Normandy or not. More or less, if Garrus went to go back to CSEC or went to go be a Spectre. And because of that, they have to dance around a lot of topics. And it actually becomes a little frustrating when certain books or comics or other media that is set in the Mass Effect universe, they try and skirt around. They don't want to touch your own canon. Yeah, and I understand that. That's respectable. But it also means that, you know, in situations where someone should address something or talk about something, they can't. Because that would contradict stuff. Hell, man, I went through this shit when I was going through back in the day when I was reading Mass Effect lore, but more importantly, when I was playing Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. I said yes. Like, man, oh man. And Dragon Age: The Veilguard. You know, the only thing they brought forward was like 3 choices that barely related to anything other than Solus. So they couldn't address really anything in Dragon Age: The Veilguard from the first 3 games, which was super frustrating. Granted, I don't expect every book to do that, but you know, it's like the benefit in like, you know, in like the KOTOR novel with the Revan novel, it went with the established canon for Revan and the Exile, and that allows them to work with that version of those characters. Same with the Old Republic game. If they had to dance around it constantly, that means you couldn't have Revan show up. You couldn't have certain characters show up, which would be super frustrating and annoying to deal with. So it's like, I love Mass Effect. I really love the trilogy more than anything else. There's a couple comics, like the Luciman one I think is great. The Liara one's pretty solid. And there's a couple, like the first Mass Effect book written, I believe that one was written by Drew Kirpischen. I could be wrong. But the first Mass Effect novel with Anderson and Saren is great. A lot of other stuff in Mass Effect, unfortunately, because it is held back constantly by it not being able to address certain choices the player can make in the series, things just feel a little awkward at times of them trying to navigate around it. Not the end of the world. Other than Ascension, I think everything in, you know, Mass Effect media-wise, as not the games, I think they're fine. varying degrees of fine or good. Ascension, that novel sucked. There's so much problems with Ascension. And they said they were going to rewrite it, and they never did. I just genuinely don't understand how someone looks at Ascension and goes, yeah, that. Yeah, let's greenlight that shit. Because I'm sure that's not going to piss anyone off. It has such a cool premise too.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah.
Back to Henrytown. Because what I need to do is I need to establish the butcher shop. I want to do that sooner than later. That way we can start making some money. What's neat is I could just, when I went back to Sasau, I could tell that butcher, yo man, come to my place. Come to Henrytown. I know it's a typical RPG thing that always tends to happen, but man, I just find it really amusing. You start the game and you're scrounging for like 100 gold to even afford a single sword or a helmet, and then by the time you're I'm not even like halfway through the midpoint of the game, I would argue, or even if I am, I'm like, I think I'm either close to getting done with all the side content, or
I should turn back before Sir Radzig starts thinking I ran off.
something. But I know I'm not even halfway through the main story, or if I am, I'm only halfway through the main story. I could be wrong on that front. That's why I assume on that. I just find it so amusing that Henry has to have the wealth of like basically this entire country to be able to afford Henrytown properly. And that's the expectation that Henry has to have. I've been told that you have to spend in the ballpark of like 60,000 to like 90,000 to fully kit out this place. And man, I've already spent like 30 grand on it. And I'm about to spend some more. I just think this is wild. And I think poor Henry Escalets, you know, at the beginning of this game was thinking, oh, a sword would be only worth this. What the hell is happening to you, horse? Is this an invisible wall? Is this the edge of the world? The hell am I? This must be a huge witch or something. I don't know. I need to go north. No, I can't go more north.
Yeah.
Or is that actually, no, I gotta remember it's not completely in the forest anymore. It's all wide open and shit. No, it's not on a hilltop like that. Oh shit, okay, so Skelett's, I'm here. I need to head left.
Yeah.
There we go. And head back. Need to get back to Henrytown. Okay, I discovered an accident. Is that gonna appear? make a call. Yeah, the torch makes it harder to see, ironically enough. Yeah, if I was running around on foot, it would be a lot easier to go by torchlight, but...
I can't leave now. I still have obligations here.
Okay, if I'm at the edge... But this is what I get for not hitting the main road. Where the hell am I, man? Am I over here? No, I'm over here.
I better not go any further. I might drown.
Boopity, and boopity, whoopity, and whoop, and whoop. Holy shit. A lot of unique people that are showing up for this Kingdom Come stream. Huh. Go figure. So...
Yeah.
That's north. Oh. Where the fuck am I? Okay, I must be passing that, so I should keep on heading this way. In theory, I should hit Henrytown. Hey, Nero. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. There we are. This guy better be ready to build. Wake the fuck up.
I want to build.
We got a city to build.
We can't build in the dark. You can't hammer a nail. If I applaud your fervor.
I suppose so.
Son of a bitch. Well, where's my bed? Oh, you're sleeping in my bed. This is my bed, villager. What are you doing? This is my private stash. Why is your stash here? Are you living in my house? What the fuck? What? Fine. Fine. I guess I'll sleep right here. Okay. Crack of dawn. Everyone should be ready to build. Excuse me. That came out of nowhere. Got some honey. Some honey. All right. How much I got at my disposal? I got 7K. Let's confirm. Butchers should have plenty of money.
I want to build.
Certain.
Let's build a butcher.
Let's go to the.
All right, you want to go? Let's roll, baby. Hi, chickens. You know what? I appreciate him actually running rather than walking. Hi, cows. How you doing? You got some... These cows are on a slightly skinnier side. They're not as chunky as they should be.
We're going to build here?
Yes. Shall we get started?
I'm ready.
I'll just quickly check again that we have everything we need. All good. We can start construction.
Dun, 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 dun. Hell yeah. Okay, we already got a butcher. I could get a better butcher. Wish it shows them building like a jam to the house building song from just I love the fact I think one of my favorite videos about Red Dead Redemption 2 is the video of, like, you know, John building the house. It's really in, you know, building a house sequence, and then you see a fucking, like, see a big cat just come in and just attack him while it's played. It's the funniest shit ever. I know not every game can do it because it's actually very difficult to do it, and there's a lot of problems behind the scenes. But when you can do real-time cutscenes, it's so nice. Like, Halo Infinite had real-time cutscenes, so seeing the gun you had in the gameplay sequence appear in a cutscene was actually a nice touch. It added a lot. But then, not to mention seeing, like, the Marines and, like, other soldiers or other bodies laying around when certain things happen, made for either comedy or actually just some really cool consistency. It was also nice. Something I wish more games would do. Alright. Let's go finish off Yohanka's quest. We need to... Charcoal, eh? Okay. I don't know. So... probably somewhere in this ballpark. So when I get to the monastery, I should head this direction to get the charcoal going, and then we'll have the supplies we need. Not even real-time cutscenes, it's interactive, keep you engaged, and also the real-time cutscene mod for Witcher 3 is a game changer. Oh yeah. Also, the mod that you can have cloaks and proper cloaks and everything. Also a game changer. A surprising one, in fact. Like, it's actually wild how much that actually adds to the overall play experience of Witcher 3. By being able to have Geralt walk around like he does in the cinematic trailer. I find a close enough Witcher 3 kind of iffy because it doesn't go well with his scabbard, so there's a button to hide it when you're wearing the cloak. Yeah, no, like as with mini mods, is like there's not gonna be a perfect solution. I mean, it seems like Witcher 4 is gonna solve that problem. In theory, we'll see. I mean, what they've showed off in that little tech demo looks pretty solid. But no, it's one of those things where, how do I put this? Especially when it comes to modding, like there's some really talented modders out there. But there's also some talented modders that also seemingly were the only ones that had the ability or the idea that maybe just couldn't solve a clipping problem or solve one other problem. Sometimes you gotta deal with it. But hey, that's why they had that button so you could hide it wearing a cloak, which is nice, but I don't know. It's something I go back and forth on. I'm not even heading the right direction. Bye-bye, Crotchley King. I appreciate you hanging out in these streams as long as you have. Not everyone's always down for a lengthy stream, especially the ones I do. I do appreciate you sticking around. But like I told Stabby earlier, you got places to be, or you know, you get bored, or you just don't feel like showing up one day. Don't sweat it. Totally understand. Because you know, I'll have to update this in my description or something. But like, hey, you know, I'm as much on your time as anything else. Like, I'm pretty sure you thinking if you find me entertaining, that's sweet. I appreciate that. But also, don't sweat it. You got life. You got stuff. You got things you gotta do. So, you know, if you're only able to be here for 8 hours, that's fine. Able to do the full 11, that's cool. Not for everyone. Even like my 13th Sentinel streams, had a buddy of mine who was like, look, I could show up for the first few hours, homie, but I'm gonna have to catch your stream when I can. Son of a bitch. That time, of course, I prioritize my life, just waiting for something to happen, so I'm just idle for now. Okay. Understandable. Like, hey, I'm not saying you have to leave by any means. I'm just saying that, hey, don't sweat it. Totally understandable. But hey, I won't complain though. You're here. Number go up. Got someone to chat with. Helps that out. Dun, dun, dun. problem is Sasso probably doesn't have a ton of money. Excuse me. Do you update somewhere when you're not going to let be live on most of the days? Yeah, so I got to... So it's typically Mondays and Tuesdays I don't stream. If I do, I call them impromptu streams or something to that effect, and they're usually like a handful of hours. And it's usually like, hey, some friends want to play some Helldivers, and we were chatting, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, it's cool if I just hit the go live button. They're like, we don't give a shit. And it's like, okay, sweet. We'll just play for like a couple hours and do something like that. Usually I take those days off. It's one, just so I have a separation mentally, but and that way I'm not always just online. But it's also it gives me time to work on the channel and stuff. What I am currently doing tomorrow, after I take care of some stuff, I am gonna go update my Blue Sky. I might update Instagram. We'll see. I may update X. We'll see. I'm kind of in the mindset of just removing X as a social entirely, because I only really use it to keep up with certain streamers and content creators I watch, but I hardly even fucking use that hell site. And after the whole, when the fucking Grok was going, I'm the Lord Emperor of Nazism, I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to be here. Wherever the fuck bullshit it came out saying. On my YouTube channel as well, there's the community posts. What I'll start doing is on a YouTube channel, on Twitch if I'm able to. I believe there's a way you can do on stories or whatever. And on Blue Sky for sure, potentially Instagram and some other stuff. I will update when I'm going live, like what the week's schedule is. So, what I'm gonna do my best to do is every Monday, moving forward, is post a little update saying, hey, this week I'm gonna be, this is the schedule, and a pseudo plan of what will be streamed on what day as well. And I'm gonna try and stick with that stuff. That is always subject to change if things, you know, change, but that's kind of the plan moving forward, is to get some socials together that I'll update consistently with a schedule, and then we could kind of go from there.
Look what's come crawling out from under some.
That's the general plan. But yeah, typically Mondays and Tuesdays, with some exceptions, I take off. That's kind of the plan. Is Mondays and what the I was up in the sky. That's it? That's all you have, Sellerman? I spent a minute in X and I already felt dreadful. Consuming my news somewhere else is more tame. Yeah, Reddit is nicer. Funny enough, 4chan is less stressful. No one is serious there. Gotcha. Yeah. Like I said, I will don't sweat it. Try getting like empties this week. The plan this week is to kind of keep things consistent. And then I'll go from there on any major updates. Starting Monday, I'll start posting stuff, and then Wednesday stream, I will let everyone know what the kind of game plan is moving forward. And I'll also put a video on the YouTube channel just for that as well. Yeah, because unfortunately, 2 months back, had a family emergency situation that thankfully everything went well, but it was still an emergency. And you know, there was an awkward feeling of, man, I don't I was gone for 2 weeks. I didn't update shit. So some of my consistent viewers were like, what the fuck? You really? One of them, I like, you might have seen him floating around Shokewagon, was like, you're back. What the hell? What happened to you? It was like, oh, you know, life, unfortunately. Okay. I'm not gonna be able to hop up my horse. So we're gonna have to, let's drop the heaviest shit that's not gonna be worth any money. That's not gonna be worth anything. That won't be worth anything. Is there anything in here? Okay, there's 2 of them, so that'll be worth something. We're gonna drop that. We'll drop those. Okay. Yeah, but moving forward, I'll do my absolute best to keep people updated, so I'm not just a ghost that disappear off the face of the earth. Yeah, I used to be a regular on another stream. Always account of them being live, then suddenly when silence sucks, but yeah. No, I mean, you know, the family emergency one, that partly because I wasn't active already on social, so there wasn't really a place for people to keep up with that. But moving forward, I'm gonna try my best to keep up and have some communication. And like a friend of mine suggested, like, dude, you know, YouTube has that community page, you know, community tab, just use that. I'm like, that's a very fair point. Why am I not using that, actually? Yeah. I really should use that. You know, people don't necessarily always read it, but like, fuck, dude. Yeah. You know, if you know someone frequents a YouTube channel, they can just see a post from me and going, oh, okay, they're away for a little bit. So yeah, I got a couple places in mind. Mainly it's probably going to be Blue Sky and YouTube for sure, and potentially Instagram and some other stuff, but we will find out. And that's where well, like I said, I'll post weekly updates of like, hey, this is the stream schedule. We'll go from there. You may or may not have already noticed, but I try to... I'll keep notifications in your community. I think I could do that. I don't have Blue Sky. That's fine. That works.
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
I try, okay, for like a single player experience like this, I try to keep like a big stream day for that, so that way I can get into the meat of it. But on days that I know I'm going to have a short stream, or days that are going to be funky, I try to save those for like, I try to make those like multiplayer focused stuff, so that way, you know, like, you know, Helldivers, I could as easily just jump in for an hour and not worry about anything, right?
Have you got charcoal for sale?
Charcoal? No, we've got linen. Want to buy linen?
What? You have no charcoal?
Of course we've got charcoal. What do you think we've got in them kilns? Pies? What do you need it for?
This motherfucker.
For the Pribyslavitz blacksmith.
What do you want about? He's been dead for years.
No, the new one. The village has been renewed.
Is that so? Nobody tells us nothing.
You are more obscure than I am in this bumfuck nowhere river.
How much do you need?
Fucking smart ass, exactly.
At least 5 bags a week.
We could manage that. And how will you get it there?
I've got a merchant to take care of supplies.
Well, as long as he can drive here and find us. What do you say to this price?
Fuck it.
I'll take it.
Deal then. As soon as your merchant gets here, we'll load it up. Good luck then.
Okie dokie. So, no, this one. I'm on this side of the river. Just right down the edge, and then need to find this.
Yeah.
What I need to do is drink some water. I'm gonna step away for about a minute. There we go. Just had to verify a bit of a schedule for the next couple days. WB. WB. These aren't WB games. We're not going to make a movie, then cancel it before you get to see it. And we're not going to see the failure of the Suicide Squad video game and be like, yeah, live service is the way to go, clearly. Despite the fact that our single-player games went really good and went well. And our live service games have went into the tanker. And we also killed multiverses. Like, it's impressive. When for Multiverses first what came out, everyone was like, that's cool. Hell yeah. You got the voice actors, you got the characters, yeah. And then he went, okay, so what if we just took a year off and made it bad? What about that? Will you guys play it then? And everyone went, no. The fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, WB doesn't fucking
Can't go any further. The current could sweep me to my
know what the hell they're doing anymore. Oh shit, this is not Shadow War. Man, I like Shadow Mortar. I like Shadow War. I think they're solid games. There was stuff that... There was a lot of things that Shadow War did that was what I wanted in Shadow Mordor. But then there was stuff that Shadow War didn't do that I was like, man, why can't we get more of that? Some of that stuff was cool. I digress. Whatever. I don't make video games. I just play them. I love how almost collectively agree Batman being best is bullshit. It's not. I mean, this is me. It's not even the fact that Batman was bested. It was the way it was handled. The biggest issue with like the Suicide Squad game for me is like it's because we just shoot them with bullets. It's like you kill Superman with bullets. Like, really? That's how we're gonna do this? Not to mention people were already kind of tired of the evil Justice League routine. Like, you know, there's certain stories that can make that work, but those stories are usually like, you know, when good Superman meets bad Superman, and you have those fun shenanigans that ensue with that. No, it's like, man, We it doesn't help the fact that at the time everyone thought that was Kevin Conroy's last performance as Batman.
Looks like this is where
And everyone went, fuck that. Thankfully, Crisis on Infinite Earths gave us his last performance. With him voicing animated series Batman fighting the Joker. And we got a chance to be like, okay, that's a proper send-off with him saying, doesn't matter if it's the end, I will be Batman no matter what. It's like, yeah, that's better. That's how you do it. Yeah. Now, at least for me, it wasn't even so much of the Suicide Squad beat Justice League. It was just the way they had to do it because it's in a live service game. It also was so fucking hilarious where like, hey, here's Captain Boomerang. I'll give you a hint. If you don't know who Captain Boomerang is, what his whole gimmick is. So naturally, what is his weapons in the game? Oh, assault rifles, submachine guns, and like sniper rifles. Right? Or whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck what guns he actually had. Point is, he wasn't using a goddamn boomerang.
I reckon I can't be even halfway. That forest trail must be higher.
Like, it would only be worse if instead of a Suicide Squad doing this, it was the Justice League. It's like, here's Superman. What's he gotta do? He has to use a submachine gun. It's like,
Here's that footpath. This is definitely the right way.
it's like, motherfucker, it's Superman. Excuse me, that sneeze just refused to let go. Okay. What is this? Dubeck.
Leave me be. I want to sleep.
At least Batman has intel on each hero, and the way to eliminate them is unique for each one. And he even did it for himself in case he himself becomes evil. Yeah. Speaking of Batman and Superman, I recently discovered what I thought was the coolest fucking thing and the most busted combination in the entire DC universe. And that is Superbat. Which is Batman, Superman, Prime, mind you, I believe. The main ones. Due to some Green Lantern ring bullshit, did a fusion. And it became Superbat. And he had to take on, I believe, the Justice League? I can't remember what the context was. But just... I was looking at their... the costume is phenomenal. It's like, yes, that is the perfect combination of both.
Come and get it.
But also, like, holy shit, that's awesome.
You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I understand.
I'm not gonna be able to talk to him, I guess. Alright. Bro, search for Batman. Alright. 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 We doing this. Kisses somebody wanted to see. No, that's not at all. There we go. There's a video, brief description talking about it.
This is the very broken fusion between Bat.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I don't need that. All that. I need. Let's mute that really quick, just in case this is that. There we go. So let's do this. Whoop. So thing one, that's super bad. Look at that. It's their logos combined. Them did the fusion. Fucking phenomenal. Great outfit design. And they wrecked shop in the comic that they showed up in. Also great cowl outfit, everything. And that was another part of the comic. That was the image. Where is it at? No, not that one. There we go. And this is then like the full outfit that they're rocking, which is just them combined. The best parts of both of their outfits thrown together. And then this guy has a pretty good description of it.
That we have all theorized about but never really thought would happen. What if Batman and Superman fused together? Because not only did
Quick shout out to Dan Exclaims. No relation.
they fuse together and become the Super Bat, but the way that it went down was by far one of the coolest ways I've ever seen a Green Lantern's power get used. Now, first, the reason why they even needed to get Hal's ring off in the first place was because an ancient demon was mind-controlling everybody in the Justice League like usual. And
Like
Green
usual.
Lantern this time is dealing out the business to everyone, including Superman, because of the magical mind wash. Batman then comes to the realization that collectively Superman and Batman should have more willpower than a mind-controlled Green Lantern. So the two of them literally will the ring off of Hal's finger by sharing one thought between the two of them, and as a result, the ring fuses them together. And what I love about this moment is that Superman is the person that's like, what the fuck, how did this happen? While Batman is like, who cares how it happened? We have 8 Justice Leaguers that want to fight us right now. Let's square up and go. Okay, so
yeah. Super Bat, really cool. Really cool thing. I think their design is awesome, and also the most fucking busted combination, because you have, if you give Batman Superman's power set, and also if you gave Superman Batman's skill set, and both their minds together, yeah, it's a busted combination. Also, fun fact: if you watch Death Battle in the third Superman versus Goku short, one of the panels, like when they're looking at the realities of all of them fighting over the multiverse, one of the panels is Gogeta versus Superbat, which I know would be the same result, but that's like, to me, I'm like, that's fun. That's fun. And when was the last time I saved? Because it's been a minute. Superman's powers, Batman's intellect? Yeah. Oh, it's been a minute. Okay. I hope I didn't fuck up by scaring that guy off. I probably did, though. Let's be honest. I just realized it's been a minute since I saved, so... Alright. Well, let's see if there's anything in here. Nothing super needed. Oh, he did get it, didn't he? Maybe. Black Canary seems underpowered. She's a martial artist that can banish the screen when she needs to. Yeah. Yeah, she's. It's always that thing of like when you look at the Justice League, like not all of them are gonna be Superman status of just fuck you, I could win. Well, stream people should find a woodland path that joins it. Pavel lost his hat there. If I follow the path closely, it will lead me to a abandoned settlement deep in the woods. The hiding place is in one of the ruins there. Okay. Oh, now I'm too over encumbered. Sure. Have you seen the video of Omni-Man beating the shit out of Homelander? Yeah. No, I don't watch every death battle, but I do watch a lot of them. That is very accurate.
Remember this spot when I'm on the way back.
That is very accurate to how that fight would go down. Because Homelander, as they say, is a bully. And he hasn't really had to fight anyone his own strength. Like, in The Boys Season 3, he fights a couple characters that are to his same level, and it's immediately like, oh shit.
What's happened here? This doesn't look good.
So yeah. Even Omni-Man went, haven't fought anyone your own size. Yeah. Like, Omni-Man regularly faces strong opponents that could kick his ass. Also doesn't help the fact that Viltrumites have Saiyan logic, which is whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
I'll have to comb the whole place.
What the hell happened here? Okay, oh, what's that? One of these things is not like the other, and boop. Your whole society was built on fighting each other and survival of the fittest. I also appreciate that Invincible, at least as far as the show is concerned, is willing to go, yeah, and look, there's a problem when you build an entire society around that. What was your plan? Like, really, what was your plan? Stand away from my arrival, worm. Yep. I'm so alone. Like, of the things he could have said to Mark in that moment, that was probably the freakiest. The moment he appeared, I went like, oh my fuck, not now. I think that's exactly, but it was both what Mark was thinking, but he also was thinking in that moment, you know what? I really want to punch something. And you are the perfect excuse that isn't my own face. So the irony of him being exactly what he needed in that moment. In his own way. Yeah, he's something that won't break easily. He can punch how hard he wants. Yeah. But you know, it's his own therapy. Don't need that crap. Oh, common shield. So, has it been updated? Yes, it's been updated to this location. Okay. Oh.
What's happened here?
Yeah, what the hell has happened here, guys?
Mi a szar volt az? Ki vagy? Rossz helyen vagy rossz időben? Látom őt ott mi? Ott mi? Látjátok?
What was your plan? I love how Invincible touched the subject of civilian casualties too. Yeah. All I need to say is a train. Train happened. Okay, okay. We can. What I'll do is just take what I want here. Onion showing his own son how he farms XP. It's better than how a friend of mine phrased it when that was coming out. It's like, man, I can't believe Onion ran a train on his son. Yeah, it's like, you don't have the context for that. Holy shit, does that sound terrible? You know, every day I'm reminded of the unlimited inventory mod, and I really consider downloading it. I resist that urge, that dark urge. Yeah, nah, crouch killing when crouching without movement, you get 3%. Okay. All right. Yeah, Brute. I love a good Julius Caesar reference. Let's drop that one. Guys, let's face it, it's not going to be worth that price once I go to sell it. Basically anything under 100. How much do you watch Invincible? I've not read the comics, but I'm caught up on the whole show. On the show that's released, I'm caught up on it. Oh, okay, same, yeah. The last piece of comic knowledge that I had that was spoiled for me was Conquest. And it was the moment when they punch each other. That was the last bit of any info I have related to the comic. Everything else, I have no idea, which I'm excited for. The whole relationship with Monster Girl and Robo is kind of weird, but wholesome at the same time. Yeah. And I appreciate that Robert Kirkman and the creators behind it have been very clear. Like, yeah, it's a weird relationship. Like, it's a whole weird situation. Or like, she's basically like, you know, it would be kind of weird if like you were essentially a child. And like, I love the fact she, like, when she opens up with that dialogue of, yeah, you know, if she wants to date, like either she has to date someone that looks her age or like is fresh out of high school, and that's a whole weird dynamic on its own because of the actual age difference, or creeps and molesters. So it's like it's really hard to find someone that can meet you at that level. And it's like, oh, he found a way. Good for him. Good job. Okay, next up. Let's start dropping stuff that is less than 200. Good news. It's not 200. We need to prioritize it. Okay, but Taking Red's body is fucked. I never said what Robot did was good. Just saying that, hey, at least he did something that could meet her halfway. Still pretty fucked, and I do appreciate that everyone involved is like, okay, this is weird. That's the something I do appreciate about a lot of the writing of Invincible. Now, it doesn't always work, but it's appreciated that the characters are very much in the same boat as you of going, this is weird. Right? Like, that's weird. This is weird. And mount the horse. No, I'm still too heavy. Let's see. What about now? And spurs. Why do you grab fuckers? But we've been saying fuck all night, and on previous streams too. Automod's weird. It's just weird, yeah. Like, it's those fuckers justifying it by saying, "Oh, she's actually 9 million years old." Yeah. I mean, even if you address it, it doesn't really make it better. But it's one of those things where, you know, it depends on like what the story, like if the story has the maturity to handle it. Because like the more emphasis you put on it, I better rephrase it. If the emphasis is on her being a kid or like having a body of a child, then you gotta handle that with some dignity. Otherwise, everyone's just gonna be looking at you going, yeah. And it's also funny because some of those same fuckers that you know try to justify that shit, they go, well, about when they're petite. It's like, that's petite and child body are two different things. Like, Bleach literally has both. It has that kid who's a child body, and you have Rukia who's petite. They're literally two separate things. And like actual points of reference in the same story. Plus, to credit Bleach a little bit, it's goddamn hilarious how they constantly reference how short Rukia is, and they are aware how short she is when they literally throw her around like a baseball. Aren't petite just women that have small breasts? Yeah, but they also have like typically like it's not just that, it's like overall like a much smaller body in general, typically. Not always, but typically that's the route they go. I mean, you wouldn't exactly call a woman that's like 6.5 feet tall that has very small breasts petite, right? I mean, but enough of this. I could actually look up the actual definition of it, so I don't look like a complete fool on the internet anymore, and neither does anyone else. So the actual word-for-word definition is petite is attractively small and dainty, used of a woman. Yeah, so typically smaller side of things. But the smaller breast category does call into it. That's what, if they don't have small breasts, that's where short stacks come into play. I didn't even look at the weapons yet. Black shield, fuck that. Gosh damn goblin lovers. Hey, there you go. Gobby's gotta get that goblin. Gotta get that sword somehow. Best way for the Gobby to get the gold is goblin. That's a terrible snap. There we go. There we go. Those are good snaps. My snapper wasn't working. Still too heavy, huh? Drop the human shields. Is that easier? There we go. Now I can actually walkie. Alright. Okay, now that we went through all that process, let's save. When someone talks about short stacks, I just send them a Goblin Slayer gif. I mean, that works. And Goblin Slayer has a rough opening of a show that really makes it hard to recommend for certain people if they can't really get past that first episode. And it makes it even worse considering that the light novel it's based upon, that what happens in the beginning is like a very brief description in a single paragraph, whereas shit.
Well, now that's quite a pile. And the dagger is here. A real treasure trove.
But it's like the light novel it's based on, that's just a drop in the sentence of like, and this happened to this person. It's fucked up, but we move along. Whereas the manga is the one that might as well be a hentai. And then the anime kind of tries to split the difference, but not really in the best way for anyone. And for reference, when I try to describe like a sexual assault like that happens in the beginning of Goblin Slayer, if you're maybe, or anyone that's listening to this is kind of confused, like, okay, how do you depict sexual assault well? Easiest answer, other than, don't depict it, because not everyone, most people, well, not everyone, however it says, not everyone's comfortable seeing it or seeing something like that depicted. The best way to handle it, put it from the point of view of the victim. Because when you put it from the point of view of the aggressor, there's not always what the intent is, but there can be a distinct feeling of this is a weird fantasy thing that you're fulfilling. And this is where like porn comes into play in general. Whereas if you are putting it solely from the victim's point of view and how they're feeling and about focusing on them, not always, but typically that's a better way to handle it, and it's usually received a lot better because you're not really trying to show anything beyond just how horrifying it is. So the thing is, after the first episode, it's not even that dark. First episode just gives the audience a huge reason to hate the goblins. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not even about like what is done, it's how it's depicted is kind of the problem, because some people, that's a huge hang up. Whereas I know some people personally that if it was this described or was like a minute, it'd be one thing, but how long it focuses on it and a number of the camera choices or angles they choose or how they choose to depict it makes it feel at times where you're watching it, you're like, is this... You know, look, I'm not... Did I turn on a anime or a hentai? This is... It's kind of borderline here. And hey, look, I say this as a huge Berserk fan. You know, Berserk doesn't even handle it the best in some cases. Is this saying the message or a fetish? Yeah. Like, what's the meme? It's like, how much of this is the author's barely disguised fetish versus actually, you know, something that helps move the story forward. Case in point, that Harley Quinn fart comic. Which, as soon as that was announced, almost everyone went, y'all fucked up. Exactly as described. It was announced some time ago. And everyone went like the Blizzard announcement with Diablo Immortal. Is this like an out of season April Fool's joke? Like, what the fuck is this, guys? Like, this is weird. This is fucking weird. And they were like, no, this is serious. This is, you know, this is the story. You know, we feel very passionate about this. And everyone went, uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Whatever. So, give the money to Assassin Priest. The bailiff. I hate you for putting that in my mind now. Hey, I had to deal with it. So. As I have suffered, so shall you.
It'll certainly...
So I went looking for that stash of yours.
And how did you get on?
There really was money there, and quite a lot of it. And I found that dagger. When you were talking about donating the money for the common good, what did you have in mind?
As I said, you've no need to go any further than the Sassal Rathaus or St. Martin's Church. I'm not absolutely against giving a donation to the monastery. I can only hope the overseer handles property better than before. Take care now.
That's fair. The scene of the dude being held down and beaten to death will always be horrifying. I'm assuming we're still on Goblin Slayer. Then yeah. Fun fact, the visual novel, it gives a very brief description of the characters, and they're described like as if they would be like describing like your initial party in the story. And yeah, it's a rough go of it, especially with what happens to some of those characters in that beginning. You had the manga, like each character had a backstory. Yeah. What? Oh. Okay, overseer. Don't fuck this up.
I have a gift of money for Johanka's infirmary.
There we go.
Johanka's, you say? I'd like to remind you that the infirmary belongs to the monastery, which decides how to allocate donations. But of course, as long as no other serious issues arise, the infirmary will benefit. Who is the donor?
The donation is from Pavel of Colleen.
Indeed. I've heard that he has openly objected to how we handle the monastery's assets. Is he aware of this decision?
I managed to convince him a donation to the monastery would be beneficial for all.
Really? Sounds unlikely, but so be it. How much are we talking about?
What I'm going to do is hand over half the amount and then hand over the other half to the other guy.
This much. I'll hold on to the rest.
It's not any great amount, but I must express my gratitude. On behalf of the whole Sasau monastery, of course. God be with you.
But yeah, Berserk, Puck needs to be there or else it'd be too dark. Damn right. It's so funny that people think, oh, you need to... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah.
I was hoping I could give money to both, but apparently I cannot. If I were to save here, then we look at... Yeah, I'm not going to have Henry just hold on to all that cash. No, fuck it. I made that choice. We'll commit to it. Funny on Berserk, Puck needs to be there. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just rereading your message. I thought there was another post there. Yeah. No, it's I've heard a number of people that go, Puck is annoying. It's like, man, you need Puck there or else.
Yeah.
Ooh, Nelly. Also, Puck is super hilarious. Like the amount of jokes he has and fourth wall breaks and references to other stories and manga and all this other stuff he has throughout that. It's so fucking funny. He actually makes me chuckle and laugh and number of points of Berserk. Hey, man.
I did what you asked. I donated the money for the common good.
Thank you. Who did you give the money to?
I gave it all to the monastery overseer. I'm sure it'll go towards Johanka's care for the sick.
Perhaps in the end you did the best thing. Even if it's only a gesture that we are concerned for those poor wretches. Thank you. It was an honor to meet an honorable, selfless man like yourself. God be with you.
Farewell, Pavel.
Okay. I didn't register to me in my head that I already handed over the dagger, I guess. Fuck his guts, what Dandelion is for Geralt. Exactly.
But I doubt it will surpass Peter Parler's Church of St. Bartholomew.
But yes, even grimdark stories, you need to have something there. Or just darker stories in general. Henry, the Scallots. The amount of times I bonked his head on stuff. I mean, he was already dropped. I had the perk. He was already dropped as a child on his head. So,
was Pavel speaking? Henry!
More like Henry of concussion. You seen Blue Mountain State? Don't tell Coach I got a C word.
About that burger from Colleen.
How did it go?
It all turned out well. I found that treasure of his, and I even persuaded Pavel to donate it to the infirmary.
Really? That's incredible. Everything is working out in the end. Now, if only Matthias would get better.
What about those thugs? Did they come back again?
No, not at all. It's like the ground swallowed them up.
Good.
But, Henry, something else has happened.
Oh? What's that?
The Blessed Virgin visited me
Oh,
again, and she
sweet
gave me a new
Liberty.
message. And I must spread the word to the people right away.
What did she show you?
What did she show you this time?
You'll find out when the time is right.
We must burn the heretics for the God Emperor to sustain all those with psychic power. The warp must have a beacon for us to travel as humanity.
Do you really think that's a good idea?
The reactions to your first sermon were a bit unpredictable.
But what about the people who come to me, and the ones we helped? This is important, and it's my duty. I can't keep the Virgin's messages to myself. They're meant for everyone.
If you insist. But I better accompany you.
Thanks. Maybe...
Okay, Sister of Battle, calm the fuck down.
to avoid the town and meet somewhere out of the way. There's a meadow near the woods by Sasau. It's not too far. We could go there.
You have to preach at the square.
Is that really necessary?
I think it would be for the best. Anyone who wants to will come, and there are enough who do. We don't have to annoy the others.
That's a good point.
It's early.
Yeah.
We can set out, and we'll have time to tell people about it along the way. Let's go. Take care.
Now, what we really have to do is make sure we don't have some big, stupid jellyfish preaching.
And she showed me a procession of fine people who had crowns on their heads, dressed in sumptuous cloaks with swords at their sides. But then
So
came
the Sisters
demons
of Battle?
hell. Some of the men drew their swords to battle them, but others began to embrace the demons. They forgot the law, forgot justice, and only used the people for their own ends. The wretched people could take no more. They stopped obeying their wicked masters and sought refuge with the princes of the just. Then the Virgin Mary came to the wicked ones. At her first step, their rich cloaks burst into flames.
Oh,
At
yeah?
her second, their swords broke into pieces. At her third, the crowns cracked on their heads. And then...
Watch out! They're coming! Run!
That's heresy.
Henry, let there be no bloodshed.
So what, I gotta fight them all with my fisticuffs?
The best you can do.
What's the matter?
What the fuck is this shit? I don't know, man. It just kind of began. Oh, you yield, huh? All right. Time to give my sermon. One of that I am Henry of Scallots, man with concussions. Oh, oh, ooh, look at this. I'm warping reality.
Well, that's that. Damn busybodies. I hope after that beating they'll leave your hanker in peace.
Come on, Pibbles. Wait, hang on. What? You have been a dear and loyal mutt. You deserve praise and some food. Here you go. Ooh, nourishment. I need some food. Yep. Yep. We don't need that, and we don't. Ah, fuck it. Let's drink a little bit. I have no idea where I'm at in relation to everything.
Yeah.
Okay, where is north? That's north. So...
Yeah.
Hey, apparently I owe a guard some money, so I should ride into the center of town and see if there's a guard that desperately wants my money. Apparently I've done something to wrong someone. Yo, Johanka. Shit was wild.
Johanka, you managed to get away?
Yes.
No, she didn't.
They didn't even follow us. I think they just wanted to attack you. And are you all right? They didn't harm you.
I'm all right. And the others, too. We're no easy mark.
Praise God. It's a good thing you were there. I never thought something like that could happen.
Well, if I wasn't there, it sounds like they wouldn't be there, but...
It took me by surprise, too. Be careful, Johanka. I don't like the way things are going.
I will.
Double down.
You mustn't let them intimidate you. You have truth on your side. The truth of the Virgin Mary, who chose you.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
Wasn't exactly wanting Henry to buy into it, but...
As well as you and everyone else.
That's the spirit. The words of Our Lady must ring out loud and clear.
While we're on the subject, what do you think about what I preached?
Heresy.
I don't really know what you were trying to say. All this stuff about demons and people in cloaks. It was very confusing.
But that's what Our Lady showed me.
All right, but maybe you could have put it in a way people would understand better.
Maybe, but most of the time I don't even know myself how to handle it.
Ah, you can do it.
Thank you. Henry, there's one more thing I'd
One
like
more
to
thing,
talk to you
huh?
about. Another sinner came to me looking for help. Would you take care of that?
What, again?
What, another one? Are people not capable of looking out for themselves anymore?
Well, in this case it's true they should be able to manage alone.
Well then, why are we even talking about it?
This time it's about... you.
Me?
Eh?
Everyone sins, Henry, and you're no exception.
What are you implying? What the hell?
What the hell are you talking about?
About you and your deeds. Don't imagine you're without blame.
It does a Aaron Yeager where he just goes, I hate that me, that old me. Bam, bam, bam. Just, I never did anything wrong, ever. I am a saint. I suppose I may have sinned a little bit. I'm not going back on it.
There have been occasions when I might have acted a bit better, but there are a lot worse people than me.
No one is entirely without sin, but we must do penance and make amends.
I did a lot of good too, you know.
I know.
I think I've made up
Henry.
for it.
I'm not condemning you. I'm just saying you should acknowledge your sins and make amends.
All right, I've sinned. Okay, what sins?
But what sins do you mean?
You yourself should know best what you have on your conscience. And from what I've heard, you've been light-fingered on occasion.
What?
Eh?
They say you're a thief, Henry. Who'll take anything that isn't nailed down.
Yeah, when they kill me. What? Never. I'm not a thief. I was in the right. No.
If I ever took anything from anyone, it's because they were dishonest themselves.
Yeah.
They
If they stole it
That's
already.
not for you to judge, is it?
Judging is my duty. No, I'm fucking doubling down
But
on this.
it is. I serve the royal hetman. Making judgments like that is my duty.
Even so, stealing is a sin, and you can't blame others for your own mistakes.
Nah.
Haven't you ever killed anyone?
Never.
Henry?
Not a once. No. I could. How many people have I killed already today? Like in the past 24 in-game hours? Like, pretty sure it's at least 7. That's fair. At least 7. I'm thinking closer to 10. And that's just the day. Yeah, fuck Runt.
Alright, I killed that bastard Runt, and I'd do it again. For Skalitz, and for everything else he did. Never before did I want to hurt someone so much, and it felt great smashing that evil face of his. And I'm not done yet. I'll find that Markvart von Aulitz, and when I'm done with him, even the demons in hell will feel sorry for him.
Mary, Mother of God! Such rage and hatred! You mustn't let it take control of you. Where there is anger, there is the devil.
I'm going this route with Henry because I am curious if I'm going to have some options later on for, character arc, potentially. Or at the very least for him to feel regret. If you've seen or read Vinland Saga, kind of like that route. I'm kind of curious if I could go that route with things.
I'll kill that Whoreson if it's the last thing I do.
God have mercy. And apart from Runt, have you ever killed someone? You told me about that murderer, but you didn't really have a choice there. But otherwise?
Never. Mostly was self-defense.
Yes, but I was just defending myself, or others.
Mostly.
I had no choice.
A couple times I
What you
preempted
say
the
is
strike,
true.
but...
Maybe you'll be forgiven. And another thing. You have coveted thy neighbor's wife.
Eh? She seduced me! You slept with the custodian! Okay, one for...
And how do you know about that?
For heaven's sake, Henry, it's all over the province. I heard it from the woman down at the river when I was washing bed linen.
What? If the women in Sassau were gossiping about it...
Yes, you might want to avoid the road to Townburg for a while.
Oh. Well, hey.
That's the pot calling the kettle black. You've forgotten about the custodian in a hurry, haven't you?
But that was something...
Oh, it was something different, huh? Oh.
And unlike you, I'm ashamed of it and sorry I did it. Henry, killing another
Oh, no,
human
we're back to the
being
killing
is no
thing. Okay.
trivial thing. And you did other bad things too. You can't just wave it all away. You have to unburden your soul and repent of all your bad deeds.
Vinland Saga had a good build-up. I never really considered it further after Askeladd. Yeah, that's fair. Season 2, it's a much different arc. Excuse me. It is way slower. It's a farming arc that I got into, and I think it was worth it, if nothing else, for the finale with Thorfinn's moment of saying, I have no enemies, where he finally understands what his father was trying to impart to him. Literally the first 2 seasons was worth it for just that moment right there. Very beautiful. Apologize
I
already.
said I was sorry, didn't I?
That's nowhere near enough.
What do you want me to do?
You have to undertake a pilgrimage of penance. On the way, you'll have plenty of time to meditate on your sins. Go to Ujits. There's a Marian church there. Put on a penitent's robe and walk barefoot as a sign of humility.
All right.
All right.
And will that really relieve my soul?
If you do it sincerely and with humility, contemplating your sins, Our Lady will see and bless you.
But what if I can't carry the weight of my sins?
You've carried it up to now.
Yes, because I never had to think about it. Until now.
If you find the burden too great, pray, and it will be lightened. If you pass a cross or shrine along the way, stop and pray for forgiveness, and it will give you the strength to go on. God will help you to bear the weight of any sin that you sincerely repent for in your prayers. For every sin, sincere repentance at each sacred place. For every repentance, absolution.
Thank you, Johanka. I suppose facing up to my sins is really the only thing I can do now.
And when you get to Ujits, pray to the Virgin Mary to intercede with God for forgiveness and mercy. And when you've finished, give a donation to the church.
Oh, yeah, donation, huh?
How much?
Give the church 600 groschen. That should do. Don't waste time. Get going right away. I'll expect you back in a week.
Do you think she's aware that at Ujuitz I partied with the priest and we had a drunken night where not only did we get so shit-faced drunk, we got drunk, we proceeded to punch the shit out of the local bailiff, and then I proceeded to fuck a barmaid and he fucked his concubine, and then I had to give his sermon because he was so hungover. And I had to remember, based off of memory, the bullshit he told me the previous night. And now you're telling me that I gotta... I love that Askeladd respected Thorfinn's father enough to basically take Thorfinn away. Yeah, I mean, Thorfinn's father was straight up him. Like Himalayan. Just... Yeah. See why people hate her now? Yeah, that certainly came out of nowhere. There is that part that I think I'm kind of understanding now.
Hey, you there, stop.
Yes, I stopped. Well, let's chat. What the hell?
You were seen in the act of lockpicking.
No, you didn't see shit.
You won't forget this in a hurry.
Okay, but on a secret task, I swear.
Look, I'll tell you the truth, but you mustn't tell anyone. The Lord of Ratai sent me on a secret mission, and to do it, I have to bend the law a little now and again. Understand?
Well, I thought... That is, I had no idea. If that's how it is, of course you may go.
Just trust me, bro.
Watch where you're going, you
No,
know.
it's kind of like it's that unfortunate religious thing where some people can get very self-righteous. Oh, I gotta start away here, huh? Well, there's nothing saying I have to do this right this second. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell all the shit that we got. I'm gonna save just in case it breaks this. No killing, but you're like still alive because other people kill others protecting you. I got it. I think my favorite quote about pacifists, and to be clear, I don't have anything personally against pacifism, but I think my favorite quote that summarizes it to an extent, not the whole way, but to an extent, is Alucard and Hellsing Ultimate Abridged, where, you know, someone goes, but I'm a pacifist, and he says, oh, so you're... No, it was Dragon Ball Z Abridged, correction, where I believe it's Cell to Gohan. I could be misremembering this, where Gohan goes, hey, but I'm a pacifist. I won't hurt anyone, or I won't kill anyone. And he goes, so you're a coward with a conscience. Interesting. To be clear, I don't necessarily agree with that statement wholeheartedly, but there is a part of it that... How do I phrase it? Pacifism works great in peacetime. Pacifism works if your intention is peace. Pacifism works if your intent is, if the other party is also willing to work for peace. But there is a moment where you have to draw a line in the sand. Now, wherever that line in the sand is for you, that whatever works for you, you do it. But hey, now Batman has the rule of not killing people. That does not mean he's not gonna break your fucking spine and bust your ass up and leave you in the fucking street. So, you know, at least if you're gonna be a pacifist, at least go the Batman route, where you're still willing to find means and solutions to stop someone from hurting and killing. Because you know, I understand the whole not taking a life thing. Fair enough. You know, not everyone's down for that, but maybe consider still acting and stopping stuff from happening. But the going back to the I see why people hate her thing. It's like, how do I phrase this? It's that self-righteousness that at times can work, other times it can be frustrating to deal with. And part of it, and I'm fully aware that the game, I mentioned this early in other streams, so the game, apparently you can go through this whole game without killing anyone other than Runt. And I went, how? Because unlike something like Deus Ex, where Deus Ex has a proper system in place to allow the player to do proper stealth, do non-lethal options, all this other stuff. It has stuff in place for that. And it makes sense why Deus Ex has a pacifist achievement for their games to be like, hey, you didn't kill anyone, good job. Right? With that being said, this game doesn't really offer that other than punching people. I guess if you use like, you know, certain blunt objects, you could probably get away with just busting someone over the head. But apparently, when I looked it up, it's like apparently when you stealth attack someone, there's a chance of them dying. So when you do a stealth takedown on people, there's a chance that you might just accidentally crush their fucking skull, or like, you know, crush their throat. So even then, that you can't. It may not work. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can we do something?
Yeah.
Agree?
170.
You won't.
Fine.
Aye.
Baked goods fresh from the oven. Come and get them.
Yeah, it's not like in usual games where blunt weapons are non-lethal as is. Yeah.
Apples,
No, it's
cucumbers, onions. Come get them.
I think part of the people complain. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and assume it's not just because she's a woman giving you religious talk. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to assume it's because the game doesn't really give you options to non-lethally kill people. And it's like, what? So you're telling me in the battle for Prisoners of Auschwitz, other than fight and Runt, you're supposed to just hang back and not fight anyone? To just not be part of the battle? Or you're telling me when I'm getting attacked by brigands on the road, I should always run? Excuse me. No matter what?
I'd like to discuss the...
Yeah, it's one of those frustrating things where if you're not going to provide me alternative options,
All right, so.
it makes it a little frustrating to deal with. So I have one thing still. We got a couple things here. We got... I'll leave that. Did I? Oh shit! Did I sell that? Oh, whoops. Fuck. Fuck. Hey man, I need to see. Maybe I made a mistake here. Whoops. We'll just buy that at full price. That's fine. I love on games you can kill everyone else but the main people, and when confronting about your kills, the minions don't matter. That's so immersion breaking. Yeah, it's also frustrating. I won't mention the stories in question, but it's also frustrating when a number of stories, it's like, no, if I kill the main guy, that would be crossing a line. So it wasn't crossing the line when you threw those other guys out the window. I think the only game that worked for me was, without giving things away, it was the ending of Uncharted 2, where when a guy went on a whole tirade of like, oh, how many people have you killed today? And Drake went, yeah, you're right, I've killed a lot of people today. And you know what? I'm not going to kill you. Because those guys are going to kill you. Because trying to kill you might actually be a bit of a nightmare for me to deal with.
Can we do something about the problem?
Well, tough luck.
All right, fuck you then.
I hope.
Please tell me you have money.
Good luck to you.
Man, merchants need to be richer. I understand the richer merchants mod even more so now. That's so stupid, LO. I get it, it's just how games work, but story-wise, it's not consistent. Like the other guys aren't part of the world; they're just there. Yeah. No, like I said, I think the only time it ever worked for me was Uncharted 2. Most of the time, it's like, no, just you went through all these other people. You already have all this blood on your account, and you're arbitrarily going, nah, this is the time I should stop. Like, no. You already got all this blood on your account. Now, there are stories where after it's all said and done, or even like before the journey is over with, when a character goes, okay, I have a lot of blood on my hands. Maybe I shouldn't kill anymore. I shouldn't do this anymore. And that's like part of the journey where they decide, you know what? It's not worth it to go after the main guy because I already killed these other people. Or only killed one person. I went, I can't handle this. I'm not gonna be able to handle the main guy. That works. But when it's like killed everyone along the way here, but nah, the main guy, that's too much. Last of Us Part 2. Yeah. 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 Last of Us Part 2 made some decisions. Hey, that game made some decisions, alright. I don't want these. I love that they humanize enemies with them going, no, please no. I mean, that works. Like, there's a lot of stuff they did I really enjoy, especially in Part 2. But there's a lot of other stuff that I'm like... But, for me, maybe this is me. If you're going to go that far with, like, potentially having enemies to be like, oh, please don't kill me. part of me is also like, okay, then why is it that every enemy, no matter what, will always try and kill me, even if I spare them? Like,
We agree.
A night.
I don't know. It's just a me thing, but I've yet to sit down and actually play the game in full. But in Metro Exodus, what's cool about that game is that when you're fighting enemies, when they go, please don't kill me, if you spare them, not only do you eventually start getting rewards, like, you know, you eventually find like more ammo or more caches, but here's a more important thing. Since your reputation is that you are willing to spare people, for one, not only are other settlements that you fight are more inclined for them to like surrender to you, so that means that's less ammo you have to spend fighting people, and you know, that means there's like less enemies for you to fight. But the word spreads. Whereas if you actually kill people that surrender, what starts to happen is that the word spreads that you kill people that surrender, so enemies won't surrender to you anymore. So I actually love that. Like, the Metro games, they don't handle everything right. There's some silly stuff and the silly design decisions. One day I'll sit down and play them on the channel, and there's some silly stuff that I'm not the biggest fan of, but I do like that a lot. And I mean, to me, that's how you handle that really well. Where you go, no, people recognize that you have a choice in the matter. Like, if you're gonna go as far as making it so I have a quote unquote choice in the matter, do so. If not, then don't give me a false choice. The only time I think a false choice ever worked for me, or like one of the few times, there's been a few other occasions, but is Spec Ops: The Line. How that game handled its decisions, I thought that was actually very well done and very smart. And it's one of the few times where like false choices actually, I think, worked because they helped it work with the narrative itself, and it was part of the point of the story. Dude, yeah, the whole part with the cult, I didn't know there was another outcome if you didn't kill anyone. Exactly. Well, going back to Metro, I think Metro's world is so fucking cool. Like, as far as a post-apocalypse, I think it's because they add in all the supernatural magic elements to it, and they fully embrace it. I guess though, you know, Fallout's fun, but Fallout has a bit of that charm where everything's a little wacky. Yeah, there's aliens. Yeah, you are maybe dealing with some supernatural stuff. It's kind of in the background. Whereas I appreciate Metro, it's like, no, that's full force part of the story. I wish Arkham wasn't silent. It doesn't make sense for him to be. Okay, that's one of the issues I have with Metro. As much as I love that series, it is so fucking stupid that he is silent, but he speaks in the loading screens. But then they have the dialogue scenes play out as if he's supposed to be speaking. Like, there's awkward pauses and shit. It's even more, okay, 2023 kinda gets away with it, kinda. But Last Light, and especially Exodus, when you're talking to your girlfriend, then your wife, and you're having these very intimate, you know, moments with her, that are very serious, very well written. She's talking to a wall. It just feels like he should be saying something. And it would be one thing if he was silent the entire time. Like, fine, Gordon Freeman it. But no, he speaks in the loading screens. And he also, in the novels he's based on, the books that the games are based on, RTM is talking. And like, the sole reason that I've ever found as to why they did it that way is to quote the developers, tradition. R2 doesn't speak in the first game, so he doesn't speak in the second game, nor the third. It's like, man, so much of the narratives would, like, so much of it would flow just that much better if he just spoke. Like, for the love of God. Just either make him silent completely or make him... Don't do this half-ass bullshit where you try to have, like, your cake and eat it too. It's one of the few things in that series that doesn't work at all. Fucking hell, side protagonists should just be characters that players can create. That's the thing. I feel like most people are willing to accept a silent protagonist if you have control over that character, right? If you are allowed to take that character and kind of just, I don't know how to phrase it, make him look how you want, make him customize him, do some fun stuff with them, and then kind of go that route with them. Like at this point, Link really should be a creative character. Like Link has some characterization in the games, but be completely blunt here, doesn't have a lot. And what little is there isn't all that. All right. So what do I gotta do? Walk this trail, fork in the road, go straight, and then okay, cut right. Okay. Okay, let's do this legitimately. This is my penance. This is my penance for being a good boy. This is my penance for being Henry Escalets. Oh, wait, did I not read? Ah, fuck. I didn't realize you're supposed to read. I was told there would be no reading here. I was told there would be no fact checking here. Fuck. Never played Legend of Zelda. It wasn't my time. Doesn't make sense for me to... Now for me, even though I play Fire Emblem, Legend of Zelda just has a long collection of games. You can literally play any of them. It's like Final Fantasy. It don't matter. Breath of the Wild interests you? Go for it. One of the other games interest you? Go for it. You don't have to play shit in order. Like, connected franchise narratively? Sure. Stuff that isn't connected narratively? I don't sweat it.
How should I begin? Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women. And blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Like, Final Fantasy, sure, play that shit in order if you really want to. Mostly because it's a gameplay evolution to a point. But then anything after 10, well, actually 13, if we discount the MMO in 11, it's like, you know, you remove the MMOs from the equation. It's like, well, they go more action game combat. So, you know, it's like the evolution is like a gameplay thing. You know, it's also like an ideological thing. But Zelda, like, for fuck's sake, original Legend of Zelda to Zelda 2, one's a top-down game, one's a side-scroller. And it's like, yeah, sure, going from Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask, yeah, timeline. But
Lord Jesus, forgive me.
Pick and choose what you want in Zelda.
Behaving like a sinful thief. I'm ashamed of myself.
They're so different.
Do it again. From now on, I'll be honest and honorable. Amen.
This is a me thing, but like I've seen a number of content creators run into this problem, and other people, and even some friends. I mean, this is just for me. Don't let the need to play stuff in order. Stories isolate each game, then I presume. Zelda technically is part of a grand timeline. It's the most loosey-goosey timeline there is. Technically, Ocarina of Time is like the center point of the timeline and there's branch points, it doesn't really matter. It's loosey-goosey at best. It's more of a fan-based timeline for that stuff. And yeah, there is, like, you know, there's a character that you run into in Twilight Princess that everyone is pretty sure that is Link from Ocarina of Time, that is running into the reincarnated version of himself in Twilight Princess and is training the reincarnation of himself. But it is so isolated from each other. The little references that are, or the little bits here and there, I'm gonna be frank, you get more out of it watching like people fan theory about it and connecting the dots on their own than you would on your own. Like, they are more obtuse than like FromSoft games at times. Hell, I'm gonna say something like this. I would argue that Zelda titles are more isolated than FromSoft games are. But they're still connected and stuff. And like I said, characters like, you know, Zelda, Link, and Ganon, they are reincarnations of the goddess, of the hero, and of chaos, respectively. But it doesn't go the direction some people think it does. So yeah, if you were like, you know what, this Breath of the Wild stuff everyone's talking about, fuck yeah. Like some of those games, like Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom, those are that's like a direct sequel to each other. And like, if you're really interested in like Breath of the Wild stuff, it's like Age of Calamity, which is the warrior style action game, then Breath of the Wild, and then it's like Age of Damnation or whatever the next Warriors game is, then it's Tears of the Kingdom. But if you're like, Wind Waker looks really cool, you could play Wind Waker. Don't sweat it. Like, sure, I believe it's down the line in the timeline of Ocarina of Time, but there's like a couple obtuse references here and there and some other stuff. But for the most part, you just can play Wind Waker with no issue. Like, when I say most part, I don't mean like, oh, you could jump into Metal Gear Solid 3 without much issue compared to like Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. No, I'm talking...
And forgive me for committing the terrible sin of taking a life. Grant me mercy, and let me find peace. I beg you. Amen.
I'm talking, again, like FromSoft style. Okay, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2. Way less references to each subsequent game. Not to mention, Breath of the Wild kind of fucks up the timeline anyway, so whatever they were trying to establish with a timeline has been thrown out the window a decade ago. So yeah, just pick and choose a Zelda title that you're interested in. Kind of like a Mario logic. It's like with Mario, you can just pick and choose which one you want. Metroid Prime has more of a connected universe than Zelda does. Like Metroid in general. Okay, so just follow the road all the way to Talmberg. Got it. Resident Evil's connected somehow, but it's all different POVs. Resident Evil is a very... Okay, it's one of like the 10% of people that play Resident Evil that give a shit about its story. Here's the coolest thing about Resident Evil, and also the worst thing about Resident Evil. Alright. Remember the plot of Resident Evil 4? Doesn't matter for the plot of Resident Evil 5. Remember the plot of Resident Evil 2? Doesn't really matter for Resident Evil 3. Remember the plot of Code Veronica? Doesn't matter for Resident Evil 6. Remember the plot of Damnation? Doesn't matter for Death Island. You literally can jump into any Resident Evil game with no issue. None at all between each title. Oh, was Chris in Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 5? Well, you need to know about him for Resident Evil 6 and 7 and 8, right? No. No. Oh, but 7 and 8 are more direct continuities of each other. No. Like, there is some stuff there. And, like, the DLC for 8 is, like what would have been the third game in that trilogy. But... no. Because so much shit is different. Like, you can legitimately play Resident Evil 8 first and then go to 7 and be like, yeah, there's some tissue between each game, but oh man, you almost might as well have a different protagonist each game. Like, that's how inconsistent they are. Oh, is this the world-ending threat with Wesker in 5? Man, it seems like he's the villain of the franchise. He only appeared in one other game. Oh. Man, the plot they're dealing with in Resident Evil 4, man, this is so crazy. Huh. Yeah, that, other than 4, doesn't fucking matter for the rest of the series. Like, I say that as a Resident Evil fan. So, it's so wild how they just do not give a fuck about a consistent through line. I'm looking forward to Resident Evil 9 Requiem. I'm gonna play that shit. Which, so other than 4, there's no Las Plaga? No, there's Las Plaga. Just different versions of it. But the Las Plaga that Chris deals with in 5 is not the same strain as 4. And other than the fact that it's called Las Plaga, might as well not even be connected. For fuck's sake, when Chris and Leon meet in Resident Evil 6 and they have their whole confrontation, none of it's about what happened in the previous Resident Evil games. It's about what happened in that game. And Resident Evil Death Island, the movie that is the fan service movie where you have Chris, Leon, Claire, Jill, and Rebecca, all protagonists in that movie, just doing Resident Evil protagonist bullshit where at this point they're superheroes. The plot of that movie starts with a plot they made up for that movie. And like some of like the issue, like you would think, oh, the reason why Jill is like overworking herself and everything is because of all the shit that happened between, you know, 3 and 5, right? No. The reason why Jill is overworking herself is because she's putting herself into her work. It has nothing to do with the repercussions of what happened to her previously in 5. Nah. Doesn't matter. Like, I say this as a big Resident Evil fan. Shit don't matter, man. Like, you could look it up and be like, oh, there's cut the tissue, there's these things, or this stuff, but it might as well not.
My, this one has seen better days. I ought to tell someone about it. But now, Almighty God, please grant us peace, that we may rebuild this little shrine. And maybe Skalitz too. Amen.
Like, it's also really hilarious. Back in the day when people were complaining, oh, Resident Evil 5 is all actiony. Resident Evil 4 is the best game in the entire franchise, and it has hardly any horror elements. It's all an action game. It has some moments here and there, but for the most part, it's an action game through and through, baby. You know what? Since I'm here, I should go talk to this guy. And it's like people forget, like, the early Resident Evil titles that were scary. They were scary because of the tank controls, mostly. Like, by the time you're halfway through the early Resident Evil games, you were blowing shit up with rocket launchers and shit. Hell, Code Veronica opens with a big action sequence. And, like, the horror element was mostly from, like, the lack of resources and lack of being able to turn your character because they're walking around like a goddamn tank. Hell, even Resident Evil 7, like, it was scary in the beginning. And then it stopped being scary. It became fucking awesome and hilarious with Jack Baker. Which, I'll give them credit. They made the Baker family really tragic characters, especially Jack. With what they decided to go with the story in that direction.
I must reward you for saving my livelihood. If folk believed the stories, well, I dread to think how it could have ended up.
But the bad stone wasn't even from your quarry.
Still, sometimes words can hurt a man more than a blow from a mace. Here's your reward. You've earned it, lad.
I'm here at the behest of Sir Divish. I'm looking for the overseer of this quarry. Would that be you, Goodman?
Aye, that's me. What can I do for you?
Sir Divish has decided to rebuild Pribyslavitz, and he's entrusted me to take charge, along with his locator.
Aha, so it's you. I heard about Sir Divish's plans. What is it you need, then?
Well, we've started with the reconstruction work, but we need more than just timber.
You need stone for the construction?
Exactly. And for repairing the church.
Well now, you're really not doing things by halves, are you? The thing is, though, we're already working flat out supplying stone for the monastery construction in Sasau. I can't cut back on their supplies. Sir Divish wouldn't be at all pleased.
But I really need that stone.
Well, I suppose I could try and hire a few more quarrymen to increase production, but we can't transport it. Even Sasau sends their own wagon here. Have you got someone to carry the stone?
I've got my own merchant. He'll take care of it with his hired hands.
Splendid. So let's talk about the price.
Okay. I was in a stream and a yearn for a Code Veronica remake. It would be cool to get a Code Veronica remake. Of like the classic Resident Evil games, that's the one that was the most modern, quote unquote, before Resident Evil 4. So, I mean, it would be nice to have a remake. I won't lie to you, but it also is one that doesn't really need it. Of that bunch. I'm gonna go soon. Hey, don't sweat it, man. Like I said, when you gotta leave, feel free to leave. You know, I appreciate you telling me. Appreciate you sticking around this long. I'm probably gonna go for another hour. I'm definitely gonna finish up this penance quest and more than likely start, like, at least get the beginning of the next DLC quest rolling, and we'll go from there. Like I said, I'll post on my YouTube and also some other community stuff to let everyone know what the deal is. The plan at the moment is I will be on Wednesday, and as far as I'm aware, the plan will be more KCD1. If that changes, I'll inform everyone in some posts of some kind. Yeah, thank you again for stopping by.
The stone is for Sir Divish. It's for a village he wants to rebuild as quickly as possible. I doubt he'd take it well that the overseer of his own quarry is overcharging him for it.
Well, you have a point. I'll take that into account in the price.
No, not even lower price.
That's still too much.
But I can't sell my stone any cheaper. I wouldn't be able to pay my men. If you won't accept the price, we're done.
Fine.
All right, I accept.
Excellent. We'll start sending the stone as soon as your merchant gets here. Good luck then.
All right. The supplies are done, so we can get that ready to go. But yeah, no, if there's any other change of plans, I'll inform you. I'm not sure what time zone you're in. I'm not even sure if you're still here. I'm sure I could check that. But blah. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, if you're still here, I appreciate you stopping by. I stream, I'm not sure what time it is for you, but for me it's 1 p.m. Alaskan time. That's usually like 2 p.m. Pacific time, or like California time. So I try to stay consistent like that. There's a couple days, like my birthday stream, for example, I started like an hour earlier than I normally would because I had a whole bunch of other people that were there that, you know, it was also on their time as much as mine, so we started an hour early. Some days, you know, like a week back on the Battlefield beta, I was playing with some friends, so it was like, okay, start early because we're on a number of people's time right now, but for the most part, I have found that this schedule works for me when it comes to streaming. It is less intrusive, and it also gives me plenty of opportunity to stop what I'm doing and take a look at other stuff. So, down the line, if things have to change, I'll change that. But yeah, when I will come back Wednesday at 1 p.m. Alaska time.
With Lady Stephanie. Amen.
Oh one. Yeah. You know,
You should pray for Ma and Pa. Mary, Holy Mother of God, please intercede for my parents. They never did anything wicked. Pray that their souls may find peace in God's kingdom. Amen.
you know, it just occurs to me. This isn't that long of a trip. Even running barefoot like this. Granted, I'm not the one running barefoot, so I only can imagine. You know what? Maybe this is a me thing. I think this rain it makes it a little tougher in some ways, but this rain would be nice. Would cool off a little bit and walk in the soft mud. I mean, granted, make the sharp rocks sharper and everything, but it'd make it a little easier time. In my onion. Ooh, that was a good thunder sound. I don't know if they have lightning or not in this game. If they do, that's cool. Okay, so I need to run up this way to take a right. So I need to go left to go right. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll go for a little under an hour here. I'm gonna finish out this quest line and then start the next DLC quest, and then we'll see where we're at. Got 1.3k, so I don't really got a lot for Henrytown. And the main thing, other than doing this, I'm doing a pilgrimage, right? Doing that, and then so that's the next thing. So I got income with the butcher. I got the trader store. All right. I think what I'll do with next stream, is for this game, we'll go knock out that other DLC. And then along the way, we'll just be making money. I'll make it a point to stop by a number of different bandit camps, a couple of ones I'm aware of and some other ones, and we're just gonna loot, kill them all, loot, get some money, sell, get more money, and we're gonna get some money for Henrytown. At the very least, I want to get some more buildings. The one I was recommended was a butcher shop. Makes a lot of money. Okay. I might look into grabbing a butcher or something like that. But I'm thinking what I might do moving forward is, like, I got a butcher shop, I got a trader store, so certain vendors that I'm interested in, I might just go, hey, you should stop by Henrytown and sell your stuff there.
Lord Jesus, I often drank and indulged more than I should have. Please help me overcome my intemperance. Amen.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do next stream, is knock out the other DLC and try and work on getting Henrytown built up a little bit more. And then the next stream after that, depending, we'll get back into the main story. Because other than building up Henrytown, I don't really have any other major side quests going on other than this Yohanka thing and the next DLC quest, so... I think we're in a good little spot with all that. And hop. You got nothing to say to me? Oh, you?
God be with you.
You are the coolest priest in this game.
Watch over you.
Okay. We're gonna do a little savey save.
What the?
Okay. I just want to see if the body was still there or not. Actually, hey, I'm really hungry, guys. I just need to eat from your pot. Thank you very much.
So, I made it this far. Ave Maria, gratia plena. I don't know the rest in Latin. But she'll understand my native tongue too, won't she?
Hopefully.
Hail Mary, Queen of Heaven, merciful Mother, just Virgin, loving, yes, loving and forgiving. Please look down on me and hear me, a great sinner. I want to say sorry and repent, to do penance for being such a villain and for all the terrible things I did. I killed a man, it's true. Runt. He was a murderer and a criminal, and he deserved to die. But the sin burdens my soul. Please look down on me and grant me mercy. I have been sorely tried. I lost my parents. My hometown was razed to the ground. Fate has not been as kind to me as to others. And I killed other people too. Oh, merciful Mother of God. Sometimes righteously, sometimes I had to, but sometimes I was simply overcome by anger and... Oh, please forgive me. And I did all sorts of wicked deeds. I lied and stole and behaved like a villain and a thug. I'm truly sorry for my deeds. And I promise I won't do them again. And I'll make a donation to the church to make amends for everything. And I have fornicated. I'm ashamed of it. But I'll be more virtuous from now on, I promise. Well, as I said, I have sinned. But at heart, I'm not a bad person. I know I failed in some of the trials you sent me, but please, give me a chance to make amends. I beg your forgiveness, Almighty God. Please forgive a humble sinner. as Jesus Christ forgave those who nailed him to the cross. Mother of God, intercede with God for the souls of my parents, and let them find mercy in the kingdom of heaven. They were honest people, who didn't deserve what happened to them. And I promise I'll be virtuous, the most virtuous of men, so as not to bring shame to their memory. Amen.
That's commitment. Oh, okay.
I want to make a donation to the church as a token of repentance for the things I did wrong. Here you are.
And I gladly accept your offering, my son. I'll pray for your forgiveness.
Yeah,
but I'm
I'll pay
curious,
you,
how
man.
come you got so devout all of a sudden? Has something happened?
Johanka sent me to do penance to the Virgin Mary and make a donation to her church.
Johanka?
Yes, Father. It's a long story.
Not to worry, lad. I had to listen to a lot of long stories at the university in Prague. Each of the masters tried to speak longer than the others so as not to appear less learned. I can handle it, believe me.
All right.
All right. If you like. Johanka is a girl from Skalitz. I've known her since, well, all my life. But recently, some, peculiar things have been going on.
Haven't they everywhere? These are dark times.
No, wait though. This is something different. The Virgin Mary has been appearing to Johanka.
What? Are you serious?
Yes. Our Lady visits her in her dreams and shows her, well, I don't know what. Johanka says the Virgin tells her some words of wisdom and wants her to pass them on to the people.
Good Lord. What does she show her? Tell me.
Well, once she preached to the people about how we were all sinners and must repent. Otherwise, beasts of hell would come for us and rip us to pieces. Something like that. But if we're virtuous, Our Lady will drive the beasts away and save us. Of course, when Johanka speaks, it sounds a lot better, really. She speaks completely differently than she usually does. Like some kind of angel.
She believes, man.
That sounds very, I don't know, Henry. You wouldn't be making it up by any chance.
If she is.
Couldn't believe it myself at the start.
And now you do?
I believe she believes.
Well, not entirely. But that doesn't change the fact that I want to help her.
I see. Well, that is really extraordinary. And what do the people think of all this?
Well, the people of Sasau go to listen to her. Well, some of them.
That's interesting. Very interesting indeed. The masters of Prague ought to hear this. Some might even agree. And what about you, Henry? What do you think of it?
I don't know.
Me? I really don't know what to make of it. But Johanka would never lie. And what do you think? You're a learned man.
It's hard to say. Maybe I should go to Sasau and see for myself. Thank you for telling me, lad. One thing is certain, though. There are interesting times ahead. That you can be sure of.
For better or for worse.
Interesting? In a good way or a bad way?
That's in God's hands, son.
What isn't? Farewell, Father.
What he's talking
Wait a
about
moment.
is KCD2.
You came here the whole way from Sasau on foot?
I did. I made a pilgrimage of penance. I stopped to pray at every shrine and cross along the way. By the way, that shrine before Talmberg, by the path from Sasau, I don't know what happened to it, but someone should see to getting it fixed.
You noticed, eh? Yes, I know about that. It's just that there hasn't been the means to get it fixed, see? It just occurred to me, this affair with Johanka reminds me of a manuscript I made a copy of once. You might find it interesting. If you want, you can come with me and I'll find it for you. Or stop by the presbytery later.
All right, Father. Thanks.
God be with you. Give me a moment, Henry, while I look for that book for you.
Sorry, Father.
Let's go together. Let us check on something. Just making sure the stream is up and actually working. You, Godwin, you jerkweed. I had nickel for every NPC that closed a door in my face. Well, since I'm doing the penance thing, I might as well just rock the whole way through. That probably feels nice. Or then again, he might have open wounds on his feet, so that might not be nice. You jerkweed.
Where could I have put it? I knew it was a mistake to put it in a safe place. Ah, here it is.
About that manuscript, Father.
Ah, excellent. Look, I found it. Copied excerpts from the work of Magister Parisiensis.
Parisiensis? Okay, now we're in Warhammer.
The who?
Matthew of Yanov, the Master of Paris as he was known. He studied there. He was a university master. He traveled a lot and was very learned. Did I tell you about Jan Hus?
Oh, yeah. I'm not likely to forget that in a hurry.
Ha ha, right. Me neither. Anyway, as I was saying, Hus wasn't alone, see? There are other masters who have similar ideas. Just that Hus knows how to talk about it better than anyone. But this Matthew, he was one of those who thought much the same as Hus.
And what use will that be to me?
I can't say, but it came to mind when you were talking about Johanka, because Matthew wrote about similar things, about women who had visions and the like. I've got a copy here. I'll lend it to you if you promise to bring it back. You do know how to read, don't you?
Yeah.
Of course I do.
By Christ, lad, you're a regular scholar. Here you are, then. I'm sure it's in good hands. You can bring it back to me when you're passing again.
Ah, all right, thanks.
You're welcome, lad. Now run along and don't keep Johanka waiting.
Sure, the best time to read this is right here. God and our Lord Jesus Christ forsake those men who prove themselves unworthy and give their treasures and riches to women according to the word that God. Okay, how many pages is this shit? Okay. According to the word that God chose that which is weak to cast shame upon that which is strong. For men, when they excel at something, are excessively vainglorious, giving credit only to their own actions and forgetting our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, wives, virgins, and widows are elevated in our time, succumbing to discipline, living the most noble lives, and venerating the heavenly kingdom before men, who are occupied only with the vanities of this world. Therefore, women, fill the churches, spend their time in prayer, and listen to sermons, reject entertainments, vanities, and ostentation, and surpass man in devotion and love of Christ. Women think constantly of concerns of our Lord, lingering in veneration until they are brought to tears, and nourish evermore their love of Christ. And divine mercy and manifest visions and prophecies. Women, I say, women, I say, are 100 times more gifted than any man, and perhaps even priests. It seems, therefore, the gift of prophecy and intimacy with the Holy Spirit is often bequeathed now to women. To them, are revealed the great mysteries of God and great wisdom, as we know from the example of acclaimed virgin Hildegard, the saintly Bridget, and many other women who already comprise a procession. These I have seen in Paris, Rome, Nuremberg, and Prague. All right. Let's get re-equipped with our stuff. There we go. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna ride on back to the monastery. Yeah, we're gonna ride hard.
Yeah.
Doing good on nourishment, actually. We'll ride hard and get back to the monastery. Complete this part of Yanka's quest. If there's more, I'll stop here. If this is it, perfect. I'm going to stop here. And what I'll do is I'm going to spend a good 20 minutes or so reading the Codex. The Codex Astartes. Yeah, we'll spend a good little bit reading the Codex, and rocking out to that.
Yeah.
Show what you're made of. Okay, what are you? You just ran it. Are you armored? You got. What are we talking about here? Oh yeah, you are not worth my time. Now, if you had some gear on you, oh yeah, headshots for days, baby. We would take you out. About that one person, we'll check you out, man. Oh, I hate, absolutely hate that Henry cannot handle that at all. Oh man, is that frustrating as hell. Man, I have the bush mod fix installed, and I'm still hitting bushes and stopping. This, ooh, Nelly, this is something. Really quick, let me check something. Stream is still up. Good. I was worried. On the corner of my eye, I saw OBS do something funky, but turns out it wasn't anything to worry about.
Yeah.
Ride with Norman Cletus. riding along, riding along.
Yeah. Yeah.
Riding along, riding along. That's a nice night sky. Okay, hang on a second. What we got? We don't got a lot of weight. The problem is, this is a lot of humans, so.
I'll have you. I'll have you.
Oh. Well, let's see when I saved. I believe I saved. I hope. Oh, for the love of God, I hoped I saved after talking to the priest. I can't remember if I did. We're gonna find out where that save is at. Please tell me Dan was smart. I don't think I was. Please tell me. Oh, oh no. All right. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fast forward through this bit, and then we'll call it night. I'll read some codex and call it night. That's fine. That's fine. It's not too far back. It was only a little ways back. The problem was I was thinking about like, oh, I'll just save when I get to the city, but then I don't know. Just sometimes I can be an idiot.
Jesus Christ. You're not or happen the good. Well, thank you. What I spot you. Good luck then.
All right, I'm just gonna race you to here. Better. Oh. There we go.
Where could I have put it? I knew it was a mistake to put it in a safe place. Ah, here it is. About look. The you here you you.
motherfucker. All right. A little demoralized by all that. So we're just going to go ahead and save here. General. We're going to read these three, the last of the seas, and then we'll call it night. Construction. Construction works arose around every major building site, employing stonemasons, carpenters, bricklayers, blacksmiths, freight haulers, stone cutters, ropers, pillar makers, coopers, and so on. Sundry labor was done by unskilled hirelings. Stone or wooden elements and auxiliary structures were made directly on site. The place where the construction works are called a courtyard. Artisans, oh my god. Often use specialized tools such as wooden lifting machines, winches, hoists, and cranes powered by hand or by means of large tread wheels. Construction works assembled a great many workers, who became bonded together by natural and informal ties. The community of workers also provided ample custom for the surrounding merchants and innkeepers, and most of the workers would live in the vicinity for the duration of the building project, which often lasted years. The master builder was in charge, allocating tasks, leading the construction process, and negotiating with the owner of the patron of the building. Counterfeiting. During the 14th century, when the Czech currency was losing value due to the substitution of silver with cheaper metals, counterfeiting of money got better. Despite the stringent prosecution and death penalty it entailed. One example of such counterfeiting consisted of coins that were silver plated over a lead core. This would be tested by buying the coin once, since lead is softer than silver. The counterfeiters' workshops were often hidden away in karst and sandstone caves and featured a compact laboratory, as the silver plating of the base metal was a chemical process requiring special equipment. Courtliness or courtesy stand for courtly etiquette. The cradle of courtesy was France and later England, where the patterns of beauty and education, diplomacy, and the arts were formulated. The origin of courtesy are considered to be the chivalry of a knight toward his lady, adoration, versifying, greetings, gestures, and obedience. Not overlooked were rules for conduct during feasts, stylized movement, e.g., mounting a horse or sitting down at a table, as well as protecting the ladies and the weaker, or the manner of divulging one's own feelings and emotions. Important elements in this were language, and playing of musical instruments and dance. Many consider courtesy to be effete, but despite this, for quite a long time, it dominated high society's approach to manners and the arts. All right. Save again, and oh, look at that. Save on. Okay, dokie. That will be it. Night session. That will be all. Some of the wrap-up stuff, as I was mentioning earlier. I mentioned everything all together here. Let me just throw this right here so I can see it. So I will be taking the next 2 days off, like I normally do. Mondays and Tuesdays, I usually take off. I will be back Wednesday. That's the plan. If things change, things change. At my normal time of 1 p.m. Alaskan time, which I believe is 2 p.m. Pacific time, and so on, whatever conversion from there. The next 2 days, I'm going to work on the channel best I can. We're going to work on some stuff behind the scenes, some stuff that you will see, some stuff you won't see. It'll just be on my end. just gotta work on a couple things. One of the big things I'm gonna work on is just bringing up the Twitch page and the main channel page, as well as whoa, what the hell? What the fuck? Ah! What just happened? Oh, sweet Jesus. Undo everything. Uh-oh. There we go. Ha! It was a control alt zoom. There we go. Man, that was super weird. I apologize for all that weirdness. And the funny thing is, you probably didn't see shit. How does that look on your end? Let me see something. I think I just look like a crazy person. Yeah, you just, if you look at the screen here, you just see big face Dan. That's funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, for me, everything zoomed in because I accidentally pressed control and scrolled a little bit, and everything freaked the hell out. Okay, so I'm gonna pre up the channel a little bit. I'm gonna get for sure Blue Sky. I have an account and everything. I hardly ever use it. I'm gonna be more active on there, as well as taking a look at potentially Instagram, some other social medias. I'm also gonna I'm gonna start posting my shorts to TikTok as well. I know YouTube allows longer shorts, so I think I'm going to do is post longer shorts on YouTube, and then either start posting shorter ones or just the 1 minute ones to TikTok and go from there. And it just doesn't hurt me; it just makes it easier for me to grow. I will still I'm undecided on this, but I'm considering removing X from any of my links, mostly because I don't really use the fucking thing. I use it to keep track with a couple other people. I don't even have the app on my phone. And it's literally me going on there to check a couple people I follow to see if they posted anything, either to respond to something or comment, or just see if they posted anything, and that's it. I'm not deleting my account solely because I want that as an option if someone, like whether it's a company or people or whoever, wants to use that as an option to reach out to me. So that's an option. And I don't really use Instagram other than like some friends post stuff on there, but I might start posting there ever so often. But more often than not, this is another means of communication. I'm not putting out my Discord just yet, mostly because I don't have a Discord server set up for my quote unquote community. Not saying that it has to be like an arbitrary number reached for me to make a Discord community. It's just that, one, I don't want to make something that I'm not going to really be in that much, more or less moderate, more or less be a part of that much, other than maybe like respond to a meme here and there. And two, other than a handful of people, there hasn't been like a fervent desire for it. So in my head, I would rather set that up down the line when there's more people, but not because there would be more people for me to have an arbitrary number. It's more people for everyone else to interact with, because I wouldn't be doing that much there, is what I'm trying to say, other than making announcements. But part of me is wanting to make a Discord server, another Discord server, simply on the basis of that's another means of communication for some people. I know some people, like, that's how they, that's their source of information of like if it, content creator is posted or not. So in the coming weeks, I might work on that. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. When that happens, it'll probably be like in the coming weeks, because I'm gonna sit down with a couple of buddies and have them help me make one and do things that way. because they're really good about like moderation, setting up a proper server with all the fancy bells and whistles. So, yeah. So tomorrow, like I said, just gonna fancy up. I'm gonna work on the YouTube channel. You work on the Twitch channel. I will work on getting alerts properly set up on here, and some other fun stuff. And I'll also work on getting at least some channel point rewards and some fun stuff like that. And then we'll work from there. We'll go from there. Other than that, other than like the things that you guys will be seeing, I'm just gonna be working on like getting more shorts edited and stuff like that. Now that DaVinci Resolve wants to actually work with MKV files properly and not the bullshit way it was before, now I actually can properly edit stuff with the recordings, which are higher quality video than the Twitch live stream. So that's gonna be nice. So YouTube Shorts and TikTok Shorts and everything else is gonna look a lot nicer. Other than that, other than me just telling you I'm going to be more active in some places and stuff like that, that's about it. That's where I'm going to leave you. Also, I'm going to sit down with my list of like games and some other stuff I want to do for, the foreseeable future. I will sit down, plan that out, and then I won't, let's say, like, what I'm going to do is I think the best thing I could do is probably make a Google Doc that people can view freely. That way they could see what's on the list. Now, to be clear, when I make the doc and I put it out there, that's not necessarily what I'm playing in order, and it won't be in order. It will just simply be, hey, this is on the list. This is stuff I played already. This is stuff I will play. This is stuff I won't play on stream, or it won't play in that way. So that way, hopefully that will answer the question that some people will probably have. Because I have gotten a few times where some people have been like, oh, you should play this. It's like, I have a list, and I'll put that out publicly so people can see it. Enough of that. Enough of my rambling. Order of business taken care of. Thank you to people that have stopped by today. Everyone that stopped by and chatted. Or people that just simply sat back and viewed. Appreciate that. Again, how are you today? To anyone that's listening. I know I do 11-hour streams. I know that's not for everyone. By all means, if you're able to stop by for a little bit, that is perfectly acceptable. Don't you sweat it. I know there's an aspect of like some people want to support, content creators or support like, smaller people like me. And I know there's an aspect of like, want to stick around for like the whole party, so to speak. But hey, it's not for everyone. And you also have your own time. Look at it this way. I am working for your attention. I am working to retain you. You have valuable time. I'm already committing my valuable time to do this. You are committing your valuable time to spend time with me on stream or watch my videos or whatever. I appreciate that greatly. But if you have to spend that valuable time elsewhere, don't sweat it. It's fine. I'm not in a place right now where I desperately need something to happen right this second. I need, I know I'm missing out on money, or I'm missing out on funds, or I gotta stop doing this tomorrow because the revenue's not there. I'm not getting any revenue out of this. I'm not even getting paid yet. I'm close to that point, but not quite there yet. And even if I am, it will be a while before this is anything substantial. And even if it becomes something substantial, if and when, let's say when, for positivity's sake, it will be a while after that before I go, okay, this is what I'm doing full time, baby. Nothing else will be here, right? Nothing else will be in my way. There will be so much that'll have to happen before I even do that sort of thing. And I would have to have such a financial cushion put in place for me to comfortably do that realistically. So, anyways, I'm rambling. I will see you guys Wednesday. At the moment, the plan is more Kingdom Come Deliverance. That may change. We'll see. Pretty sure that's the current plan. And what I've done my best is to inform a number of friends that if they're interested in doing like, you know, either a stream together sort of thing or do multiplayer games or whatever on stream, I've done my best to inform them that, hey, try and give me a notice more than a week. So that way I can plan for that. That way I can give a proper schedule. That way I can inform people on my socials. So that way you guys can plan for it and I can plan for it. At the moment, but before I leave, while I'm thinking about it, Thursday might be I think Thursday will be a multiplayer stream, depending, simply because I might have to start later. We will find out in the coming days, and I will post that on some socials, and I'll let you guys know what's going on Wednesday. With that being said, that'll be it for dear old Dan for tonight. I am going to probably get some food, actually. I think I was going to take care of a couple things and get ready for bed, but honestly, I'm fucking hungry. Again, I'm a hungry boy. That's what happens. Like, look, I've been losing weight. Getting you can't really see much, unfortunately, but slowly but surely getting my muscles back and everything. And it's what happens when you start gaining the muscles again, is that your appetite grows, which is fucking weird, right? You know, in my life, I have eaten way more when I have been fit or have been on the process of getting fit or been fitter than when I've been overweight. It's so weird. But anyways, that's it for Dan. Thank you to everyone that stopped by. Thank you to everyone that subscribed. Thank you. Just thank you. I appreciate all of you. Until next time. See ya.